Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Demon-suppressing city of Wu Kingdom. A man sat on the city lord's throne, crafted entirely from skulls. Clad in dark iron blue armor, the man was burly and broad-shouldered, towering at a height of nearly 15 feet, like a small giant. A scar ran across his face, giving him an intimidating appearance. Grabbing a wine jar, he gulped it down in one go, the sound of glug 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 filling the room. Wiping his mouth, the man turned his gaze to an imperial decree lying on the table. The more he read, the more troubled he seemed, scratching his head with his calloused hand, a look of confusion written all over his face. His puzzled expression was a stark contrast to his fearsome appearance and massive frame. In front of the man stood a young girl. She was about 4 feet tall, appearing no older than 8 or 9. Her small, pointed face was exquisitely delicate, as if crafted with the utmost care by the heavens. But she was not like ordinary children. Her skin was unnaturally pale, not the creamy whiteness of snow, but the kind of translucence found in the thinnest layer of white marble, dusted with a fragile coating of snow and sealed in frost. It seemed as if even a slight touch could pierce her unnervingly delicate, paper-thin complexion. Beyond her skin, her hair and even her eyelashes were stark white. She wore a simple outfit stitched from plain white cloth. It resembled a cross between a Chong Sam and a long robe, with slits at the thighs. Her bare, snow-white feet rested lightly on the ground. The only color on her body came from her crimson eyes, shining like flawless rubies. "What does it say?" the man asked, lowering his head. "Chen, you idiot. You've been studying for so long. How many words can you even read?" The girl, named Chun Swayer, lifted her tiny foot and gave the man's iron boot a light kick. Emperor, battle, charge, kill." Chun pointed at the decree, listing the words he could recognize. All right, stop reading. You're hopeless." Chun Swayer cut him off. "Oh." The massive man lowered his head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Chun Swayer glanced at the decree. The old emperor's house got pissed on by a dog. That dog came from the southern realms, Wanxiang Demon Kingdom. The emperor feels humiliated, so he's ordering us to mobilize and teach them a lesson. Teach them a lesson? Chen froze for a moment. Then his massive eyes lit up with excitement. "War." Chun Swayer folded the decree and sighed. "Yes, war. That's great. I love war." Just as Chan Nan was about to leap to his feet in excitement, he caught sight of the little girl's crimson eyes staring up at him. Chun Nan immediately deflated, lowering his head in submission. War. All you know is war. People die in wars. Don't you know that?" Clearly, Chun Swayer wasn't about to let him off the hook. She raised her small foot and kicked him repeatedly. The giant man clasped his hands together and hung his head, not daring to utter a single word. "That old emperor only knows how to drag us into trouble." Chun Swayer spat a tiny, glistening drop of saliva. "Get out of here. Those 2 women from the Wanjian sect should have arrived by now. Just great, a few quiet days ruined." "Oh." Chun Nan extended a massive hand in front of Chun Swayer. She leaped gracefully onto his enormous palm. Chun Nan carefully placed her on his shoulder, stood up, and began walking toward the city lord's residence gates. At nearly 15 feet tall, his enormous physique, combined with the clanking of his iron armor, made each of his steps echo thunderously, as if the ground itself trembled beneath him. On the towering walls of demon-suppressing city, Chun Swayer sat on Chun Nan's massive shoulder, one leg crossed over the other, yawning in boredom. Below the city, the ground was littered with the mangled corpses of demons and humans. The crimson soil was soaked in blood, and clusters of manjasaka flowers bloomed from the remains. "Right on time." Chun Swayer remarked. About half an hour later, she yawned again, her gaze shifting toward two streaks of sword light piercing the clouds. Flicking the necklace around her neck, the barrier of demon-suppressing city opened, allowing the sword light to land atop the city wall. Master Jiang, it's been a while, Chen Suier greeted with a smile. Her gaze then shifted to the young girl beside Jiang Luoyu. This must be the renowned Xu Ming.I've, the one who surpassed 5 realms in a single leap to reach Cave Mansion realm, right? Xu Ming.I've stared at the little girl perched on the giant's shoulder. The girl appeared shorter and younger than Xu Ming.I've, but her demeanor was sharp and cunning, giving off a sense of maturity that belied her age. Likewise, Miss Suier, Jiang Luoyu replied with a slight nod. I'll have to trouble demon-suppressing city with forging my disciple's sword. No trouble at all, Chen Suier said, raising one delicate, white finger. But since it's for a disciple of the Wanjian sect, the price will be a bit steeper this time. 1 Jade Purity Realm Demon Core. Jiang Luoyu nodded. Agreed. Then it's settled. You two can rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom for a little harvest, Chen Suier said with a grin. Jiang Luoyu's expression darkened. Since when did demon-suppressing city start picking fights with the southern demon kingdom unprovoked? Chen Suier shrugged. It's not like we want to. Those beasts from the south haven't caused any trouble for 2 months now. Look down there. The corpses are already blooming with Manjusaka, red spider lily. But recently, the emperor lost face. A demon from the southern kingdom, a dog, sneaked into the Wu capital to assassinate that child prodigy scholar from Qi Kingdom. The attempt failed, but the dog escaped. The emperor was humiliated and wants to regain his dignity. Naturally, we at Demon Suppressing City have to clean up the mess. Oh, by the way, Chen Suier added, her crimson eyes glinting as she turned to Su Xuan. Speaking of the Qi scholar prodigy, the one who saved her is someone from Su Kingdom, a boy named Xu Ming. You know him, right, little girl? Su Ming.I've bristled slightly at being called little girl, but her attention was caught at the mention of Xu Ming. Xu Ming saved someone from the Qi Kingdom? Yup, Chen Suier nodded. Apparently, he was escorting a girl named Zhu Cixi around Wu capital when they were ambushed. Was he hurt? Su Ming.I've's heartbeat quickened. He was injured, but nothing serious. He fainted from exhaustion afterward. Chen Suier replied with a casual shrug. Su Ming.I've's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. All right, you two rest well. We're leaving at dawn tomorrow, Chen Suier said, patting Chen Nan's head. The giant man turned and carried her down. Jiang Luoyu brought Su Ming.I've to a courtyard within Demon Suppressing City. The courtyard was spotless and tidy, clearly well-maintained. This is where disciples from the Wanjian sect stay during their training. Pick a room and rest. Tomorrow morning, you'll begin the sword forging process, Jiang Luoyu instructed. Although you've reached the Cave Mansion realm, demons at the Sea Observation realm may target you. I will not intervene. On the battlefield, life and death are your responsibility. Be cautious. Understood, Master, Su Ming.I've nodded. Rest well. This is the final step in tempering your life-bound sword. Don't let your focus slip, Jiang Luoyu reminded before leaving without another word. Su Ming.I've, long accustomed to her master's cold demeanor, returned to her room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she placed her life-bound sword, Qing Ming, on her lap and began channeling her energy to attune to it. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her focus kept wavering. Her thoughts, time and again, returned to a single name, Xu Ming. If you ever get bullied, come to the Wanjian sect and find me. All right, but what if I can't make it to the Wanjian sect? Then I'll come find you. These words, spoken during their parting, echoed endlessly in Su Ming.I've's mind. He seems to have been injured, but not seriously. He fainted from exhaustion in the end. As the voice of the little girl, named Chen Suier, replayed in Su Ming.I've's ears, she slowly opened her eyes. The long sword, Qing Ming, resting on her lap, began to hum and vibrate incessantly. Su Ming.I've reached out her hand, placing it firmly on the hilt. With her brows furrowing, she muttered, I haven't been gone that long, and you've already gotten bullied? Useless. Early the next morning, 2 quarters before dawn, The blaring of horns resounded throughout demon-suppressing city. Xu Ming opened her eyes, climbed out of bed, and grasped her sword as she followed her master out of the courtyard and up to the city walls. Focusing her spiritual energy in her eyes, she peered down from the 100-jong tall walls. Below, the demon-suppressing army had formed several massive, impeccably orderly formations. Clad in dark red armor and wielding long sabers, they stood motionless, like stones embedded in the blood-soaked soil, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent that reverberated in the cold air. This was the 300,000-strong Dragon Leopard Cavalry, a force as renowned as Wu Kingdom's Blood Butchers and Iron Tiger Army. For generations, they had stood as the guardians of demon-suppressing city. T/N. I'll use Blood Butchers instead of Blood Pagoda from now on. As the city walls trembled, Chun Swear, seated atop Chun Nan's shoulder, ascended to the top. She held a skewer of candied hawthorn, leisurely eating each piece one by one. When she reached the last one, she tossed the empty bamboo skewer from the wall, yawned, patted Chun Nan on the head, and said casually, "Let's move." Roar! Chun Nan tilted his head back and let out a deafening bellow, a sound that seemed to combine the ferocity of a tiger's roar and the majesty of a dragon's cry. The 300,000 soldiers mounted their steeds in unison, turned, and charged in the same direction, raising clouds of dust several zhong high. Roar! Chun Nan leapt off the city wall, landing heavily on the ground with the impact of a meteor, creating a massive crater. Without pause, he charged forward at a speed that rivaled the Dragon Leopard Cavalry's mounts, which carried the bloodline of the mythical Lushu deer. Perched on Chun Nan's shoulder, Chun Swayer crossed her legs, her dainty white feet swinging idly as her gaze fixed on the distant outline of Fangya City, a border town of the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom, 100 li away. Meanwhile, in the border cities of several neighboring demon kingdoms adjacent to Wu Kingdom's demon-suppressing city, reports from scouts poured in. Upon hearing that demon-suppressing cities' 300,000 Dragon Leopard Cavalry had been deployed, the rulers of these cities were struck with shock and fear. They hurried to their city walls, using magical artifacts to gaze into the desolate no-man's land where countless humans and demons had perished. Before long, the rulers collectively sighed in relief. The good news was that the cavalry wasn't heading for them. The bad news was that all 15 border cities of the 15 demon kingdoms had previously signed an alliance pact. If any one city was attacked, the other 14 were obligated to send reinforcements. Failure to do so would mean risking demon-suppressing city breaking through one city and unraveling the entire defensive line connecting the 15 border cities of the southern demon kingdoms. But judging by the direction of the cavalry, it seemed their target was Fangya City of the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom. The rulers couldn't help but wonder, what on earth did Fangya City do to provoke Chun Swayer? In Fangya City, the city lord stood atop the walls, his gaze fixed on the Dragon Leopard Cavalry thundering toward him. Unlike the other rulers, he knew exactly what was going on. After all, the decision to attempt the assassination of Qi Kingdom's prodigious scholar in Wu's capital had come straight from the demon court. Now, they were about to reap the consequences. If it had succeeded, there'd be no more to say. But it failed. Wu Kingdom is a nation built on martial prowess. They won't just let this slide with a few curses. For the loss of face that Wu Kingdom has suffered, they'll demand repayment in blood. Pass my orders. Open the gates. Prepare for battle. The city lord of Fangya City chose not to employ a defensive strategy. He had little faith in the city's protective formations. If the defenses were breached, Fangya City would inevitably face a massacre. The only chance was to take the fight to the enemy, holding them off beyond the city walls while waiting for reinforcements from the other 14 cities. Only by combining forces could they push the invaders back, minimizing his own losses. Even so, the damage to Fangya City would still be immense. Those 14 cities were unlikely to commit too many troops, leaving Fangya City to bear the brunt of the enemy's initial and most devastating charge. Those bastards in the court are all damned fools. The city lord cursed loudly. The gates of Fangya City swung open, and its 100,000-strong demon army marched out to meet the enemy. As the two armies clashed, Chun-Nan pulled the heaven-shaking hammer from his storage pouch. With each swing, his massive weapon turned foes into little more than piles of mangled flesh. The dragon leopard cavalry rampaged through the army of the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom, their spears piercing through demon warriors like skewers threading candied hawthorn. When the Lushu-blooded warhorses beneath the cavalry were felled, the riders immediately abandoned their mounts, drawing dual blades from their belts to continue their assault on foot. Fangya City's forces managed to endure the first wave of demon-suppressing cities' attack, but just as their lines were about to collapse, reinforcements, 420,000 troops from the 14 allied cities, arrived on the battlefield. Su Xuan stood amidst the chaos, her sword gripped tightly in her hand. The sight of mangled flesh and the heavy stench of blood overwhelmed her senses, making her stomach churn. When Su Xuan finally drove her blade into the heart of a demon warrior, the sickening sensation transmitted through the hilt made her want to vomit. But she forced herself to steady her mind. The brutal reality of the battlefield was teaching Su Xuan, in the harshest way possible, to accept the carnage of blood and steel. With each demon she slew, their blood stained her Qingming sword, and the blade's edge grew sharper, its aura more menacing. A pack of hundreds of dog demons reverted to their original forms and charged into the fray, their howls piercing the cacophony of battle. Su Xuan turned, her gaze locking onto the area where the dog demons had entered the fight. If she remembered correctly, hadn't that girl Chen Suier said yesterday, the demon that injured Xu Ming was a dog? Roar, 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 roar. Chun-Nan, clad in iron armor and wielding a massive iron hammer, struck the monstrous creatures of the demon race blow after blow. With each swing, blood splattered and bloomed like crimson flowers under his hammer. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled across the wilderness. Dust surged several meters high as massive stone feet trampled dragon leopard cavalry into pulp. Solid as a rock, a towering stone giant, standing 10 meters tall, spoke in a deep, resonant voice as it charged toward Chun-Nan. Just as it was about to reach him, the stone giant leaped into the air and descended like a falling mountain, its fists clenched tightly, smashing down toward Chun-Nan. Roar! Unfazed, Chun-Nan let out a thunderous roar of his own. He swung his iron hammer upward at a 45-degree angle. The moment the hammer collided with the giant's arm, cracks spiderwebbed across the stone limb. The hammer continued its upward trajectory, shattering chunks of stone that rained down to the ground. Roar! Chun-Nan bellowed again, his muscles bulging explosively beneath his armor. The hammer gleamed a blood-red hue as it tore through the giant's defenses. By the time the hammer reached its zenith, the giant's arms were completely obliterated. Leaping high, Chun-Nan brought the hammer crashing down on the giant's head. Headless, the stone giant flailed its arms wildly. As Chun-Nan landed, he struck the giant's knee with another devastating blow. The giant lost its balance and toppled to the ground, only to be met with Chun-Nan's earth-shaking strikes. Roar! Standing atop the mountain of rubble, Chun-Nan gripped his iron hammer tightly, his victorious war cry resounding through the heavens and earth. On his shoulder sat Chen Suier, her legs crossed, her fair thighs exposed beneath her skirt. She flicked her long hair, her crimson eyes filled with disdain. Chen Suier looked down at the battlefield, her gaze falling on a little girl whose demeanor seemed utterly out of place amidst the blood-soaked carnage. Tilting her head, she muttered, "That Su Xuan, does she really hate dogs that much?" Su Xuan-Nua's life-bound flying sword arced through the battlefield, piercing the skull of a demon hound and skewering its body. Her Qingming sword swirled in the air, flipping mid-flight, and pinned a black dog to the ground. A small hand gripped the Qingming sword. As the sword was drawn, an icy ripple of sword energy burst forth, slicing through the 5 hounds that had surrounded her, cutting them all cleanly in half. Woof! A massive, three-headed dog lunged at Xu Ming.I've, its towering 2-meter frame raising a paw to crush her. Clang! Xu Ming.I've raised her long sword and blocked the gigantic paw. The three-headed dog froze in shock. How could a mere 8 or 9-year-old girl possess such immense strength? The beast threw its head back and summoned flames, spitting a fiery blast towards Xu Ming.I've. The flames engulfed her entirely. Yet a breath later, 5 streaks of sword light sliced through the searing inferno as if it were nothing but a red curtain. Ow! The three-headed dog yelped in pain as its massive paw, still aiming for Xu Ming.I've, was instantly severed into 3 pieces. The girl leapt into the air. In her hand, the Qingming sword gleamed as if freshly washed, utterly pristine, betraying no sign of having slain a dozen beasts. The three-headed dog raised its heads again, merging 3 streams of fire into one massive column aimed directly at Xu Ming.I've. Go, she whispered, forming a sword seal with her fingers. The Qingming sword hummed and shot forward. Just as the fire pillar neared her, it froze solid in an instant. Clang! The Qingming sword soared gracefully through the fiery pillar's end, weaving between the 3 heads of the three-headed dog like a butterfly in flight. By the time Xu Ming.I've landed, 3 severed dog heads thudded to the ground alongside her. This child cannot be allowed to live. From the city walls, the lord of the city watched Xu Ming.I've coldly. This girl was nothing like Chun Suier. Chun Suier was simply an eternally petite woman. But this girl, judging by her bone age, was truly no more than 8 or 9 years old. Yet, she was already at the cave mansion realm, and her mastery within this realm was terrifying, so much so that she could easily slay a demon beast at the sea observation realm. If she were allowed to grow, she would become a massive threat, not just to the Wanxiang demon kingdom, but to the countless demon nations of the southern territories. Wait a moment. A girl, using a sword, 8 or 9 years old, in the cave mansion realm. Could she be? Well, a little girl, coming to a battlefield so young. You're bound to die. Just as the lord of the city began to piece together her identity, an old man, holding a black lantern, appeared behind Xu Ming.I've. Elder Huang. Stop. Her protector is. The lord of the city shouted loudly, but it was already too late. The black lantern in the elder's hand morphed into several serpents of flame, which lunged towards Xu Ming.I've. In the blink of an eye, however, all the flaming serpents shattered. The elder glanced down in shock, then raised his gaze. High above, a woman sat coldly in the clouds, staring down at him. Boom! In that moment, a Jade Purity Realm elder was effortlessly slain. The woman had only drawn a single sword strike. Jiang Luoyu, the lord of the city, slammed his fist against the city wall, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Meanwhile, the Qingming sword resumed its flight, cutting through the horde of demon hounds once more. The remaining hounds were petrified. This little girl, would she ever stop? Why was she so relentlessly targeting them? Could it be she'd been bitten by a dog as a child? Why did she hate them so much? When the Qingming sword struck down its 100th demon hound, pieces of iron began to flake off its blade. The engravings on the sword rippled outward, breaking apart and scattering. The sword floated in the air, trembling violently, as if calling out to something. Xu Ming.I've seemed to sense its plea and ascended toward it. The moment her hand grasped the hilt, waves of sword energy rippled across the battlefield. In the royal capital of Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming, practicing swordplay in his courtyard, looked up. On the other side of the yard, Su Pongda, who had been reading, raised his chubby head. Honk! The Tianxian goose let out a honk and lifted its head to gaze at the sky. High above, a cyan list reappeared. Xu Ming.I've, lifebound sword Qingming has awakened. Achieved sea observation realm at age 8. Ranked 8th on the Qingyun list. As the Qingyun list faded, Su Pongda leapt off his chair, rushing to Su Ming. He shook Su Ming's arm excitedly. Fifth brother, fifth brother. Ming.I've made it to 8th place. 8th place. The Tianxian goose also honked joyously, hopping around the courtyard. Yes, 8th place, Su Ming said with a warm smile. genuinely happy for Xu Ming. Yet, deep down, he felt a pang of emotion. It seemed like the gap between him and Xu Ming was only growing wider and wider. Master Minger, Master Ming. Just as the courtyard was steeped in celebration, Chun Yin burst in, her excitement barely contained. Master Ming. She knelt in front of Xu Ming, panting heavily. The laws. The laws of Wu Kingdom. They've been revised. Ow! Good news. Good news. The 300,000 dragon leopard cavalry of Jinyao, demon suppressing, city has breached the border city of the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom. 300,000 dragon leopard cavalry killed 200,000 enemies. The enemies of Yaqing has been raised by over half. Su Xuannuo of Wu Kingdom has sharpened her life-bound flying sword. Qing Ming stepped into the Sea Observation Realm and ranks 8th on the Qingyun list. Zhou Shu. The imperial exam system has been reformed. Any individual, regardless of background, can now participate in the exams. Regardless of class or status, legitimate or illegitimate, everyone is eligible to take the exams. Only talent matters. On the streets of Wudu, young newsboys ran tirelessly, selling copies of Zhou Shu, their faces brimming with pride and excitement. Whether it was tea houses, inns, or even brothels, the news sparked cheers and applause. The Wanxiang Demon Kingdom dared to commit an assassination in Wudu? Naturally, Wu Kingdom would respond with thunderous retaliation. Wu Kingdom doesn't hold grudges overnight. Do they think the men of Wu Kingdom lack the courage to avenge themselves? Besides the triumph in Jinyao City, Su Xuannuo's achievement brought shared pride to the people of Wu Kingdom. Qin Xingyuan ranks 9th on the Qingyun list, and now Su Xuannuo has secured the 8th spot. The Qingyun list includes both humans and demons. In this vast world, Wu Kingdom has claimed 2 spots in the top 10. How could this not delight the people? Beyond the victory at Jinyao City and Su Xuannuo's ranking, both reasons to down a celebratory drink. What captured the most discussion was the reform of the imperial examination system, something closely tied to the people's lives. For those with lofty aspirations, but previously barred from the exams, the reform was undoubtedly the greatest of blessings. But for those who already had the privilege of taking the exams, it brought unease. They could already foresee the massive turnout for next year's tongshi. How intense would the competition be? How much harder would it be to stand out in future exams? Officials from the reformist faction on the Wu Kingdom court were drinking with abandon, hardly concerned. What's competition to us? If you can't outdo others, do you have the nerve to complain about it? Wu Kingdom's scholarly tradition will surely thrive in the future. And besides, your failure isn't our problem. We've already made it to shore. While the reformist officials gathered merrily at a brothel, their leader sat alone, quietly drinking in a different place. On the top floor of Drunken Blossom Tower, a man named Su Zihong approached with a jug of wine in hand. Leaning against the railing stood Xiao Mo-chi, clad in a simple Confucian green robe, holding a wine jug as he gazed at the lively streets of Wudu. "You never did take to brothels," Xiao Mo-chi said with a shake of his head. Su Zihong leaned back against the railing, arms outstretched, turning his head to look at Xiao Mo-chi. "You mean to say you've never been to a brothel your whole life?" Xiao Mo-chi simply smiled and did not refute the claim. Su Zihong sighed. "I heard she got engaged." Xiao Mo-chi's hand tightened slightly around the wine jug, his breath catching for a moment. But in the end, he merely smiled again, raised the jug, and took a sip. "That's good for her. Good my ass." Su Zihong snatched the jug from his hand. "Back at White Deer Academy, wasn't she already plenty forward with you? She even invited you to Qi Kingdom, didn't she? And what did you do?" "Zihong," Xiao Mo-chi looked up and smiled. "This is my country." Fine, your country." Su Zihong snapped, frustrated. "But when she wanted to come with you to Wu Kingdom, why did you refuse?" "She shouldn't have to give up everything for me," Xiao Mo-chi replied, his hand gently tracing the wine-red dragon carvings on the railing. "Besides, the path I've chosen, it's not one that ends well." He turned his head, a faint smile curling at his lips. And, Zihong, do you know why those old fossils in the court are so afraid of me? Su Zihong rolled his eyes. Because you're a gentleman of White Deer Academy. Because you're the emperor's favorite. Not entirely. Xiao Imo-Chi shook his head. He continued, my sister is the current empress. My father holds the North Desolation in check, and my mother passed away long ago. I live independently, alone. I have no wife, no children, no weaknesses. That's why they fear me. Because they know I have nothing to hold me back. I can utterly destroy them, without hesitation or remorse. Su Zihong pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Mo-Chi, but it eventually fell, and he didn't know what else to say. Forget it. Forget it. I won't bother talking to you anymore. Since we were kids, you've been unbelievably stubborn. Damn it. Su Zihong cursed loudly and spat over the railing. The spit landed squarely on the head of a passerby below. The man touched his head, looked up angrily, but when he saw the jade belt at Su Zihong's waist, he could only grumble to himself and walk away. Then don't talk about it anymore, Xiao Mo-Chi chuckled, reclaiming his wine jug and clinking it against Su Zihong's. Today's a day for celebration, full of good news. Su Zihong turned and leaned on the railing beside Xiao Mo-Chi, mimicking his posture. About that dead dog disaster hound and the assassination attempt on Zhu Cixi a while back, there's been some progress. Xiao Mo-Chi nodded slightly. What's the word? Su Zihong said, it seems the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom, the White Fox Demon Kingdom, the Heavenly Bird Demon Kingdom, and the 10,000 Serpents Kingdom are trying to summon something. This thing requires 5 types of sacred constitutions, and Zhu Cixi's innate literary spirit is one of them. Xiao Mo-Chi's brow furrowed. What kind of entity could they be trying to summon? One that would make the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom risk retaliation from both Wu Kingdom and Qi Kingdom. Su Zihong shook his head. We don't know yet. Still investigating. Xiao Mo-Chi pondered for a moment. You said 5 sacred constitutions. Where are the other 4? Su Zihong replied. The sword bone of the innate sword constitution, the heart of the innate sacred body, the eyes of the 10,000 paths heavy pupil, and the spirit root of the eternal spirit root. The 10,000 paths heavy pupil is in the northern desolation. As for the innate sword constitution and the innate sacred body, we have both in Wu Kingdom. Xiao Mo-Chi's gaze remained fixed on the bustling streets below, his expression calm yet focused. Draft a letter to the Wanjian sect and Tianxin sect. Su Zihong rolled his eyes. Su Xuanhua is Jiang Liu's personal disciple, and Qin Qing Wan is Wang Xian's protege. Who dare touch them? Xiao Mo-Chi exhaled slowly. Better safe than sorry. By the way, where is this eternal spirit root? Su Zihong shrugged. The eternal spirit root hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. But if it's part of their ritual, then it must exist. They couldn't summon something out of thin air. It's just that the eternal spirit root hasn't been discovered yet. Understood. Xiao Mo-Chi nodded. There's one more thing, Su Zihong added. Can you just say it all at once? Xiao Mo-Chi muttered in exasperation. This is the last one, I swear. Su Zihong leaned closer to Xiao Mo-Chi, lowering his voice as they both watched the streets of Wudu. There's news from Tianji City. 150 years ago, the 5th prince, Prince Shan, had 2 descendants who survived. They're in Wu Kingdom. The excitement over the victory at Jinyao, demon-suppressing city, Su Xuanhua's breakthrough, and the imperial examination reform gradually subsided. Life in Wu Kingdom returned to its usual rhythm. For most people, nothing in their daily lives had truly changed. Several days earlier, the Qi Kingdom envoy delegation had already returned home. Xu Ming, who had shown brilliantly at the banquet, had also attended the farewell, but this time, not as an attendant. He went as an official envoy of Wu Kingdom. Of course, during farewells, it was mostly the adults exchanging polite pleasantries such as safe travels and do visit Qi Kingdom someday. The younger ones didn't have much of a role to play in these formalities, which left Zhu Cixi, standing by her mother's side, feeling anxious. She desperately wanted to talk to her little sweetheart. Finally, she managed to find an opportunity. Xu Cixi approached Xu Ming to bid him farewell and secretly handed him a pale pink jade pendant. Before Xu Ming could refuse, she bolted away. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, Xu Ming found himself at a loss for words. A token of affection? When he got home, Xu Ming pondered what to do with the pink jade pendant. Perhaps when she grew up, she would forget all about this incident. Or worse, it might become an embarrassing memory, something she'd cringe at whenever she thought of it. But still, it was a kind gesture. And since she claimed the pendant had the effect of nurturing a scholarly temperament, Xu Ming decided to keep it, treating it as her way of repaying him for saving her. In the days that followed, Xu Ming continued his rigorous training. Once he'd firmly established his foundation in the Mercury realm, he went to the courtyard of Lady Wang. Lady Wang prepared a body-refining medicinal bath using her family's secret recipe. After pouring the medicinal concoction into the water, she instructed Xu Ming to soak in it. This turned out to be the most excruciating bath Xu Ming had ever taken. It felt as if his entire body were submerged in molten lava, every fiber of his flesh on the verge of being torn apart and melted away. Several times, Xu Ming couldn't help but scream out in agony from within the tub. And no matter how unbearable the pain, the medicinal bath seemed to have a sobering effect, preventing him from losing consciousness. He had to endure it all with complete clarity. Seeing Xu Ming on the verge of giving up, Lady Wang shouted sternly, "Hold on. You mustn't abandon the Mercury realm's body refining halfway. Otherwise, your martial path will be ruined forever." Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, Xu Ming pushed through. After an entire day and night, the pain finally subsided. Xu Ming was so drained, he couldn't even scream anymore. The once red liquid in the tub had turned into a muddy sludge, resembling a swamp, disgusting and foul-smelling. Xu Ming figured this must be what those novels meant when they describe expelling impurities through the pores. Seeing Xu Ming pull through, Wang Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Su Pengda quickly called for the maids to heat up fresh water for Xu Ming to take a proper bath. After thoroughly cleaning himself, Xu Ming stood in front of a mirror and noticed he looked noticeably fairer and perhaps even more handsome. He threw a punch experimentally. His punching speed and strength had significantly improved compared to before. Moreover, despite his delicate appearance, he could feel that his skin, flesh, and bones had all become much tougher. Previously, Xu Ming had considered whether he should focus exclusively on swordsmanship and set aside martial arts, thinking it might allow him to progress faster. But now, Xu Ming abandoned that idea entirely. Specializing in either swordsmanship or martial arts might indeed lead to quicker progress. However, each had, for instance, sword cultivators excelled in offensive power but lacked defense, whereas martial artists were renowned for their unparalleled physical resilience. It was common for most people to focus on only one path. It made sense, given the limitations of energy and time. But he was different. Xu Ming had a cheat-like advantage. Compared to ordinary people, he could progress steadily on both paths, albeit at a slower pace. Still, he believed his journey would be more solid and rewarding. However, Xu Ming began to feel that aimless training in the courtyard wasn't going to cut it anymore. He wanted to join the military. Though Wu Kingdom didn't hold much cultural sway on the international stage, it was a nation founded on martial strength. Every family trained their sons in martial arts. The reason Wu Kingdom stood among the 10 great human dynasties was largely due to its unmatched military training. Every young man in Wu Kingdom who joined the army received systematic training. More importantly, for martial artists, blood and qi were essential to tempering oneself. And the army was where blood and qi thrived most vibrantly. Wu Kingdom's geography was complex, bordered by various other kingdoms and overrun with beasts and monsters within its borders. Enlisting in the military guaranteed opportunities for real combat, something impossible to find in the comfortable, peaceful life of the capital. Only through bloody, flesh-and-bone battles could Xu Ming progress faster. As for his family, Xu Ming wasn't worried. His mother was well acquainted with Lady Qin and Lady Wang and would not suffer any mistreatment. Moreover, his mother was known for her quiet, unassuming nature in the Xu household, staying out of trouble. Xu Ming shared his idea with Lady Wang instead of directly telling his mother. He feared his mother might not are hoping to gain her support. Xu Ming asked Lady Wang to help persuade his mother. Lady Wang understood Xu Ming's intentions. She knew he wanted to use the military's blood and qi to hone himself and gain more life experience. After all, in a peaceful environment, one could not forge a truly formidable martial artist. Throughout history, which great warrior hadn't emerged from sea of blood? Xu Ming, you don't have to take this path, Lady Wang said, shaking her head. With the recent changes to the imperial examination system, your talents and growing reputation would ensure you a promising future as a government official. Why risk your life every day? That's true, Aunt Wang, Xu Ming replied. But my ambition doesn't lie in the court. The scheming and intrigue there aren't my style. I'd rather be a straightforward warrior. It suits me better. Of course, Xu Ming didn't share his full thoughts. It wasn't just that he didn't want to be an official. While he found the court's dirty politics tiresome, his goal wasn't to simply become a warrior either. Martial arts were merely a tool to strengthen himself. Lady Wang stared directly at Xu Ming, her fingers drumming rhythmically on the table as she pondered. After a moment, she spoke seriously. I can help convince your mother, but you have to promise me one thing. Anything, Aunt Wang, Xu Ming replied, nodding. You must participate in next year's Tongshi and the Shangshi the year after, Lady Wang said firmly. Only after you pass the Shangshi and become a Jiren will I allow you to join the army. Xu Ming froze for a moment, surprised by her demand. But he quickly understood the good intentions behind his aunt's seemingly harsh condition. Aunt Wang wanted him to earn the title of Jiren as a fallback before pursuing his military ambitions. If his path as a warrior didn't pan out, having the status of a Jiren combined with his current reputation would ensure a way out. The Xu family could pull some strings to secure him a comfortable position. Even if they didn't, the Wang family could step in and help him land a minor government post. Moreover, as a Jiren, entering the army would allow him to build his credentials. Later, if he decided to transition to the court, whether as a civil or military official, he'd find it easier to garner support. It was clear Lady Wang had thought this through thoroughly. I promise, Aunt Wang, Xu Ming said with a nod. All right, that's settled. Don't mention this to your mother for now. I'll tell her myself later. Besides, you probably won't pass the scholar examination anyway, said Wang Feng, waving her hand dismissively. Xu Ming chuckled, recognizing his aunt's characteristic pride. He knew she was worried that if he told his mother about his plans to leave too soon, it would make her worry. Better to delay the news and soften the blow. Another cycle of seasons passed. On this day, Xu Ming turned 9. For his 9th birthday, Xu Ming received a package. The messenger said it came from the Uni-Marquis residence in the state of Qi. The Uni-Marquis? Xu Ming thought for a moment before recalling that this was the title of Xu Cici's father. He opened the package to find a bracelet. Dangling from the bracelet were 2 dice, each embedded with a red bean. Linglong dice are made of red beans. They speak of love deep to the bone. These poetic lines suddenly surfaced in Xu Ming's mind. He remembered that this poem existed in this world too, written by a woman named Qi Yun from the state of Qi. She's just 10 years old, though. How are ancient girls so precocious? Staring at the bracelet, Xu Ming could vividly imagine a 10-year-old girl carefully embedding red beans into the dice and threading them with red silk under the glow of a lamp. Xu Ming put the bracelet on, storing it away on his wrist. He wasn't surprised that Xu Cici remembered his birthday. After all, when she wrote that play marriage contract during the child game, it included their birth dates. Back then, Xu Ming didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed Xu Cici had always kept it in mind. Feeling a bit guilty, Xu Ming retrieved the marriage contract. Seeing that Xu Cici's birthday was still 2 months away, he felt relieved. Even though the journey to Qi was long, 2 months should be enough time to deliver something. For such a literary girl, Xu Ming decided to compose a poem as her birthday gift. But after finishing the poem, Xu Ming realized something felt off. Sending her a poem about longing would only deepen their connection, wouldn't it? If this continued, exchanging gifts back and forth, the childhood just might eventually turn real as they grew older. After some thought, Xu Ming decided not to send the poem. Instead, he wrote a simple letter. In the letter, Xu Ming explained that he was about to join the military and would no longer live at the Su residence. He told her there was no need to send him birthday gifts in the future. Finally, Xu Ming took advantage of the fact that the Tianxin goose was still asleep and plucked a dozen of its feathers to make a shuttlecock. Fifth brother, Master Fong, is here to see you. He's in the main hall, probably about the child examination next month, said Su Xiaoping as he entered the room. Got it. I'll head over now, Xu Ming nodded. Third brother, can you help me pack this shuttlecock and letter? Please give them to Aunt and ask her to mail them to the Uni residence in Qi for Miss Zhu Cici's birthday gift. Sure, leave it to me. You should go quickly, fifth brother. Su Pongda nodded earnestly, taking the letter and shuttlecock. After Xu Ming left, Su Pongda prepared to complete his younger brother's request promptly. But then he noticed a piece of paper on the desk with writing on it. Curious, Su Pongda walked over and unfolded the paper to reveal a poem. In life, I knew nothing of longing. Only when I learned it did it torment me so. My body like a drifting cloud, my heart like floating dandelions, my breath faint as thread. A wisp of lingering fragrance remains, yearning for the graceful beauty beyond my reach. When does longing strike? When lamps half dim, when a moon shines faintly bright. As he finished reading, Su Pongda shivered all over. This poem is so mushy, but it's really well written. Fifth brother said this was a birthday gift for Miss Zhu. Since they're far apart, and this poem is all about longing, it must have been meant for her. He probably forgot to give it to me. Su Pongda carefully folded the poem and placed it into the envelope, planning to send it along with the shuttlecock. A month later, Xu Ming took part in the child scholar examination, Tongshi. Normally, such exams didn't attract much attention. However, this was the first examination after the recent reforms, so the number of participants was much higher than usual. Even more importantly, Xu Ming was taking part. Everyone was curious to see how a concubine's son, no longer bound by restrictions, would perform. Crowds gathered outside the examination courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of Xu Ming. They wanted to see the child prodigy who had composed the famous line, "The mortal world cannot keep them. Beauty fades from mirrors, flowers leave their trees." There he is, Xu Ming. Xu Ming, the young genius. Xu Ming, you're so handsome. Look this way, darling. After the exam, come visit your auntie's house. When Xu Ming stepped down from the Su family carriage on the day of the exam, people started calling out to him. Though they had never seen him before, they recognized the Su family's carriage, and there was only one young boy riding it. Xu Ming hadn't expected to be so popular. Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, he gave a polite bow. Even at his young age, his elegant demeanor and jade-like gentleness made many older sisters and aunties swoon. A month passed after the exam. One day, a man came to the Su residence, beating a drum and shouting, "Congratulations, master! Congratulations, master! The child scholar examination results are out, young Master Su." Throughout Wu City, the announcement boards were crowded with people, particularly women. Everyone looked up, and at the top of the list, there was one name. First place, Xu Ming, Su Mansion. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the Uni residence in Qi, a 10-year-old girl was carefully embroidering, stitch by stitch. Her fingers appeared a bit clumsy, but her expression was serious and focused. Miss, a maid came running into the courtyard. Miss, a letter has arrived for you, from Wu Kingdom. Miss, a letter has arrived for you, from Wu Kingdom. As Zhu Cici continued carefully stitching her embroidery, a maid walked into the courtyard. The moment Zhu Cici heard the letter was from Wu Kingdom, her eyes lit up with excitement. She put down the embroidery in her hands, her skirt swaying as her legs moved swiftly. She hurried over and exclaimed, "Quick, give it to me." Zhu Cici opened the package to find a letter and a small shuttlecock. The shuttlecock's snow-white goose feathers were clean and pristine, as pure as fresh snow. Opening the envelope, she pulled out 2 sheets of paper. She unfolded the first page and saw it was a letter from Xu Ming. In the letter, Xu Ming explained that he was about to join the military and wouldn't be able to receive birthday gifts anymore because mail wouldn't reach him while he was in the army. As for the small shuttlecock, Xu Ming mentioned it was handmade by him. Though it might be a bit rough, he hoped Xu Cece wouldn't mind. Xu Cece then unfolded the second sheet, which turned out to be a poem. In life, I knew nothing of longing. Only when I learned it did it torment me so. My body like a drifting cloud, my heart like floating dandelions, my breath faint as thread. A wisp of lingering fragrance remains, yearning for the graceful beauty beyond my reach. When his longings strike most deeply, when the lamps are half dim and the moon half bright. As she read, a blush crept across Xu Cece's cheeks. Her slender fingers gently tightened around the letter, and her long lashes fluttered lightly in the morning sun. The elegant dignity of a young lady, combined with the innocent shyness of a girl her age, radiated naturally from her. In life, I knew nothing of longing. Only when I learned it did it torment me so. My body like a drifting cloud, my heart like floating dandelions, my breath faint as thread. A wisp of lingering fragrance remains, yearning for the graceful beauty beyond my reach. What does longing strike most deeply? When the lamps are half dim and the moon half bright. The poem was simple yet profound, and Xu Cece instantly understood its meaning. I never thought, Xu Ming already misses me this much. Xu Cece murmured, her gaze unfocused. The more she read the poem, the more fondness she felt for it. Miss, what are you reading? Can I take a look? The maid, Xiao Qiao, blinked expectantly. No. Xu Cece turned around and carefully folded the poem and letter, storing them away with care. She then picked up the white-feathered shuttlecock, holding it in her palm and gently toying with it, her expression brimming with joy. Xu Ming had mentioned the shuttlecock was roughly made, but in Xu Cece's eyes, it was exquisitely crafted. Miss, you're so stingy, Xiao Qiao pouted. I was the one who risked getting scolded by the master and madam to deliver your package, and now you won't even let me see. Not happening. Xu Cece's eyes curved into crescents, her elegant demeanor mixed with a playful tone. I'm just not giving it to you, no matter what. Miss, please, Xiao Qiao, who was 7 years older than Xu Cece, pleaded relentlessly. Young master, Xu must have written you a poem. Let me see it. I really want to read it. The kingdom of Qi highly valued literature, and whenever a remarkable poem or piece of prose emerged, it would spread widely throughout the country. While Xu Ming was already well known in Wu Kingdom, what he didn't know was that in Qi, his line, "The mortal world cannot keep them. Beauty fades from mirrors, flowers leave their trees," had left countless women sighing with melancholy. Many in Qi were eagerly awaiting Xu Ming's next work, but he hadn't written anything new recently. Fine, you can have a look, Xu Cece said, her cheeks slightly red. She pushed the poem on the desk forward a little. Though Xu Cece was shy, Xiao Qiao had been with her since childhood. Xu Cece trusted her completely, so letting her read the poem didn't feel like a big deal. Not to mention, Xiao Qiao already knew about the correspondence between Xu Cece and Xu Ming. The only thing Xu Cece hadn't shared with her was the childhood marriage agreement. Besides, if anything came up in the future, Xiao Qiao would surely help her, just like she did this time by delivering the letter. Wonderful! Xiao Qiao gleefully stepped forward and unfolded the sheet of paper with the poem. As she read, her mouth formed a perfect O. By the time she finished, Xiao Qiao's face was also flushed red. This young Master Xu Ming is only 9 years old. How can he write something so mature? Xiao Qiao was astonished, questioning whether a 9-year-old boy could truly write such a poem. But after thinking for a moment, she realized that geniuses always matured early. Moreover, Xu Ming's 8-year-old work was already brimming with sophistication. In that sense, this poem In life, I knew nothing of longing. Only when I learned it did it torment me so, seemed perfectly in line with his nature. Compared to his previous masterpiece, beauty fades from mirrors, flowers leave their trees. This poem might be less refined in terms of literary sophistication, but its emotional depth was just as powerful. All right, stop reading now, Zhu finally said, feeling increasingly embarrassed as Xiao Xiao's captivated gaze lingered on the poem. But, miss, does this mean I'll get to read young Master Xu Ming's poems every year on your birthday? Xiao Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If Xu Ming's Butterfly Loves Flowers, the title that people later gave his earlier poem, had already won Xiao Xiao's admiration, this poem, Longing, had turned her into a full-fledged fangirl. What's more, she couldn't get enough of the story between Xu Ming and Zhu Cixi. A talented young boy and a beautiful young girl, meeting as children and falling for each other at first sight. What a perfect match. Now, separated by distance, they could only connect through letters and exchange gifts on their birthdays. Such a pure and heartfelt romance. Just imagining the scene of Xu Ming growing up to achieve fame and fortune, coming to Qi State with a grand procession to marry Zhu Cixi in a 10-mile red bridal carriage. Xiao Xiao was already melting at the thought. The only problem was Zhu Cixi's special status as someone born with literary talent, which made her a national treasure of Qi Kingdom. Would Qi Kingdom ever agree to let her marry into Wu Kingdom? What if Miss elopes with young Master Xu Ming someday? As Xiao Xiao's imagination ran wild, she had already started constructing a dramatic storyline straight out of a romance novel. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely help Miss elope. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, secretly vowing to stand by Zhu Cixi no matter what. Unfortunately, I won't be receiving any more poems in the future, Zhu Cixi said, shaking her head. Why not? Xiao Xiao looked as if her world was crumbling. Because Xu Ming said he's going to join the military, Zhu Cixi explained with a soft sigh. The Wu Kingdom military is known for its strict discipline and grueling training. Where would he find the time to write poems? I only hope he remains safe and sound. What about the gift you've been preparing for him? Xiao Xiao asked, glancing at the embroidery on the table. She knew all too well that Zhu Cixi had been practicing needlework lately just so she could make a fine piece of clothing for Xu Ming. I'll still prepare it, Zhu Cixi replied, her eyes curving into a smile. Every year, I'll make him a birthday gift. And when he comes to see me one day, I'll give them all to him. The news of Xu Ming claiming the top spot in the imperial examination spread like wildfire throughout the capital, compared to the previous time when Su Pongda achieved the same honor. This time, Xu Ming's accomplishment was truly unparalleled in significance. The number of participants in this year's Tongshi children's examination set a new record in Wu Kingdom's history. Many of the contenders were already renowned for their talents, but had previously been unable to participate in the imperial exams. For Xu Ming to emerge victorious under such circumstances was an extraordinary feat. Fearing potential criticism from the public, the officials overseeing the examination requested that Xu Ming's answer sheets be published. Emperor Wu readily agreed, ordering Xu Ming's work to appear in the weekly gazette. Furthermore, he rewarded Xu Ming with a prized golden Hao calligraphy set. The golden Hao calligraphy set had once belonged to the first scholar from Wu Kingdom to enter the prestigious Bailu, White Deer, Academy. While not a rare treasure in itself, its symbolic significance far outweighed its material value. It was clear to everyone that, despite never having met Xu Ming, Emperor Wu held him in exceptional favor. However, due to Xu Ming's status as the son of a concubine, prior rewards had been measured and restrained. Now that the stigma of his birth had been lifted, the emperor's reward of the golden Hao calligraphy set was seen as a way to make up for past limitations, leaving little room for dissent. To Xu Ming, the reward carried undertones of imperial favor and an attempt to win his loyalty, an entirely reasonable move. After all, Xu Ming was still young, unaffiliated with any faction, and likely, in the emperor's eyes, had yet to form a solid worldview. Befriending him now was a low-cost, high-reward strategy. A year later, Xu Ming turned 10. By this point, Xu Ming had spent 10 years in this world. Together with Su Pongda, he participated in the Xiangshi provincial examination. Xu Ming found it surreal to be taking part in the same kind of examination that had famously tormented characters like Fan Jin. Unlike Fan Jin, however, Xu Ming felt confident that he would succeed on his first attempt. During this time, Xu Ming had noticed one of the effects of his Howren Qi. Righteous Qi, it enabled him to write with divine inspiration, making it easier to absorb the wisdom of ancient texts and even develop the ability to infer and apply knowledge flexibly. Yet Xu Ming suspected the true potential of Howren Qi extended far beyond this and simply awaited further discovery. Still, many doubted Xu Ming's chances of becoming a Jiren, successful candidate of the provincial examination. Although his talent and child prodigy status were undeniable, countless other prodigies had faltered at this stage. The path to Jiren was littered with tales of lifelong failure. But when the results of the Xiangshi were posted, everyone stood frozen in disbelief before the announcement board. At the very top of the list was a name that shocked the entire capital. Top scholar Xu Ming, and directly below Xu Ming's name, another from the same household, Su Pongda, third son of the Su family. The Su household had claimed both the first and second places in the Xiangshi, leaving onlookers questioning their senses. How could the once decadent Su family, known for its indulgence and luxury, suddenly produce so many geniuses? Furthermore, Xu Ming had become the youngest Jiren in 250 years of Wu Kingdom history. As Xu Ming and Su Pongda were playing a leisurely game of Go in their courtyard, they were interrupted by Chunyan rushing in to inform them that an envoy from the palace had arrived with an imperial decree. Only then did they learn that they had passed the examination, and with the top 2 ranks, no less. This time, Emperor Wu's rewards for Xu Ming adhered to established protocols, carefully avoiding excessive favor. After all, while breaking tradition once might seem like magnanimity, doing so repeatedly could risk alienating others or be seen as a form of harmful flattery. That day, as Xu Ming celebrated his success, a string of words once again surfaced in his mind. You emerged victorious amidst thousands of competitors, achieving the title of Jiren. Howren Qi plus 5,000, literary Qi plus 2,000, affinity with the Qi of mountains and rivers plus 50. Achievement unlocked. Xu Ming becomes a Jiren. Achievement unlocked. Xu Ming becomes a Jiren. Effect. When you enter court as an official, the impact of the dynasty's fate on your lifespan will decrease by 50%. Staring at the words in his mind, Xu Ming felt a bit surprised. Back when he topped the Tongshi, there had been no such reward. Yet now, achieving the title of Jiren, provincial top scorer, had brought benefits. Then again, the difficulty of the two accomplishments was on entirely different levels. The excitement surrounding Xu Ming's achievement as Jiren continued to stir up fervor across the capital. Unlike Qi Kingdom, where examination schedules were more flexible, Wu Kingdom followed a strict timeline. The Tongshi was held annually, the Xiangshi every 3 years, and the Huishi metropolitan examination and Dianshi palace examination every 4 years. The year after the Xiangshi was when the Huishi and Dianshi took place, and everyone naturally assumed Xu Ming would participate. After all, Xu Ming had already claimed the title of Jin. If he were to compete in the upcoming Huishi and Dianshi and claim the top spots in both, he would achieve the legendary Triple Crown, Lian Zhong San Yuan. Such an accomplishment would make him only the 3rd scholar in Wu Kingdom's 300-year history to do so, and by far the youngest. But just as officials arrived at the Su residence to record Xu Ming and Su Pongda's profiles in preparation for next year's Huishi, startling news spread. Xu Ming had delayed his registration and would not be participating in the Huishi next year. The reason? Xu Ming was joining the military. The news exploded across the capital, leaving everyone doubting their ears. Xu Ming? Joining the military? A GUN, someone with the potential to achieve the Triple Crown. And he was going to enlist. Though Wu Kingdom was a martial state, This was utterly unprecedented. Lady Su, the matriarch of the family, and Su Zheng both tried persuading Xu Ming to reconsider and focus on the Huishur. They gently expressed, "If there's something troubling you, just tell us. We'll do everything in our power to resolve it. Yes, we may have been distant before, but that was then, and this is now. You are the pride of the Su family now, and we'll grant you anything you want." Even Emperor Wu sent eunuch Wei to the Su residence in secret to inquire if Xu Ming was facing any difficulties. "If there's anything bothering you," eunuch Wei urged, "just say the word. We'll help you sort it out. Could you at least get into Qinghua first?" A euphemism for the imperial court's top ranks. "No, better yet, could you at least pass the Jinshi final degree first? All of Wu Kingdom's literary history could hinge on you. You might well become our nation's literary icon in the years to come." Despite all this, Xu Ming politely but firmly refused. He expressed his unwavering commitment to joining the army and pursuing a dual path of martial and literary cultivation. Xu Ming provided a lofty and noble reason. Wu Kingdom was built on martial strength. Duke Xu devoted his life to the battlefield, and I wished to follow in his footsteps. He did, however, promise to participate in the next Huishur 5 years later. Eunuch Wei's expression was complicated as he left, unsure of what to say. In the end, he could only return to report to Emperor Wu. When Emperor Wu heard Eunuch Wei's report, he felt a mix of regret and admiration, but admiration ultimately won out. "The emperor truly likes Xu Ming," said Empress Xiao, who stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. "How can I not like him?" Emperor Wu said with satisfaction as he set down the report. "But this is good too. A man should have courage and ambition. Let him enter the Blood-Azura battalion." T/N. Blood-Azura sounds better than blood butchers, right? Empress Xiao froze for a moment. "Your Majesty, but what if something happens to Xu Ming?" The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "If he's joining the army, I must give him a stage worthy of his talents. I want him to excel. If, 5 years later, he emerges from the Blood-Azura battalion and passes the Jinshi." The emperor trailed off, rubbing his fingers thoughtfully, but his gaze lingered on the words Xu Ming in the report. "Then I'll have a reason to betroth the princess to him." Xu Ming received the decree. "The Holy Emperor commands, having learned that Xu Ming has temporarily withdrawn from the Huishur to enlist in the army, I am deeply gratified. This is how the men of Wu Kingdom should be. I approve of his decision. That is all." In the Su family's main hall, Eunuch Wei delivered the imperial edict in his signature sharp, high-pitched voice. Ming accepts the decree. Xu Ming straightened his back and respectfully accepted the decree. Those without official titles or ranks also rose from their kneeling positions. "Su Jin," Eunuch Wei said quietly as he handed over the decree, "His Majesty has instructed me to tell you that entering the Blood-Azura battalion isn't mandatory. If you wish to join another unit, that's entirely acceptable." Xu Ming smiled politely and nodded. "I appreciate His Majesty's concern, and thank you, Eunuch Wei, for relaying his words. I will carefully consider this matter. Well then, since the decree has been delivered, I shall return to make my report." Wei Sun's tone was neutral, leaving the decision entirely in Xu Ming's hands. "I'll see you off, Eunuch Wei." "Su Jiyuan, there's no need to trouble yourself. Such courtesy is unnecessary," Eunuch Wei replied. Despite his words, Xu Ming still escorted Wei Sun to the outer courtyard. After all, offending an influential eunuch close to the emperor was unwise. Even a few disparaging words at the wrong time could lead to endless headaches. As soon as Wei Sun left, the Su family elders erupted with concern. "Ming'er, you must not join the Blood-Azura battalion," the matriarch urged. Su Zheng quickly added, "That's right, my son. The Blood-Azura battalion may be one of Wu Kingdom's 3 elite ironclad armies, but it's not a place for just anyone. Countless recruits don't even make it to the battlefield. They die during training, and the battalion is all about life and death missions. If 5,000 new recruits enter each year, It's uncertain if even 2,000 will survive by the year's end. Su Shuya, now holding the title of Duke Su, nodded gravely. Ming'er, your future is limitless. There's no need to take such a risk. It was clear that the matriarch, Duke Su, and Xu Ming's father were all deeply opposed to the idea. Xu Ming, however, was no stranger to the Blood Azura Battalion's reputation. The battalion was the pinnacle of Wu Kingdom's military might, equivalent to the elite of all elite special forces. Its soldiers came from two sources. 1. Handpicked talents from other military units. 2. Homegrown recruits, trained from a young age to be native members of the battalion. For any unit to become a battle-hardened force feared even internationally, its training regimen was unimaginably harsh. Within the Blood Azura Battalion, recruits were regularly sent on missions designed to push them to the brink of death. If they survived, their strength and willpower would transcend limits. If they didn't, they simply died. The battalion cared little for individual lives, even if the deceased hailed from noble or royal bloodlines. Yet Xu Ming understood the true concern of the Su family elders. They weren't worried about his death. They were worried about the death of Su Jian, their shining beacon of hope. Grandmother, grandfather, father, Xu Ming said, bowing respectfully, His Majesty has entrusted me with this opportunity because he holds expectations for me. How could I possibly disappoint him? Moreover, the Blood Azura Battalion was co-founded by Duke Su and Duke Qin alongside the founding emperor. They build a legacy that will last for generations. As a descendant of Duke Su, how could I face the court if I don't even dare enter the very battalion our ancestors helped create? The elders opened their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. This Xu Ming, so young, and already wielding the weight of righteousness to silence others. Suya, talk some sense into him, Su Zheng said, turning to Chen Suya. Xu Ming raised his head and looked at his mother. Chen Suya pressed her lips tightly together, her expression filled with hesitation and worry. For a long moment, she said nothing. Finally, her lips parted, and she spoke softly but firmly. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, husband, I respect Ming'er's decision. Nightfall, Xiaoqing Courtyard. Chen Suya sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the vast night sky. Xu Ming, fresh from the kitchen after his evening bath, noticed his mother sitting on a stone bench in a daze. A pang of guilt rose in his heart. Mother, Xu Ming approached her. Chen Suya snapped out her thoughts. Looking at her son, she reached out and took his small hand into hers. Come, let Mother take a good look at you. The next time we meet, it will be 5 years from now. If Mother doesn't want me to go, then I won't, Xu Ming said earnestly. Silly child, Chen Suya said with a gentle smile, her hand stroking Xu Ming's cheek. You'll have to grow up eventually. A man's ambitions should stretch beyond the horizon. Do you think you can stay with Mother forever? Besides, our Wu Kingdom's men are meant to have courage and blood in their veins. But Ming'er, once you leave, you must take care of yourself. In the Blood Azura Battalion, you'll be all alone. You must think things through carefully and never act on impulse. Do you understand? Xu Ming nodded solemnly. I understand, Mother. Please take care of yourself, too. Don't worry about me. Lady Wang and Madame Qin have been looking after me well. And ever since you made such a stir in the capital, I've gained a certain level of respect. The entire household treats me with great courtesy now. As she spoke, Chen Suya's expression turned playful, a touch of pride flashing across her face. Xu Ming merely smiled. He knew his mother was putting on this act to ease his mind. But she wasn't entirely wrong. Lady Wang and Madame Qin's influence ensured she would be well protected. Tomorrow morning, you'll be leaving for the Blood Azura Battalion, won't you? Go get some rest. Mother will see you off in the morning, Chen Suya said, stroking Xu Ming's head. Xu Ming wanted to say more, but stopped when he saw his mother's reddened eyes, the tears she held back threatening to fall at any moment. Bowing deeply, he replied, Yes, Mother. As Xu Ming retreated to his room, Chen Suya watched his door close. Covering her mouth with her hands, she finally let the tears fall, streaming down her face as she whispered, How did my child grow up so fast? The next morning, two soldiers in blood-red iron armor rode up to the Xu residence on horseback. Xu Ming bid farewell to his mother and the others. Lady Wang, ever proud and aloof, said, "Don't make me have to collect your corpse. It's such a hassle." Xu Xiaopeng said nothing but hugged Xu Ming tightly, crying his heart out. To Xiaopeng, his fifth brother was his only true friend. The white goose patted Xu Ming on the shoulder with its wing, saying, "Don't worry about your mom. This goose has got her covered. Big sis will be waiting for you to return." The goose even thought about giving Xu Ming a delicate feather as a keepsake, but decided against it after realizing it had been balding recently. Bowing deeply, Xu Ming bid farewell to everyone and the goose, before following the two blood-Azure soldiers into the distance. It was unclear how long they traveled before Xu Ming was unceremoniously thrown off the horse by one of the blood-Azure soldiers. Without so much as a backward glance, they turned and rode away. Xu Ming picked himself up, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, and looked ahead. Before him stood a massive military encampment. At the entrance to the camp, an emaciated old man sat lazily. The old man glanced up at Xu Ming, his voice gruff. "Name? Purpose?" "Xu Ming, here to join the army." At the gate, a gaunt old man used his frayed brush to register Xu Ming's information. Moments later, a hawk swooped down from the sky, grabbing the piece of paper with Xu Ming's details and flying into the military camp. Not long after, the gates of the camp opened, and a burly man, as stout and solid as a bear, emerged. The man approached Xu Ming, looking him over from head to toe. Xu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The man's intense, turbulent blood aura and warrior's true energy instinctively made Xu Ming feel a pang of fear. "You're Xu Ming?" the man asked, his voice booming. "Yes," Xu Ming nodded. The man sized him up again. "Follow me." The man led Xu Ming into the camp as the gates slowly shut behind them. Is that all you've got? Hit harder. Do it again." Chen Wu, are you a woman or what? That's not how you swing a blade. My grandmother could swing better than you. How much weight is that? Add another 1,000 pounds of black iron. Now get running. Who the hell touched my horse last night? Step forward. My horse's legs are shaking so bad it can barely walk. As Xu Ming stepped into the military camp, he saw a vast open space. On this massive training ground were various swords, blades, and other equipment. By Xu Ming's estimate, roughly 1,000 people were training here. The thick smell of blood in the camp stirred Xu Ming's own blood, making it boil uncontrollably. The overpowering aura of warrior energy even made him feel short of breath, as if experiencing altitude sickness. After taking several deep breaths to adjust the flow of energy in his body, Xu Ming finally felt a bit more at ease. The man glanced at Xu Ming and began explaining. The Blood Azura battalions have a total of 100,000 soldiers spread across 10 camps on the outskirts of Wudu. Each camp houses 10,000 men. The camp you're in is directly across from Wudu's Azure Dragon Gate and is called the 1st Battalion. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and so on are not ranked by strength. They're simply numbered for convenience. Once you join the Blood Azura battalions, if you're under 20 years old, you can only return home once every 6 years unless you have special permission. After you turn 20, you're allowed to return once a year for up to 30 days to get married or visit your family. If you have children, you're allowed 2 trips home per year, each lasting 20 days. As he spoke, the man led Xu Ming to a small storage shed, pulled out a random package, and tossed it to him. "My name's Wang Meng. Starting today, you're under my command. I don't care if you're some sort of provincial top scholar or how much favor you've earned with His Majesty. Here in the Blood Azura battalions, you are a man, not a butt seller. If you want to fuck, you should fuck other people's butts. Inside that bundle are your clothes. Walk 1,000 meters ahead, and you'll find a tent marked 484. That's where you'll be staying. Training begins in half an hour." Without waiting for a response, Wang Meng strode off, not wasting another word on Xu Ming. Xu Ming picked up his package and headed in the direction Wang Meng had pointed. Arriving at the tent with a white cloth labeled 484, Xu Ming stepped inside. Inside the tent, 8 pairs of eyes turned to stare at him. These 8 youths looked to be around 13 to 15 years old, each with an impressively strong and concentrated aura of blood energy. As Xu Ming scanned the group, he noticed one face in particular that seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't this guy Xiong? Or could it just be someone who looked like him? After 4 years, Xu Ming couldn't quite recognize the person in front of him. He figured that even if the boy was Xiong, the other wouldn't recognize him either. After all, between the ages of 6 and 10, a person's appearance changes the most. Xu Ming noticed a neatly made bed and another piled high with clothes. He headed toward the clean bed. "Hey kid, that's not your bed. It's our leader's." A slick-haired boy approached, pointing his thumb at a cluttered bed nearby. "That one's yours." In this era, the boy's hairstyle was considered quite trendy. Xu Ming glanced at his designated bed and asked, "Are the things on that bed yours?" The slick-haired boy chuckled. "Yeah, they're ours." "Then kindly move them," Xu Ming replied calmly. "Move them?" The boy laughed again. "Kid, how about this? You wash our clothes, neatly organize our stuff, and not just for today. Our laundry will be your job from now on." "Got it." As he spoke, the boy reached out to grab Xu Ming's head. "Tisk," Xu Ming clicked his tongue. "Why does every place have these arrogant types begging to get slapped down? How is this military camp acting like a prison? Even elite troops have bullies?" Xu Ming grabbed the boy's wrist, twisted it, and with a loud crack, dislocated it. Then he yanked him forward and kicked him, sending him flying 3 meters away. Well, got some skills, huh?" The others stood up. "Come on, boys, let's give him a warm welcome." A bald boy tossed off his shirt, revealing a chiseled set of 8-pack abs, and launched a whip kick at Xu Ming's face. Xu Ming raised his arm to block, his stance unshaken. Grabbing the bald boy's ankle, he yanked it forward and followed through with a punch to the stomach, sending him flying. Unwilling to accept defeat, the bald boy got up and threw a punch at Xu Ming's face. Unflinching, Xu Ming countered with a punch of his own. "Ah!" The sound of bones breaking echoed as the bald boy screamed, clutching his hand. Before he could react further, the world spun, and he found himself face down on the ground. A sharp pain followed as Xu Ming's foot struck his stomach, dragging him 2 meters across the dirt. The bald boy curled up, groaning in agony. "How about you all come at me together?" Xu Ming said, glancing at the remaining boys. "Damn it, let's take him down." Aside from a boy sitting silently in the corner and the one who resembled Xiong, the rest charged at Xu Ming. 20 breaths later, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Xu Ming tossed his bundle onto the cluttered bed, then lay down on the cleanest one. "I've decided this bed is mine. Let your leader know." The slick-haired boy staggered to his feet, cradling his arm. With a grimace, he snapped it back into place with a loud crack. A 13-year-old boy in the corner seemed about to say something to Xu Ming, but was silenced by a glare from the slick-haired boy. "Fine, keep lying there. Let's see how long you last." The boy sneered before returning to his own bed. Xu Ming ignored the comment. He changed into the training uniform of the blood battalions, took off his shoes, and leaned back on the bed, closing his eyes to rest as he waited for training to begin in half an hour. As Xu Ming hovered between wakefulness and sleep, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. His eyes snapped open, and his hand shot out, gripping a pale, delicate fist that looked almost feminine. Smack! The pale, almost feminine fist aimed straight for Xu Ming's face, but he reached out and caught it mid-strike. Slowly moving the fist out of his line of sight, Xu Ming finally got a clear look at its owner. A delicate-looking boy. The boy wore the training uniform of the blood-As battalions. His frame was slender, and he looked about 13 years old. His eyes were striking, classic almond-shaped phoenix eyes. Phoenix eyes were nothing like narrow, squinting eyes. They were widely regarded as one of the most beautiful eye shapes, though rare. Characterized by long, fine eyelid creases, slightly curved inner corners, and gracefully upturned outer edges, their proportion of iris to sclera was perfectly balanced. The outer corners extended naturally, exuding an air of elegance and spirit. Compared to the innocent charm of almond eyes or the allure of peach blossom eyes, phoenix eyes carried a distinct sense of aloofness. For women, this eye shape lent a classical, ethereal beauty, captivating when soft, yet regal and intimidating when cold, like frost. For men, phoenix eyes suggested innate courage, righteousness, and a sharp wit. They could exude tender charm or inspire admiration from women with their natural charisma. But this boy, Xu Ming couldn't help but feel he looked more like a girl disguised as a boy, or perhaps a man with feminine features. Men with such features weren't uncommon. On Xu Ming's previous homeworld, Azure Ocean Star, such individuals often became strikingly beautiful when dressed as women. They were sometimes referred to in the past as pretty young masters or, more recently, as femboys. That said, Xu Ming wasn't particularly interested in such aesthetics. The boy, seemingly surprised by Xu Ming catching his punch, quickly smirked, a smile laced with an almost enchanting charm. Without missing a beat, the boy launched a sidekick at Xu Ming, who raised his arm to block. The sheer force of the kick, however, sent Xu Ming flying off the bed, his shoes scraping against the floor for a meter before he came to a stop. His radius and ulna throbbed faintly in pain. But it wasn't over. The boy closed the distance in an instant, throwing a straight punch at Xu Ming's chest. The sheer force of the strike seemed to tear through the air, driven by true martial energy. Xu Ming had no doubt that if this punch landed, his ribs would shatter. But he didn't dodge. Instead, he chose to meet it head-on. The clash of their fists sent a shockwave rippling through the room, forcing them both back. The boy's delicate brows furrowed. How could this kid's strength be so great? He actually blocked my punch. As his hand throbbed from the impact, Xu Ming stepped forward and launched a drum-pounding strike. Having just been met with Xu Ming's resilience, the boy refused to back down. Dodging would mean showing weakness. Their fists clashed again and again, each blow more forceful than the last. The boy quickly realized that Xu Ming's attacks were growing fiercer with each strike, and his strength was no joke. In a moment of hesitation, Xu Ming spotted an opening. He adjusted his position and aimed a punch at the boy's chest. Startled, the boy twisted sideways to evade, then hooked Xu Ming's arm over his shoulder. Stepping into a low stance with a bent back, he executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming Xu Ming in the ground and following up with a punch. Xu Ming, however, grabbed his arm and used his tremendous strength to pull the boy down with him. Taking advantage of the moment, Xu Ming flipped over and pinned the boy beneath him, raising his fist to strike. The boy didn't flinch. Instead, he countered with an uppercut, aiming to trade blow for blow. "What the hell are you two doing?" Just as their punches were about to land, Wang Meng's voice boomed through the tent. Both fists stopped an inch from their respective targets, the force of their strikes ruffling each other's hair. "You got some guts, kid. Just got here and already starting fights? Wu Yanhan, you're no better. Been in the Blood Azure battalions for half a year, and this is what you're doing? Bullying a newcomer? What kind of skill is that? Both of you get up. What's this? Got too much energy with nowhere to use it? Fine. Head to the armory, grab 500 pounds of black iron, strap it to your legs, and run 20 miles. No dinner until you're done. The rest of you, get out there and start training." Damn it all. Wang Meng didn't bother asking for an explanation. He just barked out curses before stomping off. The rest of the 484 tents scrambled to assemble for training. "Get up," Wu Yanhan said coldly to Xu Ming, his tone almost androgynous. Honestly, if it weren't for the Blood Azure battalion's strict regulations, no women allowed, with thorough background checks on every recruit, Xu Ming might have suspected that Wu Yanhan was a woman in disguise. Still lying on the ground, Xu Ming glanced at the feminine-looking Wu Yanhan, then stood up. Without sparing Xu Ming another look, Wu Yanhan dusted himself off and walked out of the tent. Not knowing where the armory was, Xu Ming naturally followed. You engage in a hard-fought battle with Wu Yanhan, ending in a draw. Gained, plus 10 strength, plus 10 vitality, plus 5 fist force, plus 5 fist technique insight. As Xu Ming followed Wu Yanhan toward the armory, this string of notifications flashed across his mind. After reaping such rich rewards from their fight, Xu Ming felt a strange urge to go another round with Wu Yanhan. On a more serious note, Wu Yanhan was the strongest peer Xu Ming had ever encountered. His fists, though small, white, and delicate, packed a surprising amount of power. Even when Xu Ming went all out, he struggled to gain any advantage. With others, Xu Ming had to hold back, fearing he might accidentally kill someone. But Wu Yanhan? He could take a punch. Meanwhile, walking ahead, Wu Yanhan's face was calm, but his clenched fists trembled faintly. This little brat, how can he be so strong? Wu Yanhan thought. I'm certain even Coach Wang can't outmatch me in raw strength. Yet this kid is matching me blow for blow. Arriving at a large wooden warehouse, Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan queued up and were each handed a pair of weighted ankle braces. Each brace contained 250 pounds of black iron. Xu Ming couldn't help but wonder if Wang Ming was insulting him by assigning him 250. Strapping on the weights, the pair headed to the training field. The field resembled a 400-meter track from Xu Ming's previous life, though slightly larger, with a full lap measuring about 500 meters. Roughly 1 Li 20 laps would do the trick. At first, Xu Ming ran faster, overtaking Wu Yanhan. Then Wu Yanhan passed Xu Ming, who, in turn, overtook him again. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat, and they pushed themselves harder with every lap. As their speed increased, so did their exhaustion. The black iron weights, strapped to their legs, felt heavier with every step. When lunchtime rolled around, the rest of the Blood-Azura battalions made their way to the mess halls. There were 10 mess halls in the 1st Battalion camp, each capable of seating 700 soldiers. Inside one of them, Wang Ming sat at a table, wolfing down a feast of 3 hefty portions of meat, 1 side of vegetables, and a mountain of rice. Before long, a man sat down across from him. "How's it going?" the man asked as he ate. "And what else?" "They got into a fight." Wang Ming grumbled through a mouthful of rice. The man paused, then chuckled. "Well, you know what they say, no fight, no friendship. Let them spend more time together. Don't forget what the emperor tasked you with." Wang Ming bit into a chicken leg and grunted, Yeah, I know." Fortunately, it wasn't past mealtime yet. Although there wasn't much food left, it was still enough to fill their stomachs. That said, Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan almost got into another fight over a drumstick. Luckily, the cafeteria auntie intervened, her knife slicing the drumstick cleanly in half with surgical precision. This was the first time in both his lives that Xu Ming had seen such remarkable knife skills in a cafeteria worker. Clearly, this auntie wasn't someone to mess with. Judging by her demeanor, even when she ladled out portions, no one would dare complain. Lunch and the midday break combined lasted a total of half an hour. Since Xu Ming had started eating late, by the time he finished his meal, it was already time to resume training. The training regimen was divided into 3 main categories. 1. Physical fitness. As the name suggests, this involved endurance runs, weightlifting, sprint drills, pulling out tree stumps, and more. Every participant's performance was recorded on a special Azura token, and instructors would use the data to tailor the training. They'd enhance your strengths and address your weaknesses. 2. Body conditioning, also known as skin toughening and bone refining. This reportedly involved sparring with magical beasts or instructors. The idea was that the more hits you took, the tougher and more resilient you'd become. 3. Martial techniques. All soldiers of the Blood-Azura had to practice the Azura fist. This style was characterized by wide, open moves with a ferocious momentum, making it effective when coordinated in military formations, producing a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Additionally, you could choose another martial art to study. The camp's martial arts pavilion offered an open selection of styles collected from across the land by the Wu Kingdom, all of high caliber. Xu Ming, however, decided not to bother with that. He was already satisfied with the Wang family's heaven-opening fist. Practicing it alongside the Azura fist would suffice for him. Speaking of the camp, it was massive. If Wu City could be described as a grand metropolis, then its 10 military camps were like 10 small towns. Even so, the combined size of these camps was equivalent to half the area of Tang Dynasty era Luoyang. The camps were complete with mountains and rivers, essentially a section of land near Wu City designated for troop garrison, collectively known as the military. This made Xu Ming realize just how colossal Wu City must be. Even surrounded by 10 such camps, its transportation routes weren't obstructed in the slightest. This setup undoubtedly gave Wu City a sense of absolute security. Xu Ming thought to himself that if he weren't in such good physical condition, this training would have already wrecked him. During training, Xu Ming heard the instructor, Wang Ming, calling out names. That's when he confirmed that the man resembling Xiong was indeed Xiong. Xu Ming was genuinely surprised to see Xiong here. Likewise, Xiong was equally shocked to find Xu Ming in the Blood-Azura battalion. Although their relationship back at the Jixing Academy hadn't been great, seeing a familiar face still stirred a sense of camaraderie. The slick-back-haired guy was named Li Han, and the bald one was Yuan Hua. Xu Ming also learned the names of the others in the group. After Xu Ming had bested them all in a fight, they became much more agreeable. Despite being the youngest in their group, Xu Ming was addressed respectfully as Brother Xu again and again. Everyone, that is, except Wu Yinhan. There was another person who caught Xu Ming's attention, someone named Guang Yin. Back when Xu Ming had lain on Wu Yinhan's bed, Guang Yin had seemed like he wanted to warn him about something. However, a sharp glance from the slick-back-haired guy and the others had silenced him. Xu Ming guessed that Guang Yin had wanted to warn him about Wu Yinhan's reputation, which suggested that he wasn't a bad person. Still, Guang Yin came across as extremely introverted and timid. He didn't speak a word, ate alone, rested alone, and did everything alone. Xu Ming asked Xiong and the others if they'd ever bullied Guang Yin, but they all shook their heads, saying that his weak, chicken-like demeanor didn't even make him worth bullying. As for why they bullied Xu Ming, it was because they had heard that a newcomer would be joining the 484th camp, and they made a bet. The wager? Whether the newcomer would act like a coward, swallowing his pride, or fight back like a man when bullied. The loser would have to do the winner's laundry for a month. What they didn't expect was that everyone would end up brawling. Tempers flared, fists flew, and in the end, they lost. Now, Xu Ming wouldn't have to do laundry for the next 8 months. Since they lost the bet, each of them owed Xu Ming 1 month of laundry duty. Through Xiong and the others, Xu Ming asked about Wu Yinhan. Apparently, Wu Yinhan had joined the Blood-Azura a month earlier, making him the second to last to join the 484th camp. They were also curious about whether Wu Yinhan was male or female. After all, this guy looked even prettier than most women, with fair, tender skin. On top of that, he always went to the restroom alone, kept everyone at arm's length, and never bathed in the communal bathhouse. It seemed suspicious, like he was trying to hide a secret. Could he really be a woman? Still, they found it hard to believe. How could a woman possibly sneak into the Blood-Azura battalion? The Blood-Azura battalion was akin to the Emperor's personal guard, his sharpest blade, loyal only to him. It required absolute purity in one's family background. Anyone wishing to join the Blood-Azura battalion would have their ancestry traced back 18 generations. For a woman to infiltrate the Blood-Azura battalion would be nearly impossible. It'd be like slipping right under the Emperor's nose. So, most of them chalked it up to Wu Yinhan being a loner with a strange personality. After all, there were rumors that Wu Yinhan possessed the martial god physique. Though they didn't know exactly what the martial god physique was, it sounded like something for geniuses. And geniuses? Well, it wasn't unusual for them to act a little odd. By the time training ended and they had dinner, night had already fallen. After an exhausting day, Xu Ming realized he had gained far more attribute points than from his usual training. Back at the barracks, everyone grabbed their clothes and the special Blood-Azura soap and invited Xu Ming to join them for a bath. The soap, officially called Blood Martial Brick, wasn't ordinary. It could effectively relieve physical fatigue, promote the circulation of inner energy, and enhance physical strength. Because of its use, the Blood-Azura barracks never reeked of sweat or grime. Everyone made sure to bathe, as skipping it meant you'd be too sore to move the next day. Plus, Blood martial bricks were exclusive to the 3 elite armies of the Wu Kingdom, strictly prohibited from market circulation. It was a use-it-or-lose-it situation. "Wait a second," Xu Ming called out to them, glancing at Wu Yanhan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating. He walked over and said, "Do you want to join us? We all live under the same roof. No need to keep things so tense. How about coming for a bath?" The moment Xu Ming spoke, Xiong Haiji and the others gasped audibly. Boom! A deafening crash followed as Xu Ming was sent flying out of the barracks with a single kick. Damn it! What's wrong with men bathing together? Don't tell me you're really a woman. Xu Ming stood up, clutching his aching chest, cursing loudly outside the barracks. After a month in the Blood-As battalion, Xu Ming gradually adapted to its rigorous lifestyle. Day after day, it was nothing but training. Compared to the haphazard, self-directed practice Xu Ming used to do back at his courtyard, the Blood-As battalion's training methods were far more systematic, grounded in what could be called martial science. Instructor Wang Meng might look like a brute, cursing every other sentence and casually dropping expletives, but in truth, he was incredibly meticulous. As the instructor in charge of the 484th camp's 10 soldiers, Wang Meng knew each individual's physical condition and weaknesses like the back of his hand. Beyond group martial arts drills, Wang Meng designed personalized training plans for everyone, ensuring that by the end of each day, he squeezed out every last ounce of their strength. He pushed them past their limits over and over again. To be honest, this kind of training was pure torture, so grueling it felt worse than death at times. But every morning, when Xu Ming woke up, he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, bit by bit. In moments like that, it all seemed worth it. As for the food, at first, Xu Ming thought the Blood-As battalion ate ordinary meals. Later, he learned the truth. The rice they ate was all irrigated with spiritual spring water. The meat? It came exclusively from magical beasts. Specifically, a beast called the red-furred pig, which was raised in all 10 Blood-As battalion camps. Its flesh was particularly effective at replenishing a martial artist's vital energy while also being filling. Otherwise, considering the enormous appetites of martial artists, just think about how many regular pigs would need to be slaughtered or how much rice would need to be cooked daily. It wasn't just a matter of cost, but of time and logistics. In addition, Wang Meng would periodically assign specific medicinal herbs to each person based on their physical condition. Some were for internal consumption to regulate their energy, while others were for external application to strengthen their muscles. By now, Xu Ming had a clearer understanding of why the Blood-As battalion, unlike the other 2 elite armies of Wu Kingdom, the Dragon Leopard Cavalry and the Iron Tiger Army, always maintained a fixed number of fewer than 100,000 soldiers. It was simple. They couldn't afford to support more. These carefully nurtured 100,000 warriors were devastatingly powerful, but the cost of maintaining them was astronomical. Still, the Wu Kingdom wasn't reluctant to use the Blood-As battalion just because each soldier was precious. From what Xu Ming had learned, the Blood-As battalion had the highest mission execution rate among all forces. Missions were frequent, and if you died, so be it. Someone else would take your place. If you died, it simply meant you weren't qualified enough. In about a year, new recruits would face their first major evaluation. Xu Ming had heard that the first camp started with 1,000 recruits, but only 500 would remain after the assessment. The other 500? They'd either transfer to ordinary military units, return home to farm or do business, or take up work as bodyguards, whatever suited them. Today, I'm going to explain to you what it truly means to be a martial artist, Wang Meng announced. It was Xu Ming's 6th month in the Blood-As battalion. By this time, everyone's vital energy had reached the peak of the Mercury stage. Wang Meng began his lesson. The realms of martial artists, well, you've probably heard about them before. But let me repeat myself anyway. Martial artists have 10 realms in total. The 3 body refining stages: mud/clay embryo, wooden fetus, Mercury. The 3 chi refining stages: heroic soul, dominant spirit, martial will/courage. The 3 spirit refining stages: golden body, far-wandering mountain summit. And the 10th realm, the limit/pinnacle boundary. As Wang Ming lectured, Xu Ming and the others balanced 1,000-pound bars of black iron on their shoulders, holding a deep horse stance. Wang Ming paced around them leisurely, continuing. The 3 body refining stages correspond to the lower 5 realms of a Qi cultivator. For those so-called cultivators, if they haven't reached the cave mansion realm, they're not considered mountain people. At best, they're wandering Taoists, nothing more. The same goes for us martial artists. Noticing someone's stance slipping, Wang Ming delivered a sharp kick to their backside before carrying on. The 3 body refining stages are something anyone can reach. Wang Ming's voice boomed as he paced. In fact, the average constable in Wu Kingdom is at the wooden fetus stage, and their captains are typically at the Mercury stage. So don't think you're something special just because you've reached the Mercury stage at your young age. Let me tell you this. Anyone who gets into the busier battalion has reached the Mercury stage by the age of 15 at the latest. Wang Ming's tone grew sharper as he continued. The real test lies in the 3 Qi refining stages: heroic soul, dominant spirit, and martial will. Countless martial artists spend their whole lives struggling, only to fall short of entering the heroic soul stage. Only by reaching heroic soul can you be said to have truly stepped into the path of martial arts. Forge a heroic soul, and your soul becomes indestructible. Ordinary soul-based techniques will be useless against you. Achieve dominant spirit, and even demons, monsters, and ghosts will shrink back in fear. A single roar from you could scatter their very souls. Form a martial will, and with one step forward, the aura of your blood and Qi will become so overwhelming that even most cultivators will find their knees trembling before you. That's what it means to be a martial artist. At the Qi refining stages, each realm is the equivalent of 3 realms for an ordinary Qi cultivator. Wang Ming paused, seemingly searching for a way to explain it better. Let me give you an example. A typical heroic soul martial artist versus a typical cave mansion Qi cultivator. Most of the time, the heroic soul wins. If you face a Sea observation stage cultivator, it's roughly a 50-50 chance. But against a Dragon Gate stage cultivator at a distance of more than 10 meters, you're done for. However, if you can close that 10-meter gap, most Dragon Gate cultivators are in serious danger of dying. Of course, that applies to regular Dao cultivators. Sword cultivators? They're a different story. Even if you close the gap, they'll still be a pain to deal with. But at least they won't be as annoying as those spell-casting cultivators, always throwing techniques at you from a distance. Wang Ming spat on the ground and carried on. That said, all of this is relative. Fights depend on countless factors: timing, terrain, the number and quality of your opponent's treasures, the state of your weapon, and even your mental state at the time. Remember this: every realm, every title, is just a human-made label for different stages of cultivation. There's no such thing as one realm higher means invincible. It doesn't work that way. No matter how much weaker your opponent's realm is, don't underestimate them. They might still slit your throat with a single strike. And no matter how much higher your opponent's realm is, don't fear them. You might still crush their skull with one punch. We martial artists must have unwavering faith in our fists. Once you throw a punch, don't even think about retreating. Real power isn't in the realm. It's in surviving to the end. The last one standing is the true winner. Do you understand? We understand. The group responded weakly. You call that an answer? Did you eat lunch or not? I asked, do you understand? We understand. Good. That's the spirit. Any questions? Speak now, because I'm only teaching this foundational lesson once. Wang Ming barked. I have a question. Xiong Haiji shouted. Wang Ming kicked him in the rear. If you got a question, just spit it out. Quit acting like some delicate maiden. My father told me that being a martial artist is a dead-end path. Why is that? Xiong Haiji yelled. The group fell silent. This was the question on everyone's mind. After all, no one wanted to dedicate their life to something dismissed as a dead end. Why? Wang Ming let out a cold laugh. Because martial artists have short lifespans. That's why. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued. Use your pig brains for a second. People with spiritual roots go off to cultivate. Reaching the cave mansion stage gives them a lifespan of 500 years. For us martial artists, even at the pinnacle of the limit stage, we only get 500 years. Isn't that a dead end? If you want a long life, go be a cultivator. If you don't have spiritual roots, then shut up and train like a proper martial artist. So what if life is short? I've blasted the heads off countless Dragon Gate realm cultivators. They may have lifespans of 1,000 years, but what does it matter if they end up dead at my hands? Coach, how many warriors have reached the pinnacle boundary? Asked Li Han, the slick-haired man. Wang Ming replied, as far as we know, there are 20 warriors at the pinnacle boundary. 2 are from Wu Kingdom, 1 from each of the 10 major dynasties, and the rest. I can't quite remember where they're from, but that's the general number. Coach, I've heard there's a realm beyond the pinnacle boundary. Xu Ming asked. When Xu Ming posed the question, everyone glanced at him, and Wang Ming chuckled. You've got ambition, kid. Already thinking about realms above the pinnacle boundary. As he spoke, Wang Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a hint of yearning. The pinnacle boundary is divided into 3 levels: perfect body, flourishing qi, and divine fullness. Currently, only 5 people have reached the 3rd level, and one of them is from Wu Kingdom. Warriors call this realm the Headless Road because that's where it ends. But everyone who's reached the 3rd level of the pinnacle boundary has said they felt it wasn't the end. There's a path beyond, but no one has managed to walk it. It's like the lost realms of Qi cultivation. However, unlike Qi cultivation, where the lost realms truly existed in ancient times, no one has ever reached the realms beyond the pinnacle boundary. Some have named the final realm beyond the pinnacle boundary, the martial god realm. To become a martial god is to transform the body into a world of its own, standing equal to the great Tao itself. When Wang Ming finished speaking, Xu Ming and the others all turned their eyes toward Wu Yanhan. Wu Yanhan frowned. I know what you're all thinking. Wang Ming waved dismissively. You've probably heard about Wu Yanhan's martial god physique. Let me explain. Being born with a martial god physique doesn't guarantee you'll reach the martial god realm. The martial god physique simply means you have the highest potential to reach that realm. Wu Yanhan, don't think being a martial god physique makes you invincible in martial arts. To date, 121 martial god physiques have been recorded in history. The weakest reached the far wanderer realm, the 8th martial stage, and the strongest stopped at the 3rd level of the pinnacle boundary, divine fullness. Your physique gives you a head start, but others without a martial god physique can still reach your level or surpass you. Focus on steady progress and solid cultivation. That's what matters most. Listening to Wang Ming's words, Wu Yanhan shot a cold glance at Xu Ming, who had fought him to a draw, and said, I understand. Good, as long as you do. Wang Ming picked up a water bottle from the ground and took a sip. I've heard the rootless secret realm, which opens once every 500 years, will open again in 4 years. Qi cultivators below the Dragon Gate realm, as well as Dragon Gate cultivators, can participate. Martial artists of the Heroic Soul realm are also eligible. Our Blood Azura battalion gets 3 slots. Work hard and see if you have what it takes to enter the rootless secret realm. When the time comes, you'll meet geniuses from all over, and you'll understand the gap between yourselves and true geniuses. But that's not something you need to worry about yet. What you should focus on is the assessment in 6 months. Fail, and you're out of the Blood Azura battalion. You brats better train harder if you don't want to stay weak. Wang Ming smacked the ground with a branch. Tie the black iron weights from your shoulders to your feet. Run 10 miles for me. Whoever comes last, no lunch today. As soon as Wang Ming gave the order, Xu Ming and the others quickly tied the black iron weights to their feet and started running. These damn brats, Wang Ming muttered. Wang Ming smiled, his eyes sharpening as his gaze fixed on Xu Ming, Wu Yanhan, and another boy. Will the headless road of martial arts finally be paved by one of you 3? Tianxin sect, Wanhua Valley. Wang Xian passed through the narrow Tinao Line Pass and arrived at a sea of flowers. At the heart of the floral expanse sat a young girl in a sky-blue Tianxin sect robe, Her legs crossed as she floated mid-air. Between her brows, faint traces of runes representing the evolution of the world's great Tao appeared and disappeared, resembling delicate flower markings adorning her forehead. The girl, who had arrived here at the tender age of 6, had now grown considerably. Her long hair cascaded down her back, just reaching her slender waist. Gone was the childish innocence of a 6-year-old. At 10, her features were refined and exquisite, and her figure, like a sprouting willow tree, hinted at budding maturity. The Tao of heaven and earth gathered around her, blending her seamlessly into her surroundings. But the next moment, ripples of disturbance spread from the girl's body. The condensed Tao dissipated as quickly as it had formed. Witnessing this, Wang Xian shook his head and sighed softly before calling out in a gentle voice, "Qingwan." At the sound of her master's voice, Qingwan slowly opened her eyes. It was hard to believe that at just 10 years old, her peach blossom-shaped eyes already carried a charm that surpassed many grown women. What kind of beauty would she become as she continued to grow? Qingwan descended from the air, stepping gracefully toward Wang Xian. A soft breeze carried the scent of flowers, setting the sea of blooms swaying with her every step. "Master," the young girl greeted with a bow as she stood before Wang Xian. "Qingwan, your heart is unsettled again," Wang Xian said, gazing at his disciple. "What is troubling you?" "Master, the blood torus has opened for the 2nd time recently," the girl replied, her eyes curving into a smile. Wang Xian, of course, was aware of the agreement between his disciple and that boy named Xu Ming. "Qingwan, our lineage practices the supreme path of forgetting emotion. Harboring thoughts of him will hinder your cultivation. In 4 years, the rootless secret realm will open. There is something in it that the Tianxian sect needs you to retrieve. But at your current level, you are not yet ready." Qingwan blinked, her eyes shimmering. "But master, you've told me before that everyone has their own Tao. Qingwan must walk her own path." Wang Xian nodded. "That is true." Qingwan continued. "Then why does master want me to forget my own Tao?" Wang Xian looked into his disciple's eyes, confused. "What do you mean by that?" "Master wants me to follow the supreme path of forgetting emotion. But emotion itself is my brother Ming," the girl said with a radiant smile, a smile so dazzling that the sea of flowers seemed to bow their heads in submission. "And brother Ming is Qingwan's Tao." In the forest on a high mountain within the first military camp, streaks of sword energy slashed through the surrounding trees, leaving neat marks on their trunks. Every time a leaf floated down from the branches, it would be sliced cleanly in half before it touched the ground. You practice the Bingyan sword technique for 1 hour. Sword Chi plus 30, sword intent plus 15, Bingyan sword technique proficiency plus 12. Reading the string of text in his mind, Xu Ming exhaled deeply. Every evening after training, Xu Ming would climb this mountain to practice his swordsmanship alone. His fists were his primary method for growing stronger, but Xu Ming didn't want to neglect his swordsmanship either. He never intended to stay in the Azura battalion forever. After a few years, once he had learned everything the battalion could teach him and could only improve his martial arts on his own, Xu Ming planned to leave. He would then dedicate himself to studying the sword, perhaps by joining a sect or exploring other opportunities. As for why Xu Ming didn't join a sect to study swordsmanship first and then come to the Azura battalion to train in martial arts, the reason was simple. Anyone who had trained in other sects was barred from entering the Azura battalion. Although there were other respectable martial arts schools in the world, Wu Kingdom's Azura battalion was the most renowned in Xu Ming's eyes. Many martial artists regarded it as the holy land for martial cultivation, and countless warriors dreamed of joining it, only to find the path closed to them. With such a valuable resource at hand, Xu Ming wouldn't pass it up. Feeling it was getting late, Xu Ming put away his peachwood sword, took a quick bath in a nearby waterfall pool, and then used the sky ascension steps to fly down the mountain. "When I reach the cave mansion realm and can practice real flight techniques, I'll finally stop relying on this silly method," Xu Ming thought to himself. "This isn't flying, It's more like a hen flapping its wings a couple of times. The only advantage of the Sky Ascension steps was that it consumed spiritual energy rather than physical strength, so he didn't break a sweat. Once he reached the bottom of the mountain, Xu Ming switched to a brisk walk. When he passed by the training grounds, he noticed someone practicing punches against a wooden post. Curious, Xu Ming got closer and saw it was his dormitory roommate, Guangyin. In the 9 months since joining the camp, Xu Ming's first impression of Guangyin was that he was timid and introverted. This boy, 2 years older than Xu Ming, always spoke and acted cautiously, as if afraid of making a mistake. One day, a hapless tiger wandered down from the mountain into the camp and was mercilessly toyed with by the soldiers, much like a cat with its prey. Guangyin, terrified, hid the entire time. And yet, he was a martial artist at the peak of the Mercury realm. He could have easily taken down the tiger himself. The tiger incident wasn't even the worst of it. One night, a snake slithered into their tent. Guangyin screamed and bolted out in panic, startling Xu Ming and the others awake. That unlucky snake ended up as their late-night snack, roasted over the campfire. It tasted pretty good, actually. Even so, Guangyin spent the next month unable to sleep peacefully. Every time he saw a piece of rope, he thought it was a snake and freaked out. It was like a textbook case of mistaking a bowstring for a snake. To be honest, it wasn't just Xu Ming. Everyone in the camp was baffled. How could someone so timid join the army? Wu Kingdom didn't enforce conscription. All enlistment was voluntary. What's more, how had he managed to get into the Blood-Azura battalion? With such strict selection criteria, how had Guangyin passed? If Xu Ming and the others hadn't gone to the bathhouse together and seen that Guangyin did indeed have a bird, they might have suspected he was actually a woman. After all, even Wu Yanhan, who looked prettier than most women, seemed more manly than Guangyin. It's so late, and you're still practicing? Xu Ming walked over and greeted him. Xu Ming only found Guangyin's timidness a bit odd, but he didn't mock him for it. Guangyin was startled and let out a loud cry, shivering as he turned around. Realizing it was Xu Ming, he sighed in relief. "Why are you shouting so loud?" "You scared me," Xu Ming said helplessly. "I thought it was a ghost." Guangyin scratched his head awkwardly. Xu Ming chuckled. "A ghost? What kind of ghost would dare enter the Blood-Azura army camp with such intense blood energy around?" Hearing this, Guangyin felt even more embarrassed. Xu Ming glanced at the training stake beside Guangyin and changed the subject. "Are you practicing the Azura fist?" The training stakes in the camp were no ordinary wood. The stakes for practicing the Azura fist were made of bloodworm wood, which could absorb blood energy. The Azura fist, in turn, was extremely effective for enhancing blood energy. Practicing with these stakes not only unlocked one's potential, but also prevented an overflow of blood energy that could lead to deviation and loss of control. "Yeah." Guangyi nodded. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out to practice a little." Xu Ming raised an eyebrow. "I thought you usually sleep like a log." Guangyin stayed silent. Xu Ming shook his head. "It's better for you to go back and get some rest. We have training early tomorrow morning, and if you affect your performance, it'll be counterproductive. You go ahead, Brother Xu. I'll practice just a little longer and then head back," Guangyin said timidly, as if any hint of sternness from Xu Ming would immediately make him give up. Xu Ming looked at Guangyin thoughtfully. "Are you worried about the selection 3 months from now?" Guangyin froze for a moment, realizing his thoughts had been seen through, and then he nodded. "I'm not as strong as you and Brother Wu. You guys pick up everything the instructor teaches after just one try, and even Brotherly gets it quickly. I need to practice many, many times just to keep up. 3 months from now, half of us will be eliminated, so I just want to give it my best shot." Xu Ming sighed. "Guangyin, have you ever thought that maybe your personality isn't suited for being a soldier? Even if you pass the selection, you'll eventually have to carry out all kinds of missions involving life and death. What will you do then?" Xu Ming knew he might be saying something harsh, but he genuinely wanted Guangyin to think it through. Once he passed the selection, he would truly be living a life where his head was tied to his belt, always at risk. Hearing Xu Ming's words, Guangyin's expression and gaze grew hesitant. To be honest, Xu Ming could already see the seeds of retreat in him. After a long while, Guanyin looked up and smiled sheepishly. "Brother Xu, I know that, but I still want to try." Xu Ming looked at Guanyin, who simply scratched the back of his head awkwardly, his sincerity shining through. "All right, if that's your choice, I won't say any more." Xu Ming walked forward, facing the training stake. "Brother Xu?" Guanyin asked in confusion. "I noticed a couple of your Azura fist moves earlier. Your force distribution was off. Let me demonstrate for you." Xu Ming rolled up his sleeves. "Brother Xu, there's really no need to trouble yourself," Guanyin said, waving his hands. "It's fine. Watch closely." With that, Xu Ming began executing the moves of the Azura fist, his strikes landing on the stake one after another. Powerful bursts of blood energy flared out, only to be absorbed by the stake. Guanyin wanted to say something, but seeing how seriously Xu Ming was teaching him, he could only keep the gratitude in his heart and focus earnestly on observing. From then on, every night after Xu Ming finished his sword training, he would spend half an hour at the training grounds coaching Guanyin. Day by day, Guanyin improved noticeably. His progress was significant and far better than what he had initially believed himself capable of. For some unknown reason, whenever Xu Ming watched Guanyin throw his punches, he always felt a strange yet indescribable sensation. To repay Xu Ming, Guanyin would wash his clothes, pour tea, and serve him every day. Although these were small, insignificant tasks, Guanyin used his own way to repay the favor. Gradually, the others also learned about Xu Ming teaching Guanyin the Azura fist, but no one said anything. After all, they shared the same thoughts as Xu Ming. Even if Guanyin passed the assessment, what then? The missions of the Blood Azura Battalion were always life or death. With his timid personality, he would be far too easy to get killed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and the Blood Azura Battalion's newcomer assessment began. There were exactly 1,000 recruits, not one more, not one less. Half of them would be eliminated, possibly more, but certainly not fewer. Those eliminated would either return home or be transferred to other military units. If they performed exceptionally well later, they might be promoted back to the Blood Azura Battalion someday. That morning, at the break of dawn, the sound of Wang Meng's clang, 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 as he beat the gong startled everyone in Camp 484 out of bed. "You brats, today is the first assessment since you joined the Blood Azura Battalion. It might also be your last. The rules are simple. In a moment, there will be 10 assessors, each stationed in one of the 10 wooden huts. You'll draw lots to determine which hut you go to. Once you enter, you'll spar with the assessor, and they'll decide whether you pass or fail. That's it. Now draw your lots." Wang Ming brought out a bamboo tube. Xu Ming and the others each drew a bamboo stick from the tube. Xu Ming drew Hut 5. Wei Yanhan drew Hut 5 as well, while Xiong Haiji and Guanyin ended up with Hut 3. Li Han and the others were assigned to Hut 1 and Hut 2. Xu Ming stepped into Hut 5 and was surprised to find a female warrior waiting for him. The female warrior crooked her finger at Xu Ming. "Come on, kid. Let's see how well you little ones have been practicing." "Please instruct me, examiner," Xu Ming said, clasping his fists in salute. The moment Xu Ming straightened up, he lunged forward. The wooden floor beneath his feet shattered instantly, sending a powerful gust of wind rushing toward the female warrior. Her expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected this kid to be so fast. Xu Ming's fist barreled toward her face, but she raised her arm to block. The clash of her martial aura and the blood energy of Xu Ming's Azura fist rippled outward, scattering the force where they met. Just as she attempted to grab his right fist, Xu Ming's left leg whipped up in a high kick aimed at her waist. The female warrior hesitated but dodged, only for Xu Ming's right fist to surge toward her again with incredible force. This time, she didn't dodge. Instead, she chose to gauge his strength directly. Xu Ming's punch landed squarely on her ribs with a resounding clang. It sounded as if his fist had struck solid bronze. Without pausing, Xu Ming unleashed another punch, this time aimed at her head. The swift punch grazed the examiner's head before spinning slightly, as Xu Ming rotated mid-movement and struck with both palms simultaneously. She countered, nearly landing a blow that would have left a mark on Xu Ming's abdomen as he leapt into the air to evade. "Kid, you're interesting. Come at me again," the female warrior said with a smile, motioning for him to continue. "Then, examiner, be ready." Xu Ming sprang forward with a low, skimming dash, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a powerful strike. This was just his first punch. Then came another punch, and another. Although each strike was effortlessly blocked by the female warrior, who remained unshaken, Xu Ming's fists fell like a torrential downpour, relentless and fierce. The Wang family's drum-beating style of the heaven-opening fist? The female examiner's heart stirred with surprise, and then a smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. Let's see how many punches this kid can throw. The drum-beating style of the heaven-opening fist. Each strike grows louder and heavier than the last. By the final blow, either the opponent is dead or the user collapses from exhaustion. It's a move of no return. Boom! Xu Ming no longer knew how many punches he had thrown. With this punch, a faint golden hue radiated from his fist. It carried the full force of thunder and lightning, aimed at the examiner's chest, as if to shatter her insides. The female examiner initially intended to take the blow head-on, but at the last moment, she dodged. Even she was stunned by her own reaction. It was entirely instinctual. This punch had made her sense danger. Her movements became as light as the wind, dodging Xu Ming's strikes with the grace of a dragon swimming through water. Her fists fluttered like butterflies dancing among flowers, weaving through his attacks while searching for an opening. Pa! 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 Dense smacks rang out as Xu Ming's punches met air or grazed her skin, his speed so rapid it was dazzling to the eye. Xu Ming's fist transformed into a streak of cold light, striking straight for her throat. But the examiner's body shifted slightly, rippling like water, narrowly evading the fatal blow. "Be careful now," the female examiner sneered, her aura suddenly surging. Each of her punches now felt like a sledgehammer, thudding against Xu Ming's chest with dull, resounding force. In that instant, her fists cut through the air like sharp swords, bypassing all resistance and landing squarely on Xu Ming's abdomen. Thud! Xu Ming flew backward like a broken kite, landing hard on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As he struggled to his feet, the female examiner's foot lashed out again, slamming into his chest. Xu Ming was sent flying out through the door. A moment later, a wooden plaque tumbled onto his chest. On it, 2 words were clearly inscribed: "Passed." Back inside the wooden hut, the female examiner flexed her fists, only to realize she couldn't fully clench them. They were trembling slightly. "This prince consort really isn't simple," she muttered to herself. "You have passed the formal selection of the Blood-Azura Battalion, officially becoming a member of Blood-Azura Battalion and earning the achievement Blood-Azura. Battlefield Luck plus 50. You were thoroughly beaten up by Su Xia, gaining valuable combat experience. Blood Chi plus 30, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 7. Xu Ming dusted himself off, stood up with the pass, token in hand, and reflected on the trial he had just faced. It was the first time Xu Ming had encountered such a style of boxing. Until now, every form of boxing Xu Ming had seen was the type that was bold and direct. If one punch couldn't finish you off, the next would, beating you into oblivion. However, the opponent's boxing style was as elusive as a butterfly, graceful and unpredictable. Xu Ming planned to visit the boxing pavilion to find out more about this type of boxing. Although his opponent wasn't a member of the Blood-Azura Battalion, just an examiner hired from another army, all boxing techniques in the Wu Kingdom were stored in the Blood-Azura's boxing pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, Xu Ming should be able to find it there. Of course, Xu Ming wasn't planning to cultivate such a soft fist technique. It didn't suit his personality or align with his philosophy of breaking 10,000 methods with one punch. Besides, this boxing style was way too delicate. Xu Ming mainly wanted to study it for reference, hoping that it might inspire his own path in boxing. As Xu Ming spaced out for a few moments, the door to room 5 opened again, and another person was sent flying out. However, unlike Xu Ming, this person wasn't holding a pass token. Instead, a voice from the room bellowed, "Too weak. Go home and farm." The failed candidate sighed, stood up, and walked away in dejection. The gazes of those nearby were tinged with sympathy. "Next, Chun Xian," the female examiner in room 5 called out. "Next, Wang Wei. Next, Su Kan. Next, Huang Qian." One name after another was shouted, and one person after another was kicked out of the room. If someone passed, a token would be tossed out. If not, they'd endure the harsh tongue of the female examiner. For example, "You're so weak. How do you look more like a woman than me? So timid. Why are you even trying to be a warrior? Take off your pants. Let me see if you even have any balls. What's wrong with the blood-azure battalion? How could they let someone like you in?" Many who had already failed the trial and felt crushed found themselves further humiliated. A few burly men even burst into tears on the spot. Some might even have their martial will shattered permanently, resigning themselves to a life of farming. Over time, however, Xu Ming began to understand the reasoning behind this approach. Those who participated in the trial, even if they failed, were considered elite when placed in an ordinary army. If they couldn't withstand criticism and broke down emotionally, then they lacked the mental resilience to survive on a battlefield and would likely die sooner or later. If that was the case, it was better for them to go back to farming. If nothing else, they could become guards or private security, marry, have children, and live a peaceful and fulfilling life. Xu Ming glanced at Wu Yanhan, who stood not far away. His expression was extremely calm, devoid of the tension others displayed. But of course, if even Wu Yanhan couldn't pass, then nobody could. Xu Ming himself would probably be in trouble, too. Xu Ming didn't know when Wu Yanhan would go in, but he was certain that Wu Yanhan would pass. Finding nothing exciting about that, Xu Ming decided to check out the other rooms. The slick-haired Li Han had passed the trial, though his face was covered in bruises, a clear sign that he had taken quite a beating. The bald Yuan Hua also passed. Compared to Li Han, Yuan Hua looked a bit more relaxed, though he was limping slightly. Half an hour later, out of the 10 people from Tent 484, 3 had passed the trial, including Xu Ming, while 3 others had failed. The 3 failed roommates walked back with dejected expressions. Li Han and Yuan Hua wanted to go comfort them, but Xu Ming stopped them. At this moment, it was best to let people think quietly. If those who passed the trial went to comfort those who failed, it might only make them feel worse. Another half hour passed, and finally, Xiong Haiji and the others emerged from their respective trial rooms. Xiong Haiji was also sporting a bruised and swollen face, while Guang Yin, much like Yuan Hua, walked with a noticeable limp. However, judging from their smiling faces and the casual way they greeted Xu Ming, it was clear that they had all passed. Xu Ming hadn't expected Guang Yin to pass. When it came to Guang Yin's capabilities, no one knew them better than Xu Ming. Over the past month, Xu Ming had been training him personally. In Xu Ming's opinion, Guang Yin had made significant progress, but passing the trial still seemed like a long shot. What exactly did Guang Yin do in there? Did he sell his but to bribe the examiner? Where are Hu San and the others? A roommate named Lu Ren asked. They went back to the barracks, Li Han replied. Seeing Li Han's hesitant expression, Lu Ren and the others understood the real meaning of went back to the barracks. Who's left from our tent? Xiong Haiji asked. It should just be Wu Yanhan, Xu Ming replied. Do you guys want to go check? I'll pass for now. Haiji and I will take Guang Yin to the medical hall, Li Han said. Wu Yanhan will definitely pass anyway. All right, I'll go take a look. See you back at the barracks, Xu Ming nodded. After temporarily parting ways, Xu Ming walked toward room 5. Outside, only Wu Yanhan remained. Wu Yanhan stood there, straight as a willow tree. To be honest, Xu Ming thought Wu Yanhan increasingly resembled a girl. But his ever-growing strength made it impossible for anyone to seriously associate him with being feminine. When Wu Yanhan noticed Xu Ming's arrival, he merely glanced at him indifferently without saying a word. Bang! At that moment, Another person was sent flying out of room 5, crashing to the ground. "Get out of here! Don't waste my time!" The same sharp voice echoed from within. "Last one, Wu Yanhan." Wu Yanhan stepped forward and walked into the room. Clang! As soon as Wu Yanhan entered, a surge of warrior energy swept through the room, slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Wu Yanhan came to a halt and looked at the female examiner in front of him. "I didn't expect you to be the one my father sent." The female examiner, named Xu Xia, smirked. "Since it's you taking the trial, of course it couldn't be just anyone. But you'd better be careful. I won't hold back, you know. You'd better use your full strength." The moment those words fell, Wu Yanhan's figure vanished from where he stood. By the time Xu Xia reacted, Wu Yanhan's long leg, as fierce as an iron whip, was already swinging toward her temple. Xu Xia raised her arm to block, forcefully intercepting the strike. Her brows furrowed as a sharp pain shot through her arm. Xia clawed downward, grabbing both Wu Yanhan's pants leg and ankle. With her other hand, she transformed her palm into a blade, aiming a brutal strike at his knee. If that blow landed, Wu Yanhan's leg would undoubtedly be crippled on the spot. Wu Yanhan's brows knit slightly. His left leg shot upward, aiming a kick straight at Xu Xia's chest. Xu Xia shifted her palm into a fist, punching directly toward the sole of Wu Yanhan's foot. The impact forced Xu Xia back 3 steps, while Wu Yanhan twisted in midair, flipping smoothly to land on the ground. Wu Yanhan stepped forward, his fist cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh, aiming for Xu Xia's vital points. Xu Xia's figure flickered as she deftly evaded the heavy punch. She extended her right foot in a clever sweep, attempting to trip Wu Yanhan to the ground. Wu Yanhan had anticipated this. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, spinning mid-air in a half-circle before landing steadily. Following the momentum, he punched forward, his fist whistling through the air, aiming straight for Xu Xia's face. Xu Xia's expression remained unchanged as she quickly retreated, her hands transforming into blade-like strikes aimed at Wu Yanhan's waist. However, Wu Yanhan's Wufu energy had already formed a protective barrier around him. When Xu Xia's palm strike landed, it was as if she had struck solid iron, producing a heavy clang. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yanhan stepped forward with immense force, his right fist clenched and surging with a thunderous might aimed straight at Xu Xia. But Xu Xia subtly sidestepped, deftly avoiding the powerful punch. Xu Xia no longer chose to confront Wu Yanhan head-on. Instead, she relied on her nimble footwork to repeatedly evade his attacks, until at last, she struck forward with a punch targeting Wu Yanhan's chin. Wu Yanhan's gaze sharpened. He quickly retreated and lifted his right leg, sweeping towards Xu Xia's knee. Xu Xia remained calm. She bent her right leg, stabilizing her stance, and brought her hands together, projecting forward a solid qi barrier, an impenetrable golden wall of Vajra. Seeing this, Wu Yanhan flipped mid-air to evade her defense, and as his feet landed, his hands transformed into claws, lunging viciously for Xu Xia's back. Sensing the danger behind her, Xu Xia spun around abruptly. Her fists, like iron hammers, struck at Wu Yanhan's clawed hands. But Wu Yanhan swiftly retracted his hands, his figure flickering like a phantom as he floated back, narrowly dodging her strikes once more. Their movements were lightning fast, each attack and defense executed with precision and power. Their figures danced under the glaring noontime sun, weaving through the air like blurs of energy. Seizing an opening, Wu Yanhan clenched his left fist tightly and thrust forward. His blood qi and wufu, martial, energy coalesced into the form of a blood-red tiger. The blood tiger roared ferociously, charging forward to rip Xu Xia apart. "Impressive. You've already mastered the 7th style of a Shura fist," Xu Xia said, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Her wufu energy surged upward, coalescing into a towering 5-meter-tall version of herself. Heroic Soul Realm, Martial Soul. Xu Xia's martial soul raised a massive fist, shattering the blood tiger in a single strike. Hovering over Wu Yanhan, she looked down at him, and shook her head. You are truly a rare martial god physique. Yet is this all the strength you have? If so, when I report back to your father, I'm afraid he will be disappointed. It seems you're not even as promising as that kid, Xu Ming. Wu Yanhan's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening dangerously. Around him, his Wufu energy surged abruptly, creating a palpable pressure that filled the room. Su Xia blinked in surprise. He was angry now. But which remark? That his father would be disappointed? Or that he was inferior to Xu Ming? It didn't matter anymore. Wu Yanhan had already launched himself forward, his fist surging with Wufu energy. A faint silver armor, resembling dragon scales, formed over his arm. Su Xia met him head-on with her own punch. Clang! The impact sounded like two massive bronze bells colliding, their combined force dispersing into the wooden structure of the trial room, absorbed by the reinforced walls. Su Xia's martial soul, acting independently, lashed out with a kick toward Wu Yanhan. Wu Yanhan retaliated with an upward punch. A dragon's roar echoed through the room as his fist, infused with white dragon chi, collided with the martial soul's foot, fracturing it. But he wasn't done yet. Wu Yanhan leaped into the air, landing a devastating kick that shattered the martial soul's arm. Another kick obliterated its chest, and a final blow smashed its head into fragments. As Wu Yanhan descended, his heel plummeted straight towards Su Xia's head. That's more like it, Su Xia said with a grin, her hand forming a fist as Wufu energy gathered and condensed into a solid force around it. Boom! Outside room 5, Xu Ming heard a deafening explosion. The door to room 5 shattered once more, but this time no one was sent flying out. Everyone turned their eyes toward the doorway. A single figure emerged. However, the person who walked out wasn't Wu Yanhan, but Su Xia. With her hands clasped behind her back and a calm expression, she walked towards Xu Ming. He can't stand up anymore. Take him back to the camp. Pour this medicine into water and let him soak his ankle in time, or his leg might be crippled. As she spoke, Su Xia patted Xu Ming's shoulder and tossed a bottle of ointment into his hand before walking off without another word. Xu Ming entered room 5 and saw Wu Yanhan sitting on the ground, his teeth clenched tightly. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his left leg trembled uncontrollably. Are you okay? Xu Ming asked, seeing Wu Yanhan in such a miserable state for the first time. None of your business, Wu Yanhan shot back with a glare, stubborn as always. Xu Ming smiled. We've been eating, living, and training together for a year now. I'm only helping out because of that. You should be grateful. Huh? Wu Yanhan scoffed and turned his head away. Can you stand up? Xu Ming looked pointedly at his long leg. Give me a minute, and I'll be fine. Wu Yanhan insisted, still refusing to admit weakness. Do you want me to carry you back? No need. You sure? If not, I'll just leave. Xu Ming asked one last time. I said no. All right then. Xu Ming nodded and straightened up. Just as Wu Yanhan thought Xu Ming was about to leave, Xu Ming suddenly crouched down. What are you doing? Wu Yanhan exclaimed in alarm. Before he could react, Xu Ming's hands slipped under his armpits and, with a sudden lift, flung him into the air like a baby. As Wu Yanhan was about to hit the ground, Xu Ming, put me down. Let me down. Wu Yanhan, drained of energy from the trial, weakly pounded his fists against Xu Ming's back. He made sure to avoid letting his chest touch Xu Ming's back. All right, stop fussing. Are you a man or not? Xu Ming said, exasperated. Of course I'm a man. Wu Yanhan retorted firmly. Then stop acting like a little kid. That female examiner gave me this bottle of medicine and told me to soak your ankle, or your leg's done for. Xu Ming adjusted Wu Yanhan slightly higher on his back for a better grip. All right, let's go. Wu Yanhan pressed his hands against Xu Ming's shoulders, his lips tightly pursed, cheeks flushed a deep red, as if about to drip blood. After walking a while, Xu Ming suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Wu Yanhan asked. Xu Ming sniffed the air, then tilted his head to the side. Bro, you smell kinda nice. Wu Yanhan froze for a moment, then swung a weak punch at Xu Ming. Get lost. Xu Ming carried Wu Yanhan into the tent, fetched a bucket of water, poured the bottle of medicine into the bucket, and let him soak his feet. Looking at those tender, fair little feet, Xu Ming thought it was a real pity that Wu Yanhan didn't just become a little pretty boy. Before long, Li Han, Xiong Haiji, and the others returned to the tent. Out of the 484 tent members, a total of 7 had passed, while 3 had failed the assessment. With a 50% elimination rate, having 7 out of 10 people pass was still a pretty decent result. For the 3 who were eliminated, they had to decide that very day. Would they join another military unit, or would they leave the Wugwa army system entirely and return home farm? In the end, one person chose to leave the army, planning to go home and help with work or perhaps become a household guard. The other 2 opted to transfer to other units, hoping they could one day return to Azure Battalion. Xu Ming didn't say much about their choices. He could only wish them a bright future. Alcohol was forbidden in the camp. However, Li Han somehow managed to get hold of a jar of wine to send the 3 off. Once those 3 left, their beds were vacated, and the entire tent felt noticeably quieter. Including Xu Ming, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. No matter what, they had lived, eaten, and trained together for a year. Feelings had undeniably grown among them. Why the hell is it so dead in here? Wang Ming entered the tent, looking at the 7 silent men. Get the hell up. 7 grown men moping around like a bunch of women. What is this? They're still alive and walking. What are you going to do when your comrades actually die one day? Cry and wail like little babies? You should be grateful they've left Azure Battalion. Their chances of surviving are much better than you dumb bastards. Now get out and assemble. After being scolded, Xu Ming and the others felt that Wang Ming's words made some sense. They were sending people off now, but someday it might be others sending them off. Adjusting their moods, Xu Ming and the other 7 stepped outside the tent. Starting today, you are officially part of Azure Battalion. Outside the tent, Wang Ming's gaze swept over Xu Ming and the others. Azure Battalion isn't just about being a traditional military force fighting on a battlefield. You'll also carry out all kinds of missions to squeeze every last bit of value out of you worthless dogs. Starting tomorrow, you'll be split into 5-person squads. The team lists are out. Xu Ming, Wu Yanhan, Xiong Haiji, Guang Yin, and Li Han. You 5 are now a squad, and I will continue to oversee your training. Lu Run and Yuan Hua, you've been reassigned to Tent 25. Now pack your things and get over there to report. Yes, sir. Lu Run and Yuan Hua responded loudly. They went back to the tent to pack their belongings, said goodbye to Xu Ming and the others, and ran off toward Tent 25. The 5 of you dogs, welcome to Azure Battalion. Wang Ming looked at Xu Ming's group. I don't have many expectations for you lot. Just hurry up and reach the heroic soul stage. 3 years from now, there will be a selection in Azure Battalion for 3 people to enter the rootless secret realm. If anyone hasn't reached the heroic soul stage by then, I'll kick their asses so hard they won't sit straight for a week. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Instructor. Xu Ming and the others shouted in unison. Good. That's the spirit. Wang Ming nodded. Now, I will assign your group's first mission. According to a letter from the magistrate of Xinping County in Jiangnan Prefecture, there have been too many magical beasts near the villages surrounding Xinping County lately, and they've become extremely aggressive. Your task is to investigate the cause and eliminate these magical beasts. Li Han, you're 15, the oldest among them. This time, you'll be the team leader. You bastards, make sure you come back alive. Do you hear me? Xu Ming and the others. Yes, instructor. Brother, Mother said the government announced recently that there are many magical beasts, so we shouldn't wander too far, said a little girl with a ponytail, as she called out to her brother running ahead of her outside Pingan village in Xinping County, Jiangnan Prefecture of the Wu Kingdom. It's fine. The boy turned back and waved to his sister. The government always issues these warnings, don't they? It's just to scare people. But I heard that this time it's really serious, the little girl said, somewhat anxious. All right. Are you coming with me or not? If not, I'll go by myself. You can head back on your own, the boy said impatiently, finding his sister overly nagging. Just as she hesitated, her brother had already walked ahead. "Brother, wait for me. Wait for me. I'm scared to go back alone," she exclaimed. The little girl hugged herself, glanced around nervously, and hurried to catch up with her brother. The two siblings kept climbing the mountain as the sun tilted further westward. "I found it." 2/4 of an hour later, the boy led his sister to a patch of blue flowers. Seeing the beautiful field of flowers, the girl's eyes lit up. "Let's gather as many as we can. Mother loves tea made from these flowers. If we give this to her as a birthday gift, she'll be so happy," the boy said cheerfully. The little girl nodded. They filled their 2 bamboo baskets, and, as the sun neared the horizon, the boy led his sister back down mountain. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's growl echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. The boy noticed what looked like a small pit in the shrubbery next to the flower field. He quickly pushed aside the bushes and pulled his sister into the pit, smearing mud all over themselves. Magical beasts dashed past the boy and girl, seemingly responding to some call, racing madly forward. The girl clung tightly to her brother. When the beast stampede had passed, the girl lifted her head and looked at her brother. "Brother, that seems to be the direction of our village." "Don't say that. There are 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. These beasts just happened to head west," her brother replied, trying to reassure her. "It's getting late. Let's head back." "Okay." The boy pulled his sister out of the pit and headed toward the village. But as they walked, their expressions grew increasingly grim. On the way back, the path to the village had been flattened by the beasts. Trees were knocked over one after another. As they approached the village, the boy faintly saw firelight and heard the occasional roar of beasts. "Brother," the girl whispered, looking at him. "You stay here. I'll go check it out. Don't come over, no matter what. Do you hear me? Brother, Brother." Before the little girl could finish speaking, the boy dashed toward the direction of the village. The closer he got to the village, the clearer the roars of beasts became, accompanied by the thick stench of blood in the air. "Mother! Mother!" The boy ran faster and faster, his heart pounding. When he finally reached the village entrance, he froze in place, stunned by the scene before him. One grotesque, magical beast after another rampaged through the village, tearing apart and devouring the villagers. Severed limbs and corpses littered the ground like discarded trash, and the earth was stained red with blood. At that moment, a towering bear, 3 meters tall, turned around. Its paws were shaped like tiger claws, and 3 forked, scorpion-like tails swayed behind it. On the bear's back stood a man. The bear lumbered step by step toward the boy. Paralyzed by fear, the boy's legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to move. Standing before the boy, the man on the bear's back gazed down at him with lifeless, hollow eyes. "Cough, cough." The man coughed a few times, his expression filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." As the man's voice faded, the magical beast raised its massive paw and brought it down with a powerful strike. When the paw lifted again, the boy had already been reduced to a mangled pile of flesh. The man turned his gaze to the village engulfed in flames. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." At him. "I heard you didn't take part in the imperial examinations this year." Su Panda nodded. "That's right." Xu Ming frowned slightly. "Why not?" Su Panda scratched his head shyly. "I just feel like the exams wouldn't be complete without you. So, I told Mother I'll wait 4 more years. That way, we brothers can take the exams together and both make the honor roll." Xu Ming was momentarily stunned, but then nodded with a smile. "All right, 5th brother," Su Panda called out. Xu Ming responded, taking a sip of tea. "They say every mission for the Blood Azure Battalion is a matter of life and death. Is that true?" Su Panda asked anxiously. "It's not as exaggerated as that, but it is indeed very dangerous," Xu Ming explained. "Oh," Su Panda nodded, then took out a talisman from his pocket. "What's this?" Xu Ming asked curiously. Scratching his head awkwardly, Su Panda said, "This is a protective talisman I wore when I was a child. Mother said I had a severe illness back then, and a powerful cultivator drew this talisman to protect me. It doesn't really serve much purpose now, so I'm giving it to you, fifth brother. But you have to promise to return it to me when you come back." Looking at the clumsy, sincere Pangda, Xu Ming smiled. "All right, I'll definitely return it to you when I come back." In a secluded courtyard in the eastern part of Wudu, a man with slicked back hair pushed open the gate. The moment he stepped in, the dozen or so children in the courtyard all turned to look at him. In an instant, their eyes lit up with joy. "Brotherly, brotherly," the children rushed toward Li Han with excitement. "Ah, I'm back," the man said, setting down the bags he carried. "I bought roasted duck for you all, half a duck each." "Yay! Thank you, brotherly. Let's eat." The children each grabbed their portion and sat orderly at the wooden table in the courtyard, eating without any squabbling. "You're back." From one of the rooms emerged a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but her face was clean and gentle. Dressed in simple linen clothing with her hair tied in twin braids, she exuded an understated charm. "Sister Yi, I'm back." Li Han greeted her with a grin. Yi walked over and gestured with her hand. "You've grown taller than me now." "The food in the army is good," Li Han said with a silly smile. Then, hurriedly pulling a cloth from his pocket, he unfolded it to reveal a hairpin. "Sister Yi, this is for you." Yi stared at the golden hairpin in surprise. She didn't refuse it, but neither did she immediately accept it. "This must have been expensive." "Not too much," Li Han said as he opened her hand and placed the hairpin in her palm. "Please take it, Sister Yi. The army pays us well. I couldn't even spend it all." Yi glanced at him and then nodded. "All right, I'll take it. But aren't you supposed to only return every 4 or 5 years? This time I passed the test in the army, so I got a 1-day leave. I have to return tomorrow," Li Han said, lying without hesitation. Yi looked into his eyes for a moment before nodding. "All right, since it's rare for you to be back, I'll cook something good for you." "Great," Li Han said, wiping his mouth dramatically. "I've been craving your spicy chicken, Sister Yi." Yi chuckled. "I'll make it for you. You sit tight for now." "Okay." Li Han played with the children for a while, occasionally glancing at Yi as she busied herself in the kitchen. When no one was watching, he slipped in her room and quietly placed his entire year's salary under her pillow. After making sure everything was in place, he walked out, watching Yi bustling in the kitchen. Touching the coin tied around his neck with a red string, he grinned foolishly, his large hand clutching it tightly. Early the next morning, Xu Ming and his 4 companions gathered at the first military camp. Each carried a pack on their back as they began sprinting towards Jiangnan County. After all, even horseback travel wasn't faster than their running speed. As for the mixed-breed beasts used as mounts, those were reserved for experienced soldiers, not rookies like them. 3 days later. "Gentlemen, you've finally arrived. Lord Liu, you're too kind. This is no mere courtesy. We've truly been looking forward to your arrival. Please have a seat." At the magistrate's office in Xinping County, the 5 young warriors from the capital of Wu Kingdom were warmly received by the county magistrate. Among them, Xu Ming was the youngest at 11 years old, while the oldest, Li Han, was just 15. For such a youthful monster subjugation squad, the magistrate showed no surprise. After all, the busier battalion often assigned kids to missions like these. The people of Wu Kingdom had grown accustomed to it. "Lord Liu, could you please provide us with the details?" Li Han, as the team leader, asked with a polite smile. The magistrate stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Here's the situation. Spring has arrived, and it's the mating season for magical beasts, so their activities have become more frequent. Normally, we can manage. The beasts nearby are generally not too strong. But something unusual has happened. A thunderstorm bear has somehow advanced to become a 4th-tier magical beast, becoming the king of the local beasts. It's been leading others in widespread destruction. Several villages around Xinping County have been attacked, with near-total massacres. Over 1,000 people have perished. Our county is small, and our forces are limited. We have only 500 men, including constables and soldiers, with the strongest among them being a martial artist, second stage, peak level. So, we're hoping your team can slay this Beast King. Without it, the other beasts will likely disperse. Li Han nodded confidently, patting his chest. That won't be a problem. But Lord Liu, do you know where the Beast King is hiding? Yes, we do, the magistrate replied, nodding. The thunderstorm bear resides in Shunan Mountain. Tomorrow, I'll personally lead all our county troops to accompany you there. Xu Ming thought for a moment before speaking. Lord Liu, there's no need for that. Just provide us with a map of Shunan Mountain. A fourth-tier magical beast has some intelligence, and if too many people approach, it might detect us and retaliate. That would likely lead to more unnecessary casualties. It would be better for the 5 of us to slip in quietly and eliminate it. Li Han agreed with Xu Ming's reasoning. That makes sense. Very well then. I'll await your triumphant return. In the meantime, a feast has been prepared for your arrival. Let me treat you to a welcoming banquet. Lord Liu enthusiastically invited them to dine. After running nonstop for 3 days and nights, Xu Ming and his companions were famished. While Wu Yanhan ate delicately with small sips and bites, the other 4 devoured their meals with unrestrained vigor. Once they'd replenished their strength and enjoyed a good night's rest, the group set out with a map in hand, heading towards Shunan Mountain. I feel like something's off, Guang-yin remarked as they traveled. Oh, Li Han looked at him. What do you mean, Xiao-yin? Due to his timid nature, Guang-yin had earned the nickname Xiao-yin from Li Han. Guang-yin hesitated but voiced his doubts. By right, as a magistrate of the kingdom, Lord Liu is empowered by the dynasty's Qi luck and can wield dynasty arts. I've heard a magistrate in Ling County who used nothing but an official writ to subdue the local river god, a 4th-tier magical beast. Shouldn't Lord Liu be capable of handling this situation himself? Of course, this is just my thought. I could be wrong. I'm just sharing my concern. Xiao-yin, that's not something we should question, Xiong Haiji interjected, offering an explanation. Normally, a magistrate equipped with their official seal and the dynasty's arts should indeed be able to subdue a 4th-tier magical beast. However, the issue is, as far as I know, this Lord Liu only assumed office 2 months ago. For a new official to fully attune themselves to the seal, it takes 4 months. So, it makes sense that he sought our help, Xiong Haiji explained. Oh, I see. Guangyin quickly nodded. That makes sense. But, Xiong Haiji, you've overlooked something. Wu Yanhan, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke in a cold tone. You know, it takes 4 months for a new official to bond with the seal. But did you know that to address this gap, the court recently implemented a new policy? Whenever a new official is appointed, a martial artist of the heroic soul realm is sent to assist with security during this transitional period. However, the heroic soul realm martial artist assigned to Xinping County had his martial spirit damaged after learning that his wife had an affair. He took a half-month leave to recover. And wouldn't you know it, during that half-month, this incident in Xinping County happened. It just so happened that the Blood Azura battalion selection process ended recently, and new recruits needed trials. So, we were sent to handle it in his stead. Xu Ming furrowed his brows. Isn't this all a bit too coincidental? Maybe, but haven't you heard the saying, truth is stranger than fiction? Li Han draped an arm over Xu Ming's shoulder. All right, let's not overthink this. The only thing that matters is taking down that thunderstorm bear and completing the mission. Everything else is irrelevant. Xu Ming understood that Li Han was trying to keep morale high and prevent overthinking from affecting their performance. He said nothing more, but silently harbored his suspicions. Something about this monster subjugation mission didn't feel right. In the imperial palace of the Wu Kingdom, within the imperial study, Emperor Wu, as usual, was reviewing memorials to the throne. Eunuch Wei shuffled in on light steps, kneeling in a deep bow. Your Majesty. The emperor raised his gaze briefly, glanced at Wei Sun, then returned to his memorials. Rise. What news? Have Xu Ming and his team arrived in Jiangnan County? Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Sun replied respectfully. However, Your Majesty, there's something strange about Xinping County in Jiangnan. This mission assigned to Xu Ming and his team may not go smoothly. Strange. The Emperor looked up. This is a secret report from the Tingfeng Pavilion, Wei Sun said, stepping forward to present the document. The Emperor accepted it, reading through it carefully. As he read, his brows knitted tighter and tighter. Your Majesty, should we send General Mo to intervene? Wei Sun suggested. With General Mo's speed, he could reach Jiangnan in less than an hour. No need. The Emperor shook his head. A martial artist to the mountain summit realm cannot be dispatched lightly. What sect is closest to Jiangnan County? Wei Sun thought for a moment. The Wanjian sect. The Emperor smiled faintly. Su Xuanhua's life-bound flying sword has recently been sharpened. Is it time for her to test the sword? Wei Sun froze for a moment. Your Majesty, you mean? The Emperor set down the report. Send a flying sword transmission to the Wanjian sect. Sect Master Jiang would surely be delighted to send her disciples for this task. Roar! Boom! On the slopes of Mount Shunan, a magical beast with the head of a crocodile and the body of a dragon let out an unwilling roar. Before it could finish, a young boy punched it square on the head, slamming its entire skull into the ground. You have defeated the Crocodrodon. Strength +5, Vitality +7, Beast Intimidation +2. Xu Ming stood atop the beast's head, straightened his back, and let out a long breath. On the other sides, Li Han and Xiong Haiji had each taken down a beast as well. In comparison, Guang Yin was trembling uncontrollably behind a tree. Hey, Xiao Guang, can you tell me how you even made it through the selection process? Don't tell me you really sold your ass to the examiners, Li Han said, exasperated. Earlier, the group had been ambushed by 3 magical beasts. When one of the Crocodrogons lunged at Guang Yin, he had collapsed to the ground, frozen in fear, completely useless. It was only thanks to Xu Ming, who had thrown Guang Yin out of harm's way, that he managed to engage the Crocodrogon himself. I, Guang Yin stammered, his face flushed red with shame. Truthfully, Guang Yin wanted to help. But every time he faced these terrifying beasts, his body would refuse to obey him. Forget it. Let's keep moving. It's not like Guang Yin's cowardice is anything new, Xu Ming said, pulling out the map. After a glance, he added, we're not far from the Thunderstorm Bear's lair. Guang Yin, when the fighting starts, just find a safe spot to hide. Don't expect us to look after you, Xiong Haiji said with a hint of frustration. He couldn't help but feel resentful. Normally, Guang Yin's fearfulness was annoying but tolerable. But in situations like this, every missing combatant meant increased danger for the rest of them. To make matters worse, Guang Yin could easily become a liability. They couldn't leave him behind either. With the mountain crawling with magical beasts, he'd probably become monster chow before they returned. All right, let's move. Let's try to get back to Xinping County before nightfall, Xu Ming said, cutting Xiong Haiji off mid-rant. Complaining now isn't going to help. Let's focus on finishing the mission. Let's go, Wu Yanhan said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and striding toward the mountain. The rest of the group followed. As they climbed, they cautiously observed their surroundings. Wait! Suddenly, Li Han whispered and stretched out his arm to stop Xiong Haiji. What's wrong? Xiong Haiji asked, instantly alert. Step back, Li Han said seriously. Xiong Haiji took a step back. Then, with a gleeful expression that could rival a pervert's, Li Han crouched down and picked up a single coin from beneath Xiong Haiji's foot. He wiped it on his clothes and slipped it into his pouch. Xiong Haiji was speechless and slapped Li Han on the back of his head. You scared the crap out of me over a single coin. Li Han didn't get angry. He just chuckled cheerfully. It's a coin, man. May greed be the death of you, Xiong Haiji muttered with a sigh. What kind of teammates were these? One was cowardly beyond belief. The other was obsessed with money. Xiong Haiji just couldn't understand it. The Blood Azura battalion earned 5 times the salary of any other military unit in the Wu Kingdom. Their living expenses, training, and resources were all covered by the army. Did Li Han really need the money that badly? Li Han was notoriously stingy, so much so that he'd split a single copper coin into 5 pieces if he could. Back when they arrived at Xinping County, this guy even refused to order beef with his beef noodles, opting for just the noodles instead. Xiong Haiji could never understand why he saved so much money. Everyone focus. We're almost there, Xu Ming reminded them. Hearing his words, Xiong Haiji and Li Han quickly set aside their idle thoughts. By noon, the 5 of them had arrived at the peach grove marked on the map. If all went as expected, there would be a cave about 500 meters ahead. That's where the thunderstorm bear lived. As they drew closer, the smell of bear dung wafting in on the breeze grew stronger. Magical beasts would often defecate around their territory as a warning to potential intruders. When they reached the clearing in front of the cave, they could hear the heavy snores of the thunderstorm bear coming from within. Xu Ming smeared some of the bear dung on himself. The others understood his intentions and followed suit, rubbing the dung onto themselves. Once done, they all turned to Wu Yanhan, who stood still, clearly reluctant. Wu Yanhan's brows twitched. His disgust was plain to see. "Brother Wu, don't be squeamish. Come on, we're all men here. We'll just wash up somewhere afterward." Even Xiao Yin, who's the most delicate among us, has already smeared it on, Li Han said. "You're implying I'm worse than even a delicate guy like him?" Wu Yanhan's brows furrowed. No, I didn't mean that." Li Han quickly took 2 steps back, fearing a punch might come his way. "Oomph." Wu Yanhan snorted coldly. Though clearly unwilling, he still smeared the dung on himself. "Let's go," Xu Ming said. "Guanyin, stay by the cave entrance. Don't come inside. If the bear wakes up, we can't protect you." Oh, all right." Though Guanyin wanted to help, he knew he'd only be a liability inside. The 4 of them entered the cave. As they went deeper, the sound of the thunderstorm bear's snores grew louder. The cave was littered with the remains of animals and magical beasts, as well as numerous human skulls. Finally, they reached the inner chamber, where a massive bear lay sleeping. Roughly 5 meters tall, it sprawled across the ground. The group exchanged glances, nodded, and took a deep breath. Then, with a leap, they each used all their strength to strike at the bear's head. Even though it was a Tier 4 magical beast, they were confident they could kill it with one blow. Cough, cough. "Young friends, this is quite improper." Just as they were about to land their attack, a voice rang out from beneath the bear. To their shock, a man was hidden in the thunderstorm bear's fur. At the Thousand Caves peak of the Wanjian sect, the sect master, Jiang Luiyu, walked through a curtain of water into a secluded cave. At the very bottom of the cave sat a young girl, motionless on a cold stone. In front of her hovered her life-bound flying sword, Qing Ming, its edge already sharpened. "Xu, Jiang Luiyu called softly. The girl on the stone slowly opened her eyes. "Master, go to Xinping County," Jiang Luiyu said. "Xinping County?" "Mm." Jiang Luiyu nodded. "It's time for you to test your sword." Su Xianhua tilted her head slightly. "Who should I test it on?" Jiang Luiyu walked forward and gently ruffled Su Xianhua's hair. "Once you're there, kill whomever you wish." Xu Ming and the others could never have imagined that there would be a man standing beside a thunderstorm bear. What was the relationship between this man and the bear? Just as the man's words fell, the thunderstorm bear opened its eyes. Roar! Seeing Xu Ming's group of 4, the bear raised its massive paw and swiped at them, as if swatting flies. The 4 flipped mid-air, narrowly avoiding the thunderstorm bear's attack. "Something's wrong, retreat." As soon as their feet hit the ground, they sprinted out of the cave. In such a cramped environment, their movements were restricted. Out in the open, they'd have a better chance of victory. Outside the cave, Guang Yin shivered as he heard the bear's roar from within. His face turned pale. Moments later, he saw Xu Ming and the others rushing out of the cave. Roar! The thunderstorm bear charged out after them, standing upright and letting out a deafening roar. Behind it, the man stepped out, calm and composed. Cough, cough. The man chuckled softly, looking at the group of 5 with a smile. "Since you're here, you might as well stay." He patted the thunderstorm bear's heel. "Go!" Roar! The bear dropped to all 4s and charged straight at the 5 of them. Xu Ming stepped forward, his fist radiating an intense aura as his energy condensed around it. Heaven-cleaving fist, second style, shake the mountain. Boom! Xu Ming's small fist collided with the bear's massive paw, a stark contrast in size. Yet, the force of the impact sent the thunderstorm bear stumbling back 3 meters. Xu Ming didn't come out unscathed, though. He was forced back 5 meters, his right fist trembling uncontrollably. The man's expression shifted to one of surprise as he stared at Xu Ming. How could this guy have such immense strength? It wasn't just the man who was shocked. Even Wu Yanhan and the others were astonished. Xu Ming's strength seemed abnormal. Was he really just at the Mercury stage? Retreat. Xu Ming realized that the 5 of them taking down this magical beast was already a long shot. Missions like these were typical of Blood-Azure Battalion, always pushing them to their limits. But now, with an additional cultivator whose level was unknown, the wisest choice was to withdraw and report back to Wudu. The magical beast attacks on Xinping County didn't add up. Something was wrong. Xu Ming led the retreat, with the others following closely behind. But there was no way the man would let them leave so easily. Having been pushed back by such a small opponent, the thunderstorm bear felt humiliated and charged forward in pursuit. The man clasped his hands together, chanting an incantation, and 5 ice serpents emerged, snapping at the group. Xu Ming punched one to pieces and kicked another away, saving Guanyin. Boom! The thunderstorm bear leapt into the air and landed directly in front of them, cutting off their escape. Guanyin, trembling and falling to the ground in fear, could only sit there helplessly. The other 4, however, surged forward. Their martial energy transformed into a blood-red aura that coiled around their arms. Every punch they landed on the thunderstorm bear elicited a pained roar from the beast. The bear's scorpion-like tail lashed out at Xu Ming. He jumped and delivered a flying kick to its jaw, causing the bear to spit out a mouthful of froth, one of its teeth knocked loose. Wu Yanhan followed up, swinging her long leg in a whip-like motion that struck the bear's ankle, sending it crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Then Xiong Haiji and Li Han moved in from either side, their fists imbued with energy that formed blood-red tigers, which lunged and bit at the bear. Roar! The thunderstorm bear let out a deafening roar, releasing arcs of lightning that spread outward from its body. The crimson tigers formed from true energy were instantly dispersed, and Xu Ming and the others had no time to evade. They could only gather their martial energy in front of them to block the lightning head-on. Li Han, Xiong Haiji, and Guanyin were sent flying 5 meters back. Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan, however, braced themselves and pushed forward through the storm of lightning. The 2 leaped into the air, Xu Ming attacking from the left and Wu Yanhan from the right, both landing powerful kicks to the thunderstorm bear's face. The bear's head buzzed from the impact, and its eyes spun as if seeing stars. Xu Ming spun in the air and landed on the thunderstorm bear's shoulder, unleashing a devastating punch imbued with the shake the mountain technique. Boom! The bear was slammed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Wu Yanhan joined Xu Ming, and the 2 began raining punches on the bear's head with relentless fury. Such formidable martial artists, the man murmured, coughing a few times. The martial artists of Wu Kingdom truly aren't simple. Cough, cough. With a wave of his hand, he sent a barrage of ice spikes shooting towards Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan. The 2 turned simultaneously, each throwing a punch that shattered the incoming ice spikes into pieces. Don't be afraid, Wu Yanhan said to Xu Ming. He's just a cultivator at the observing sea realm. Although Xu Ming didn't know how Wu Yanhan could tell, a cultivator at the observing sea realm wasn't enough to faze him. I'll take him down. You hold the bear off, Wu Yanhan said. Without waiting for a response, she charged forward. For a martial artist at the Mercury level, the advantage lay in close combat. If she could close the 10-meter gap between her and the cultivator, his defeat would be inevitable. The man clearly understood this as well. Chanting rapidly, he cast spell after spell at Wu Yanhan. She pressed on, enduring the onslaught with her martial energy. Meanwhile, Xu Ming was keeping the enraged thunderstorm bear at bay, dodging its furious swipes while keeping an eye on Wu Yinhan's progress. 15 meters. 14 meters. 11 meters. 10 meters. Wu Yinhan, stop! Xu Ming suddenly shouted. Just as Wu Yinhan reached the 10-meter mark, her fist poised to strike and obliterate the man's head. Hundreds of razor-sharp ice threads materialized in front of her. The threads shimmered like deadly blades, so fine yet so lethal that even the slightest touch could slice her to pieces. Wu Yinhan immediately pulled back her strike and planted her heel into the ground, halting just in time. But as she paused, even for a moment, the man pulled out a sword hilt and pointed it at her chest. "You're both incredibly talented," he said with a smile, "but I'm afraid this is the end." The sword hilt glowed with a blinding white light, and a blade of ice extended from it, shooting straight for Wu Yinhan's heart. The ice sword grew larger and larger in Wu Yinhan's eyes. She could feel death approaching. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, she felt herself jerked to the side and was thrown away. Stunned, Wu Yinhan turned her head and saw Xu Ming had appeared out of nowhere, tackling her to the ground. Wu Yinhan's heart sank as she noticed the spreading wetness on her clothes. It was blood. Xu Ming's shoulder had been pierced clean through, leaving a gaping wound. Roar! The thunderstorm bear, enraged beyond reason, charged toward the two of them, determined to crush these pesky insects. Xiong Haiji and Li Han struggled to their feet, trying desperately to block the bear, but they were swatted away like flies. Both slammed into nearby trees and slumped to the ground, their fates uncertain. "What do I do? What do I do?" Guang-yin, who had been trembling on the ground and largely ignored, muttered to himself as tears welled up in his eyes. His legs shook uncontrollably as his gaze darted between his fallen comrades and the approaching bear. "Move!" he screamed at himself internally. "They're going to die. Move already. Father, mother, what is a magical beast?" Amidst the forest, a young boy raised his head and looked at his parents. The boy's parents both carried bows and arrows on their backs, gripping spears in their hands. Their clothes, made from animal pelts, marked them as hunters. A magical beast is just a magical beast, his mother said with a smile. "Then what's the difference between magical beasts and ordinary animals?" the boy asked, puzzled. Guangyin's father reached out and ruffled his son's hair. "Ordinary animals, like rabbits, foxes, lions, tigers, or wolves, have a chance to gain spiritual awareness if they encounter the right opportunity. Once they do, they can cultivate and eventually become demons. When animals gain spiritual awareness, and especially after becoming demons, their intelligence becomes comparable to ours. Some can even further cultivate and take on human form. That's called shape-shifting. But magical beasts are different. Magical beasts have existed since ancient times and are far stronger than ordinary animals. However, magical beasts cannot cultivate or shape-shift, and their intelligence is very limited. Almost all magical beasts are born with a fixed limit to their potential. Even if they train and grow stronger, they can never surpass that limit. "Oh," Guangyi nodded, half understanding. "In short, if we encounter a magical beast, we must." Before his father could finish, his expression stiffened, and he instinctively shielded his son. Guangyin's mother also stepped in from the other side, protecting him. Both parents slung their spears onto their backs and drew their bows, ready to fire. From the bushes emerged several wolf-like creatures, their bodies covered in armor-like scales resembling a pangolin's. "Earth-armored wolves? How are they here?" the mother asked her husband. "I don't know." The man's forehead was slick with sweat, his expression tense. "Run. Father, mother." Guangyin stared at them in shock. "Run." The man gave his son a push, just as the earth-armored wolves lunged forward. Guangyin swallowed hard and turned to flee. Suddenly, one of the wolves sprang out from nowhere, aiming to pounce on him. But his father tackled the wolf, pinning it to the ground and punching it furiously. Another wolf sank its fangs into the man's shoulder, followed swiftly by a third. The man cried out in pain. "Run! Go!" he shouted to his son. The next moment, a wolf tore into the man's throat. The thunderstorm bear drew closer and closer to Xu Ming and Wu Yinhan. Facing the massive beast, Guangyin's eyes trembled, and his legs refused to stop shaking. Move! You need to move! Guang-yin shouted at himself, but his legs wouldn't obey. If you don't move now, they'll die. Are you going to just watch again, like before? Guang-yin pounded his thighs in frustration. Panic surged within him, but his legs remained rooted to the spot. The thunderstorm bear stood before Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan. Panting heavily, the enormous creature glared at the two humans who had caused it so much trouble. A savage smile played on its beastly face. Roar! The thunderstorm bear let out a deafening roar, as if proclaiming its victory and reaffirming its dominance over the forest. The thunderstorm bear opened its jaws wide, ready to bite down on Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan. Just as the bear was about to strike, its saliva already splattering onto Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan's faces, its head suddenly jerked to the side. The next moment, the massive creature was sent flying backward. Wu Yanhan stared in shock at the boy now standing in front of her and Xu Ming. Did she just imagine it? Did Guang-yin really kick that bear away? Not far away, the man watching furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that the timid boy, who had been trembling moments ago, could unleash such explosive power. Roar! The thunderstorm bear got back on its feet and charged at Guang-yin. Ah! Swallowing his fear, Guang-yin let out a loud cry and dashed forward. Despite the trembling in his legs, his speed increased as he ran. Guang-yin kicked aside the bear's paw as it swiped at him, then landed a punch square on its chest. The thunderstorm bear was knocked back a meter, and a small fist-shaped dent appeared on its chest. The chi and blood from the Azura fist technique swirled around Guang-yin, forming an almost armor-like barrier. Every swipe of the thunderstorm bear's claws was intercepted by the aura emanating from Guang-yin's body. Seizing every opportunity, Guang-yin struck back with precise punches, his eyes darting constantly to spot the bear's weaknesses. Gradually, Guang-yin's eyes turned blood red, his chi and blood surging uncontrollably. It was as though he had completely succumbed to the technique's power. Go help Guang-yin. If you can get me close, I can end this bear with a single punch. At some point, Xu Ming had regained consciousness and was now speaking from where he lay on Wu Yanhan. Wu Yanhan looked deeply into Xu Ming's eyes. To be honest, she didn't believe Xu Ming could kill the thunderstorm bear with just one punch. But still, she nodded. Out of strength, Guang-yin muttered, swallowing hard as he dodged another swipe from the bear. He kicked the bear's knee, forcing it to kneel, then followed up with another punch. Although it looked like Guang-yin had the upper hand, the power behind his punches was visibly waning. Guang-yin was using the third form of the Azura fist, Blood Fury. This technique, inspired by the natural talents of demon kind, allowed him to temporarily enhance his strength by fully channeling his chi and blood. However, the effect was short-lived and the power would diminish over time. Afterward, the user would be left severely weakened. Xu Ming noted that Blood Fury was very similar to his own skill, Blood Frenzy. The difference was that while Blood Frenzy had a shorter duration, it delivered more power and it did not weaken over time. The thunderstorm bear, noticing Guang-yin's sluggish movements, found an opening and swung its paw toward him. Seeing the bear's claws coming, Guang-yin knew he should dodge, but with Blood Fury nearing its limit, his body couldn't respond in time. Looks like I've done all I can, Guang-yin thought, preparing to throw one last punch before accepting his fate. But just as the bear's claws were about to strike him, Wu Yanhan's heel smashed into its wrist, forcing its paw to collapse to the ground. Go for its eyes, Wu Yanhan shouted. Understanding her intent, Guang-yin leaped into the air with the last of his strength, aiming straight for the bear's eyes. Roar! The thunderstorm bear howled in pain, its head jerking back as both fists struck it hard, leaving it dazed. As the bear prepared to retaliate, its beastly instincts caught a whiff of death in the air. In its fading vision, Xu Ming's figure appeared reflected in its pupils. Xu Ming's small figure appeared in the thunderstorm bear's line of sight. Xu Ming's entire body was shrouded in a blood-red aura, his eyes scarlet and fierce. One could even see the raging flow of blood beneath his skin, churning violently. Wu Yanhan stared at Xu Ming in astonishment. Is this the blood fury technique of the Azura fist? No, this wasn't blood fury. The blood energy generated by blood fury couldn't possibly reach such an extent. If blood fury was a technique to push someone beyond their limits, then what Xu Ming had done was forcing himself to the edge, teetering on the brink of self-destruction, as though his body could explode at any moment. Boom! Xu Ming's fist slammed into the thunderstorm bear's brow. The bear's mouth opened, the angry roar that was about to erupt caught in its throat. Its raised paw hung in the air, only a meter away from Xu Ming. But all of the bear's movements froze, as if time itself had stopped. In an instant, at the point of Xu Ming's fist, the thunderstorm bear's head exploded into a bloody mist that blasted backward. Guanyin looked on in utter disbelief. What kind of punch was that? A mere Mercury martial artist had just killed a thunderstorm bear, a beast famed for its unparalleled physical toughness. With precious little time left, Xu Ming took another step backward with the Sky Ascension step and launched a punch at the man standing nearby. To be honest, Xu Ming couldn't figure out this man at all. If the man wanted to kill him, he could have easily joined forces with the thunderstorm bear earlier, especially when it had already pinned him down. But instead, the man seemed more interested in watching the show. Yet, if the man didn't want him dead, why were all his strikes precise, ruthless, and utterly lethal? Not once had he held back. This man was a contradiction from head to toe. But no matter the reason, as long as this man remained alive, Xu Ming and his exhausted comrades wouldn't leave here alive. Incredible. Given enough time, you could become terrifyingly powerful. The Wu Kingdom truly produces unparalleled talents. What a pity. Looking at Xu Ming, the man let out a regretful sigh. Then, he took out an iron pellet. The iron pellet began to unfold, expanding rapidly until it formed an iron wall. Clang! Xu Ming's punch landed squarely on the wall, creating a massive dent but failing to break through. On the other side, Xiong, who had been thrown against a tree, regained consciousness. He glanced at the headless thunderstorm bear, then at Xu Ming and the fallen Guanyin, utterly confused about what had happened. The man waved his hand, and a coffin flew out of his storage pouch. Not good. Run. Xu Ming's heart sank. He yanked his fist out of the iron wall and turned to flee. The effects of his blood energy frenzy wore off, and Xu Ming's legs gave out. He collapsed forward, but Wu Yanhan caught him in time, hoisting him on her back as she dashed down the mountain. Xiong, though unsure of what was going on, quickly grabbed the nearby, barely breathing Li Han, and also scooped up the fallen Guanyin before following them. The coffin's lid creaked open, revealing a corpse inside. The man bit his finger, letting the blood drip onto the corpse's forehead. The corpse's eyes snapped open. Go! The man pointed toward the fleeing Xu Ming and his group. The corpse exhaled a cold breath of energy and leaped forward, covering over 10 meters in a single bound. It moved swiftly, chasing after them like the wind. A hopping zombie. Wu Yanhan frowned. Split up. Xiong nodded and ran off in a different direction. Zombies are categorized into 5 levels: white zombie, black zombie, hopping zombie, flying zombie, and Draugr. Hopping zombies have copper skin and iron bones. The more powerful they become, the tougher their bodies, to the point where they're impervious to blades and bullets. They are agile, leaping as if they are flying, able to scale walls and trees with ease. They are also unaffected by sunlight or fire. If the group were at full strength, the 5 of them might still have a chance at taking down this hopping zombie. But now, with some of them utterly exhausted and others gravely injured, they were no match for it. The hopping zombie glanced left, then right, seemingly unsure which way to pursue. It turned back to look at the man, tilting its head in confusion. The man smiled. Go after those 3. Receiving the order, the hopping zombie leaped off in the direction Xiong had taken, while the man personally pursued Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan. Xinping County. A young girl walked along the street, drawing the attention of every passerby. The girl was strikingly beautiful, clearly destined to grow into a stunning woman. However, Her entire demeanor radiated an icy aloofness, warning others to keep their distance. She was dressed in a white sword robe with a long sword strapped to her back, so long, in fact, that it seemed almost the same height as her. The onlookers were curious about her, but none dared to approach. Even ordinary people knew that there were three types of people one must never provoke: monks, Taoists, and children. The girl stopped in front of the county office, looked up at the gate, and walked straight in. "Little girl, this is the county office. You can't just enter," one of the guards said, stepping forward to block her path. "Wanjian's sect," the girl replied, raising a jade token. Seeing the emblem of the Wanjian sect, the guards froze for a moment before hurriedly bowing. "I didn't expect a sword immortal from the Wanjian sect to visit. Please, sword immortal, come inside. I'll notify the county magistrate immediately," one guard said, leading the girl to the main hall, while the other went to inform the magistrate. Demon-suppressing city of Wu Kingdom. A man sat on the city lord's throne, crafted entirely from skulls. Clad in dark iron blue armor, the man was burly and broad-shouldered, towering at a height of nearly 15 feet, like a small giant. A scar ran across his face, giving him an intimidating appearance. Grabbing a wine jar, he gulped it down in one go, the sound of glug 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 filling the room. Wiping his mouth, the man turned his gaze to an imperial decree lying on the table. The more he read, the more troubled he seemed, scratching his head with his calloused hand, a look of confusion written all over his face. His puzzled expression was a stark contrast to his fearsome appearance and massive frame. In front of the man stood a young girl. She was about 4 feet tall, appearing no older than 8 or 9. Her small, pointed face was exquisitely delicate, as if crafted with the utmost care by the heavens. But she was not like ordinary children. Her skin was unnaturally pale, not the creamy whiteness of snow, but the kind of translucence found in the thinnest layer of white marble, dusted with a fragile coating of snow and sealed in frost. It seemed as if even a slight touch could pierce her unervingly delicate, paper-thin complexion. Beyond her skin, her hair and even her eyelashes were stark white. She wore a simple outfit stitched from plain white cloth. It resembled a cross between a Chong Sam and a long robe, with slits at the thighs. Her bare, snow-white feet rested lightly on the ground. The only color on her body came from her crimson eyes, shining like flawless rubies. "What does it say?" the man asked, lowering his head. "Chenan, you idiot. You've been studying for so long. How many words can you even read?" The girl, named Chun Swayer, lifted her tiny foot and gave the man's iron boot a light kick. Emperor, battle, charge, kill." Chunan pointed at the decree, listing the words he could recognize. All right, stop reading. You're hopeless." Chun Swayer cut him off. "Oh." The massive man lowered his head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Chun Swayer glanced at the decree. The old emperor's house got pissed on by a dog. That dog came from the southern realms, Wanxiang Demon Kingdom. The emperor feels humiliated, so he's ordering us to mobilize and teach them a lesson. Teach them a lesson? Chun Nan froze for a moment. Then his massive eyes lit up with excitement. "War." Chun Swayer folded the decree and sighed. "Yes, war. That's great. I love war." Just as Chun Nan was about to leap to his feet in excitement, he caught sight of the little girl's crimson eyes staring up at him. Chun Nan immediately deflated, lowering his head in submission. War. All you know is war. People die in wars. Don't you know that?" Clearly, Chun Swayer wasn't about to let him off the hook. She raised her small foot and kicked him repeatedly. The giant man clasped his hands together and hung his head, not daring to utter a single word. "That old emperor only knows how to drag us into trouble." Chun Swayer spat a tiny, glistening drop of saliva. "Get out of here. Those 2 women from the Wanjian sect should have arrived by now. Just great, a few quiet days ruined." "Oh." Chun Nan extended a massive hand in front of Chun Swayer. She leaped gracefully onto his enormous palm. Chun Nan carefully placed her on his shoulder, stood up, and began walking toward the city lord's residence gates. At nearly 15 feet tall, his enormous physique combined with the clanking of his iron armor, made each of his steps echo thunderously, as if the ground itself trembled beneath him. On the towering walls of demon-suppressing city, Chun Swayer sat on Chun Nan's massive shoulder, one leg crossed over the other, yawning in boredom. Below the city, the ground was littered with the mangled corpses of demons and humans. The crimson soil was soaked in blood, and clusters of manjasaka flowers bloomed from the remains. Right on time, huh, Chun Swayer remarked. About half an hour later, she yawned again, her gaze shifting toward two streaks of sword light piercing the clouds. Flicking the necklace around her neck, the barrier of demon-suppressing city opened, allowing the sword light to land atop the city wall. Master Jiang, it's been a while, Chun Swayer greeted with a smile. Her gaze then shifted to the young girl beside Jiang Luoyu. This must be the renowned Xu Ming.I've, the one who surpassed 5 realms in a single leap to reach Cave Mansion Realm, right? Xu Ming.I've stared at the little girl perched on the giant's shoulder. The girl appeared shorter and younger than Xu Ming.I've, but her demeanor was sharp and cunning, giving off a sense of maturity that belied her age. Likewise, Miss Swayer, Jiang Luoyu replied with a slight nod. I'll have to trouble demon-suppressing city with forging my disciple's sword. No trouble at all, Chun Swayer said, raising one delicate, white finger. But since it's for a disciple of the Wanjian sect, the price will be a bit steeper this time. 1 jade purity realm demon core. Jiang Luoyu nodded. Agreed. Then it's settled. You two can rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Wanxiang Demon Kingdom for a little harvest, Chun Swayer said with a grin. Jiang Luoyu's expression darkened. Since when did demon-suppressing city start picking fights with the southern demon kingdom unprovoked? Chun Swayer shrugged. It's not like we want to. Those beasts from the south haven't caused any trouble for 2 months now. Look down there. The corpses are already blooming with manjasaka, red spider lily. But recently, the emperor lost face. A demon from the southern kingdom, a dog, sneaked into the Wu capital to assassinate that child prodigy scholar from Qi Kingdom. The attempt failed, but the dog escaped. The emperor was humiliated and wants to regain his dignity. Naturally, we at Demon Suppressing City have to clean up the mess. Oh, by the way, Chun Swayer added, her crimson eyes glinting as she turned to Su Xuan. Speaking of the Qi scholar prodigy, the one who saved her is someone from Su Kingdom, a boy named Xu Ming. You know him, right, little girl? Su Ming.I've bristled slightly at being called little girl, but her attention was caught at the mention of Xu Ming. Xu Ming saved someone from the Qi Kingdom? Yup, Chun Swayer nodded. Apparently, he was escorting a girl named Zhu Cece around Wu capital when they were ambushed. Was he hurt? Su Ming.I've's heartbeat quickened. He was injured, but nothing serious. He fainted from exhaustion afterward. Chun Swayer replied with a casual shrug. Su Ming.I've's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. All right, you two rest well. We're leaving at dawn tomorrow, Chun Swayer said, patting Chun Nan's head. The giant man turned and carried her down. Though Wu Yanhan had trained in martial arts for years, her body did not bear the bulk of a man's musculature. Instead, her frame was graceful and lithe, her abdomen flat and lined with subtle abs. Her chest wasn't entirely flat either. There were the beginnings of 2 gentle curves. As Wu Yanhan bathed comfortably, however, Xu Ming, lying on the shore, slowly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he froze. What's this? A wild, beautiful girl in the water. Wait, why does this girl look so much like Wu Yanhan? Hold on. This is Wu Yanhan. So, you really are a girl? And, your figure's not bad, a little on the smaller side, sure, but not too flat. And she's not even of age yet. When she grows up, she'll probably... Before Xu Ming could finish his thoughts, Wu Yanhan's head turned in his direction. Xu Ming immediately shut his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Wu Yanhan glanced at him, confirmed he was still unconscious, and continued washing herself. Xu Ming dared not open his eyes again. If Wu Yanhan realized he had seen her completely naked, there was a good chance he'd end up dead, if not by the thunderstorm bear earlier, then by her hands now. But I'm only 11. I don't even know anything about this stuff yet. Surely she wouldn't harm a little kid, right? As Xu Ming's thoughts spiraled, the sound of water splashing reached his ears. Wu Yanhan climbed ashore, dressed herself in the freshly dried clothes, and walked over to Xu Ming. She changed him into his now-dried clothes as well. Not long after, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake," Wu Yanhan said, glancing at him. "Yeah," Xu Ming nodded, pretending he had just woken up. But as his eyes fell on the grilled fish skewered over the fire, his expression twisted into a slight frown. It wasn't that he was being weird, but these fish had just been swimming in Wu Yanhan's bathwater. If he ate the fish, wouldn't that be like drinking her bathwater? Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan ate grilled fish bite by bite. Both seemed somewhat silent. It wasn't because Xu Ming had seen Wu Yanhan's body and was worried she'd notice. Nor was it because Wu Yanhan suspected Xu Ming might have seen something he shouldn't have. Rather, they were both concerned about Xiong Haiji and the others. Could Xiong Haiji, leading two others, really escape the pursuit of that Jiangshi? As Xu Ming regained his composure, another string of text appeared in his mind. "You have slain a tier for magical beast, the thunderstorm bear. Vitality plus 100, blood energy plus 100, intimidation plus 5. Blood rage, basic, has evolved. You have acquired blood rage, intermediate. Blood rage, intermediate allows you to exceed your physical limits for 1 minute, with the side effect of falling into a coma for a day and a night. You have gained a new skill, Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist, passive skill. When punching, there is a 1% chance of triggering the might of thunder." Xu Ming hadn't expected such generous rewards for killing a tier from magical beast. Then again, if his teammates hadn't weakened the thunderstorm bear, if Wu Yanhan and Guang Yin hadn't kept it occupied, he knew he would have had no chance against it in a one-on-one brawl. His defeat of the thunderstorm bear had clearly been over his own limits, essentially a kill steal. But a 1% chance to trigger the might of thunder? That seemed absurdly low. Just as Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan finished eating and stood up to move forward, both their senses sharpened and they instinctively leapt aside. Two sharp icicles pierced the spot where they had just been standing. Cough, cough. A man hovered in midair, smiling as he said, "You two were not easy to find." The man slowly descended, clasping his hands in a polite gesture. "A day has passed, and I still haven't learned your names. How rude of me. I am Shun Sheng. Was it you who attacked the villages around Xinping County with magical beasts?" Xu Ming stared directly into Shun Sheng's eyes. It was Shun Sheng nodded calmly. "Shun Sheng," Wu Yanhan murmured the name, her gaze lingering on the jade pendant at his waist and his immaculate white scholar's robe. "You are the Shun Sheng ranked 50th on the Qinyan list?" Shun Sheng paused, then smiled and nodded. "I didn't expect my humble reputation to precede me." "Why did you do this?" Wu Yanhan asked, her voice sharp. "From what I know, the cold gentleman Shun Sheng is a cultivator who punishes evil and upholds justice, widely respected." Hearing this, Xu Ming also grew curious. It was indeed surprising that a supposedly virtuous Qingyun list prodigy would commit such heinous acts. Shun Sheng simply shook his head. "There's no need for you two to know. Tonight, both of you will rest here forever. I promise, I'll make your deaths painless." Though Shun Sheng's words were arrogant, his tone carried a hint of pity. But the moment his words fell, Wu Yanhan and Xu Ming charged forward without hesitation. They had silently agreed to engage Shun Sheng in battle. Even though Shun Sheng, ranked 50th on the Qinyan list, was undoubtedly extraordinary compared to ordinary sea observation realm cultivators. And even though their own strength was only at 60 to 70% of its peak, Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan believed that together they could win. With each step Wu Yanhan took forward, Xu Ming could feel the ground tremble faintly. The indentations under her feet grew deeper with each stride. Xu Ming, a frequent visitor to the martial arts pavilion, had never seen this kind of footwork before. Smack! Wu Yanhan's long leg whipped toward Shun Sheng's head. Her strike shattered Shun Sheng's head, But unfortunately, what scattered wasn't blood. It was sparkling shards of ice. The original Shun Shung had turned into an ice statue. At some point, Shun Shung appeared behind Wu Yanhan, holding an icy dagger aimed directly at her heart. But before it could connect, Xu Ming's foot pierced through Shun Shung's chest. Regrettably, this was yet another ice clone. High above, Shun Shung floated in the air, chanting a spell. He pressed his palm downward, and hundreds of icy spikes rained down like a torrential storm. Wu Yanhan threw a punch, channeling her martial qi into a white dragon that dispersed the icy barrage. Xu Ming leaped forward, swiftly trying to close the 10-meter gap between him and Shun Shung to gain an overwhelming advantage. But Shun Shung wasn't a fool. He threw out 2 iron spheres. Earlier, one of his iron spheres had turned into an iron wall. This time, the 2 spheres transformed into iron chains, hurtling towards Xu Ming and trying to entangle him. As one chain wrapped around Xu Ming's right foot, Wu Yanhan sent a gust of fist wind that blasted the chains away. "Just keep moving forward," Wu Yanhan shouted. Xu Ming understood her meaning and focused entirely on advancing, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. One spell after another flew toward him, but Wu Yanhan intercepted and neutralized them all. Her sole objective was to deliver a fearsome Mercury realm martial power directly to the face of an Sea Observation Realm opponent. 10 meters, 9 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Xu Ming finally reached Shun Shung. At his feet, his blood, energy, and martial aura radiated outward, rippling like waves on a lake. "What a powerful Mercury realm martial power," Shun Shung remarked with deep admiration, as though admiring a perfect work of art. "Xu Ming, dodge!" Just as Xu Ming raised his fist, ready to crush Shun Shung's skull, Wu Yanhan screamed out. She dashed towards Xu Ming, but it was already too late. Centered around Shun Shung, 8 flags rose from the ground within a 10-meter radius. The flags formed a barrier that trapped both Shun Shung and Xu Ming inside. Within the barrier, a thick mist obscured everything happening inside. "Let him go! Let him go!" Wu Yanhan pounded the barrier repeatedly, her fists raining blow after blow, but it was useless. Inside the barrier, Xu Ming stood facing Shun Shung. "Do you know what it means for a Qi cultivator to be within 10 meters of a martial artist?" Xu Ming asked coldly. "I know," Shun Shung coughed several times, blood seeping from his lips. "But, little friend, I am no longer human." As he finished speaking, Shun Shung's body began to swell, growing larger and larger. From his back sprouted a pair of bony wings. Long, sharp horns emerged from his forehead. His hands became claws, his feet transformed into tiger-like talons, and his face contorted into a grotesque, gargoyle-like visage. "Little friend, live on," Shun Shung whispered. With those final words, the light in his eyes faded into emptiness, and his consciousness completely descended into madness. Looking at the bizarre monster in front of him, Xu Ming couldn't help but curse out loud. A perfectly fine human. How the hell did he turn into some kind of magical beast? This was absolutely insane. Xu Ming had never heard of a human transforming into a magical beast before. Roar! The creature that Shun Shung had become let out a deafening howl. Its hands clenched as it raised its head to the sky. Staring at the monster, Xu Ming couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. To be honest, this situation was downright absurd. Xu Ming realized something. He rarely fought opponents of the same level. Even when fighting opponents a level above him, Xu Ming always felt it was manageable. But he hadn't expected his first real mission to be this difficult. Facing a Tier 4 magical beast was one thing. But then he also had to deal with a Sea Observation Realm cultivator. After finally managing to kill the beast and getting the chance to take down the cultivator, the man turned into a monster whose power was utterly unfathomable. For a mere Mercury realm martial artist like himself to hold his ground against a Sea Observation Realm opponent was already extraordinary. The countless attribute boosts he'd gained through years of training had played a massive role in this. Otherwise, with his average martial aptitude, he'd have been slapped to death by the tier. For magical beast in a single hit. No chance of surviving the second. Just look at Xiong Haiji and Li Han. Both were talented martial artists meticulously trained by the Blood Azura Battalion organization, yet they were as helpless as chicks against the tier from magical beast. The only ones capable of holding their own were Wu Yanhan, with her martial god physique, and Guan Yin, whose abilities were still a mystery. Thanks to his attribute boosts, Xu Ming had reached the level of a 14-year-old martial god physique by the age of 11, and he would only grow stronger. He might even surpass the martial god physique in the future. Xu Ming already felt like he was overpowered. Without these advantages, he couldn't imagine how many times he'd have died by now. But staring at the monster before him, he couldn't help but wonder if his cheats would be enough. The aura emanating from the creature made Xu Ming tremble involuntarily. It felt like an abyssal hand reaching out to drag him down, pulling him into eternal darkness. You brats, listen up. Martial artists don't mean mindless brutes. You have to think of every possible way to take down your opponent. Don't just recklessly charge in. But if it ever comes to that day, when you can't run, when there's no other way out, when death is staring you in the face, there's only one thing you need to do. Throw your fists. Keep punching until your last breath. Only your fists can save you. The words of instructor Wang Meng rang in Xu Ming's mind. Taking a deep breath, Xu Ming clenched his fists and steadied his stance. He stopped thinking about life or death and focused instead on throwing as many punches as possible until he could no longer lift his arms. In an instant, Shun Sheng vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Xu Ming, slashing downward at Xu Ming's head at a 45-degree angle. Xu Ming jumped to dodge, spinning in midair to land a side kick toward Shun Sheng's head. A loud crack echoed as Shun Sheng's head twisted unnaturally to the side, his neck seemingly broken. At first glance, it seemed like Xu Ming had the upper hand. But Shun Sheng's tail had somehow buried itself underground, only to emerge behind Xu Ming, stabbing toward his back. Though Xu Ming noticed it, he couldn't dodge in time. The tail left a deep gash along his side, blood splattering everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Xu Ming launched another kick, slamming into Shun Sheng's chest. The sheer force sent Shun Sheng flying 2 meters away, his chest caving inward. Roar! Shun Sheng lay sprawled on the ground, raising his head to emit a furious roar at Xu Ming. Landing on the ground, Xu Ming consumed a blood-staunching pill. Not far away, Shun Sheng grabbed his own head and twisted it back into place with a crack. The caved-in portion of his chest began to inflate, like a balloon being pumped, gradually returning to its original form. Xu Ming's black eyes were slowly overtaken by a crimson glow, and a berserk aura of blood energy swirled incessantly around him. Beneath his skin, one could see red mist, as though his blood had transformed from liquid to gas. Blood frenzy, intermediate level. Boom! Xu Ming stepped forward, his foot smashing the ground and leaving a crater of rubble. Roar! Sensing his life was in imminent danger, the now beastified Shun Sheng let out a deafening roar. But before he could finish, Xu Ming's fist had already slammed into his skull. Shun Sheng's tail stinger arced up and struck towards Xu Ming from below. Xu Ming raised his knee and stomped down, crushing it into the dirt like stepping on a snake. With another punch, Xu Ming's fist crackled with the power of lightning. Bang! The blow struck Shun Sheng's chest. Xu Ming's fist sunk deep into it, lightning coursing through and charring the area black. Yet Shun Sheng acted as if nothing had happened. He raised his head, a black sphere forming in his mouth, reminiscent of a black flash. Roar! Black light erupted from Shun Sheng's maw. Xu Ming sidestepped, avoiding it, and grabbed Shun Sheng by the neck, lifting his head upward. With a forceful squeeze, the sound of shattering bones rang out like firecrackers. Thud! Another punch from Xu Ming sent Shun Sheng flying into the barrier, where he stuck like a slapped bug. As Shun Sheng's eyes fluttered open, Xu Ming was already upon him, landing a kick squarely on his chest. The entire barrier shook violently. Roar! The monster-eyed Shun Shung seemed to be completely enraged now, swiping at Xu Ming with a massive claw. Xu Ming failed to evade in time, blocking with a side punch. This time, it was Xu Ming who was sent flying, slamming into the barrier. Xu Ming and Shun Shung clashed once more. Though Shun Shung's stature and build were much smaller than a thunderstorm bear, his strength far surpassed it, and his body's resilience was on an entirely different level. Every punch Xu Ming landed on Shun Shung was matched by one of equal force from Shun Shung. Shun Shung, now fully berserk, had abandoned the concept of dodging entirely. Xu Ming, on the other hand, couldn't afford to dodge. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to evade, but rather that blood frenzy only lasted for 1 minute. Even if it meant enduring Shun Shung's attacks head-on, Xu Ming had to land his punches. In this fleeting minute, if Xu Ming failed to finish Shun Shung off, he would surely die. Boom! Xu Ming unleashed another punch, triggering a burst of lightning that numbed one of Shun Shung's arms. Spinning his body with the momentum, Xu Ming delivered a powerful kick to Shun Shung's chest. The sensation of ribs shattering traveled up Xu Ming's foot as Shun Shung was sent flying again. Xu Ming closed the distance once more. Crack! Suddenly, the ground erupted with hundreds of bone spikes, threatening to skewer Xu Ming like a pincushion. Xu Ming leaped into the air and slammed his fist downward. Only 10 seconds remained. Shun Shung caught the punch, but a sharp spike emerged from his chest, aiming straight for Xu Ming's heart. Xu Ming shifted his body, narrowly avoiding it. The spike pierced through Xu Ming's chest, yet Xu Ming still managed to throw one last punch. Another spike pierced through Xu Ming's thigh, but he still delivered another punch. More and more spikes sprouted from Shun Shung's body, turning him into something resembling a porcupine. Except for vital spots, Xu Ming dodged none of them. He hammered Shun Shung's skull with punch after punch, step by step advancing, while Shun Shung retreated step by step. Every time Shun Shung tried to flee, Xu Ming yanked him back and delivered another punch. A thoroughly dazed Shun Shung could only rage helplessly. Xu Ming's blood-soaked body dripped crimson, making him appear like a man sculpted from blood itself. Yet his punches only grew stronger and more forceful. In the final second of blood frenzy, Xu Ming's martial chi and punching force reached their absolute peak. This was his ultimate blow, the strongest punch he could muster, so powerful it seemed even the heavens favored him. Once again, his fist crackled with the power of lightning. One punch, life or death. Roar! Sensing the scent of death, Shun Shung unleashed all he had in one final blast of black deathlight. Boom! A deafening explosion rippled across Shunan Mountain, scattering the night clouds overhead. In the forest, startled birds took to the sky. Magical beasts bolted back to their lairs. Rabbits covered their heads with their front legs, and wild pheasants buried their heads in the dirt, their tails sticking up. The violent shockwave of martial chi dispersed, snapping the 8 surrounding formation flags clean in half. Wu Yanhan shielded herself with her arms, but the force still flung her 10 meters away. When the martial chi finally dissipated, and Wu Yanhan straightened up, a cyan blue leaderboard appeared in the night sky above. On that leaderboard, lines of text emerged. Keek keek. On the other side of Shunan Mountain, Xiong Haiji, Li Han, and Guang Yin were sent flying backward, slamming into a rock wall. Before them, a hopping zombie let out a triumphant, sinister laugh. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Xiong Haiji muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. For most of the day, Xiong Haiji had been carrying Li Han and Guang Yin while fleeing desperately. Whenever there was a brief reprieve, he would shove blood-replenishing pills into their mouths. Eventually, Li Han and Guang Yin recovered enough to fight, but only barely. Not to mention that all 3 of them were heavily injured. They fought as they fled, until they reached this dire moment. The hopping zombie leaped toward them again, one jump at a time. When it reached Xiong Haiji, it opened its gaping maw and lunged for his neck. Boom! But just as the zombie was about to bite down, a loud explosion echoed from somewhere far away. The hopping zombie suddenly froze. Xiong Haiji lowered his hands, while Guang Yin and Li Han stared blankly at the undead creature. The zombie slowly turned its head 180 degrees, looking off into the distance, a trace of sadness in its eyes. Above the sky, a cyan blue leaderboard appeared. In the prefecture of Xian County, Xu Ming.I've stepped out of the county office, one hand holding a blood-stained longsword and the other gripping a severed head. Just as she was about to head toward Shunan Mountain, Xu Ming.I've paused and looked up at the horizon. In the Wu dynasty's imperial palace, the radiant light of the embedded luminous pearls illuminated the imperial study. Before the desk, the Emperor of Wu continued reviewing memorials. "Your Majesty," Eunuch Wei entered, kneeling in respect. "Cough, cough, cough." The Emperor coughed lightly and raised his eyes. "What is it?" "The Qinyan leaderboard has changed names," Wei Sun reported. "Changed names? So what?" The Emperor began dismissively, but his voice abruptly halted mid-sentence. He stood up suddenly. "I must see this for myself." If it were just an ordinary change to the Qinyan leaderboard, Wei Sun wouldn't have disturbed him. Stepping out of the imperial study, the Emperor of Wu looked up at the starry sky and gazed at the cyan leaderboard. He read it again and again. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The Emperor was overjoyed, repeating the word excellent 3 times, his dragon-like demeanor radiating satisfaction. At the residence of the Grand Secretary, Xiao Machi sat alone in his courtyard, sipping wine. Feeling a subtle shift, he raised his head. "Ah, that boy!" Xiao Machi chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. "Always full of surprises." Fifth Madam, look at the sky. The sky." At the Su family's estate, Chunyan burst into the Xiaochun courtyard without a care for decorum, pounding on Fifth Madam Chen Suya's door. Chen Suya rose from her bed, threw on a coat, and walked out. "Chunyan, what's wrong? What about the sky?" Look! Chunyan pointed to the sky. Seeing the lines of text in the heavens, Chen Suya's eyes trembled, a misty layer of tears forming as she covered her mouth tightly with her hand. Mother, look at the sky. Fifth brother is amazing. He's truly amazing." In the courtyard of the First Madam, the chubby little Su Pongda hopped around excitedly. "Why are you so giddy? Is it really that impressive?" Wang Feng gave her son a light smack on the head. "Go to bed. You still need to get up and study tomorrow." "Oh," Su Pongda took one last longing look at the sky before reluctantly heading inside. "That boy." Wang Feng glanced at the text in the sky, a faint but proud smile curling her lips. "Not bad at all. Flowers grow quickly. Flowers grow quickly. When you bloom, I'll be one step closer to seeing Brother Ming." In the myriad flower valley of the Tianxin sect, a young girl carried a watering can, sprinkling water on the blood torus before her. As she hummed her cheerful tune, cyan blue light spilled down from the night sky. The girl looked up, her gaze fixing on the lines of text in the heavens. Thinking she was mistaken, she looked again and again. The more she looked, the brighter her smile became. A smile so radiant it put the valley's myriad flowers to shame and dimmed the brilliance of the stars. Xu Ming of the Wu Kingdom, age 11, peak of the Mercury stage, killed Shen Sheng with his fists, ranked 50th on the Qinyan leaderboard. Meanwhile, in a volcanic cavern bathed in molten firelight, a wall displayed an array of clay figurines. Suddenly, one of the figurines cracked. The man standing before the wall took down the broken figurine, shaking his head. Holding it, he walked to a stone platform suspended above a pool of magma. On the platform was a disheveled woman, her limbs bound by 4 iron chains. As the man approached, the woman stirred, sensing his presence. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the shattered clay figurine came into view. Shen Sheng. Her eyes trembled as tears fell in steady drops. "You beasts! I'll kill you. I'll kill you all!" She screamed at the man, her voice filled with fury and anguish. Struggling against her restraints, the clinking of chains echoed endlessly throughout the cavern. On a slope of Mount Shunan, a barrier shattered. Amidst the broken array flags, a young boy, covered in blood, lunged forward in a crouched stance. Before him stood an indescribable monster. The boy's fist pierced through the monster's chest. Wu Yanhan stared at the scene in disbelief. Where was Shun Sheng? Why was it that what appeared before Xu Ming now was such a creature? Could it be that Shun Sheng had turned into this monster? The martial artists of Wu Kingdom are truly extraordinary. The monster's blood-red eyes gradually faded, giving way to the return of Shun Sheng's sanity. I can't say if the martial artists of Wu Kingdom are extraordinary, Xu Ming responded, withdrawing his blood-stained fist and standing upright, his entire body drenched in blood. Only his pitch-black eyes retained clarity. But I can say this, Wu Kingdom's Blood Azure Battalion is definitely not a place for humans to stay. Xu Ming looked at Shun Sheng. Do you have anything else to say? Shun Sheng smiled faintly and shook his head. I'd like to, but I cannot. He turned his gaze westward. Though I'm not from Wu Kingdom, I've lived here for a long time. In Suzhou's Qingyang County, there's a small village. It's like a second home to me. If possible, could you bury me there? After saying this, Shun Sheng laughed at himself. Listen to me. I've killed so many people. I deserve death 1,000 times over. How dare I ask anything of you? Someone like me deserves to be left unburied. As he spoke, Shun Sheng sighed deeply. Xu Ming, right? Be careful of everything. With those words, Shun Sheng could no longer stand. He fell straight backward. His eyes, always fixed westward, slowly closed. I'm truly sorry, Shun Sheng murmured. It felt like he was apologizing to Xu Ming, yet also to the countless lives he had taken. When his hand fell limp, all life left his body. Xu Ming, too, had reached his limit. His vision went black as he collapsed backward. Wu Yanhan hurried forward and caught Xu Ming just in time. The moment she touched him, she felt her arms soaked. His blood had already drenched her sleeves. She didn't know what kind of fierce battle Xu Ming had endured, but she was certain that if she didn't stop the bleeding now, he wouldn't make it. Wu Yanhan shoved her last 2 hemostatic pills into Xu Ming's mouth. But for wounds this severe, the pills were like a drop in the ocean. As she hoisted Xu Ming on her back and prepared to run down the mountain, waves of icy, sword energy swept down from the sky. Wu Yanhan's heart tensed. Martial energy surged through her meridians as she braced herself for an attack. Clang! A translucent, frost-like longsword plunged into the ground before her. Perched atop the sword hilt was a young girl, no older than 11 or 12. The girl's icy eyes were as cold as her blade. She tilted her head slightly as she looked at the bloodied, mud-covered boy on Wu Yanhan's back, a faint sense of familiarity flickering in her gaze. Wanjian sect, Su Xuanhua. The girl introduced herself as she noticed Wu Yanhan's wary stance. I heard there was a 4th-tier magical beast here. The 4th-tier beast is already dead, Wu Yanhan replied. Are you Su Xuanhua from Wu Kingdom's Su family? I was Su Xuanhua nodded, but I've been disowned. So you're this boy's sister? Wu Yanhan finally relaxed slightly. She knew Xu Ming was a mere concubine-born son from the Su family of Wu Kingdom and was aware he had a half-sister in Wanjian sect, renowned across the land. Sister. Su Xuanhua's gaze once again fell on the boy on Wu Yanhan's back. Her pupils constricted. In an instant, before Wu Yanhan could react, she felt the weight on her back lighten. By the time she turned around, Su Xuanhua had already taken Xu Ming off her back and laid him on her lap. The young girl's icy eyes blinked as she gazed at Xu Ming, like someone seeing a long-lost pet from their childhood. Was it just an illusion? To Wu Yanhan, it seemed as though a hint of sorrow flickered in those cold eyes. Su Xuanhua, staring at the bloodied Xu Ming in her arms, seemed entirely unconcerned about his blood staining her pristine white sword robes. Who hurt him so badly? Su Xuanhua lifted her head and looked at Wu Yanhan, her sharp sword aura seemingly tearing apart everything around her. The one who injured him that badly is already dead. Wu Yanhan shook her head. Take Xu Ming to the town quickly. There should be a healer cultivator in Xinping County. His injuries are severe. If he isn't treated soon, he won't make it. I know, Su Xuanhua replied coldly. The next moment, She bit her fingertip, pressing it firmly onto Xu Ming's wound. Xu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly as a trace of pain flickered across her pale face. Xu Ming, though unconscious, pressed his lips tightly together, his brows knit in anguish, occasionally letting out faint groans. Seeing Xu Xuan's actions, Wu Yinhan immediately understood what she was doing. This was a technique from Wan Jian's sect. Xu Xuan was channeling her sword energy into her blood and injecting it into Xu Ming's body. Such a technique required unparalleled control over sword energy and spiritual power. Although Xu Xuan and Xu Ming were only half-siblings, they shared half of their life essence, making this barely feasible. This method not only replenished Xu Ming's blood, but also allowed the sword energy to seal his wounds. The process would be painful for both Xu Ming and Xu Xuan, but it was the most effective approach. Just as Wu Yinhan exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking Xu Ming would be fine, Xu Ming suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xu Xuan recoiled as if shocked, hastily withdrawing her hand. How could this happen? Xu Xuan's eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Wu Yinhan rushed forward, her voice anxious. Xu Xuan looked up, disbelief written all over her face. My blood, it's incompatible with his. What? Wu Yinhan froze. How is that possible? Aren't you half-siblings? Even with only half the same blood, there shouldn't be an issue. I don't know. Xu Xuan was equally baffled. That's impossible. We're blood-related siblings. So why is this happening? Xu Xuan found herself momentarily unable to process the situation. She was clearly Xu Ming's elder sister, so why was their blood qi incompatible? Could it be that something went wrong with the sword qi blood guidance technique she had used? That didn't make sense. Such a simple spell shouldn't fail. Could it be that Xu Ming and I aren't? A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Xu Xuan's mind, startling even herself. If this idea were true, it would mean that she and Xu Ming didn't share the same father. For a moment, Xu Xuan could only imagine her father's metaphorical head glowing green with betrayal. No matter, I have to get him to the city immediately, Wu Yinhan urged anxiously. Although it seemed like there might be some disgraceful drama in the Xu family, it wasn't her concern. After all, in places like the Xu and Qin families, sordid and scandalous events were far from uncommon. I know, Xu Xuan suppressed her emotions, cradled Xu Ming, and soared towards Xinping County. TCH, Wu Yinhan, who had initially intended to take Xu Ming to Xinping County herself, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Though clearly displeased, she still made her way down the mountain. When they arrived at the county yamen of Xinping, the county magistrate had already been replaced by the assistant magistrate, who was now in charge. The assistant magistrate, who had been sleeping soundly at home, was rudely awakened and informed that the magistrate had been replaced with an impostor. Naturally, he was utterly dumbfounded. Thankfully, the assistant magistrate was quite competent and managed to stabilize the operations of the entire yamen. However, when he saw her, the infamous sword Immortal of Calamity, walk in, his heart sank again. Though he hadn't done anything wrong, the sight of this cold-faced young woman carrying a severed head was enough to terrify anyone. Who could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly suspect him of being an impostor too and cut him down with her sword? Go, quickly fetch the medical cultivator from your yamen, Xu Xuan ordered coldly. Why yes, sword Immortal. Please wait a moment, the assistant magistrate stammered, swallowing hard before hastily summoning the resident medical cultivator. Every yamen in Wu dynasty was assigned a medical cultivator. Their main duties included handling urgent medical emergencies within the yamen, as well as dealing with mentally unstable poison cultivators. Medical cultivators generally didn't provide medical services to the public. The primary responsibility for healthcare in the county still rested with local physicians. It didn't take long for the yamen's medical cultivator to arrive. We saw the bloodied figure lying on the bed. The cultivator was taken aback. At first glance, he thought the young boy was beyond saving. However, after a more thorough examination, he realized that the boy's life force was astonishingly strong. Particularly notable was the spiritual root in his dantian, which was working tirelessly to sustain his life. A person with a spiritual root who also practiced martial arts. Such cases were quite rare. After a night of grueling treatment, during which countless basins of clean water were used, the boy finally pulled through. As dawn broke, the medical cultivator wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was preparing to rest, 3 figures, Xu Ming.I've and his companions, staggered into the yamen, supporting each other. Seeing them, the medical cultivator knew he had more work ahead. Xu Ming.I've and the others thought they had suffered enough, but when they saw Xu Ming lying there, wrapped head to toe like a mummy, they suddenly felt a strange sense of balance. Of course, this sense of relief at someone else's misfortune was entirely predicated on the fact that everyone had survived. If any of them had perished, the mood would have been profoundly somber. On the 3rd day, Jiangnan sent personnel to investigate the situation. From Lord Lu's residence, the investigators discovered his corpse, but his face had been skinned. The crimes of murdering an imperial official and assuming their identity crossed the bottom line of the Wu dynasty, essentially trampling on the dynasty's dignity. This matter was swiftly reported to Wudu, the imperial capital. A special investigation team was formed in Wudu, led by a martial artist in the Golden Body realm, who personally traveled to Jiangnan to oversee the inquiry. As for Shun Sheng, the 4th-rank magical beast Thunderstorm Bear, and the corpse of the impostor who replaced Lord Lu, they were all transported back to Wudu. On the 4th day, Xu Ming still had not regained consciousness. Su Xuanwen wanted to stay and wait for Xu Ming to wake up, but a flying sword transmission from the Wanjian sect summoned her back to the sect. Unable to defy her master's order, Su Xuanwen had no choice but to leave. Master. Upon returning to the sect, Su Xuanwen went to Sacred Lord Peak to report. Jiang Liu, her master, looked at her and asked, "Did you test your sword?" Su Xuanwen nodded. "I did." "What was the opponent's cultivation level?" Jiang Luoyu inquired. "Mid-stage Dragon Gate realm," Su Xuanwen replied. Jiang Luoyu nodded slightly. "Too low," Su Xuanwen admitted. "Killing him wasn't difficult." Jiang Luoyu studied her disciple carefully. "Then why do I sense that your sword heart is unsettled?" Su Xuanwen hadn't expected her master to notice. She bit her lip lightly. "Master, there's something I don't understand." "Speak," Jiang Luoyu prompted. "If a sister uses this sword chi blood guidance technique to transfuse blood and heal her younger brother, but their blood fiercely rejects each other, what could be the reason?" Jiang Liu met her disciple's gaze and answered concisely. "It means they have no blood relation whatsoever. They are not truly siblings." "Your Majesty, this is the account of the battle at Shunan Mountain involving Xu Ming and his companions." In the imperial study, Wei Sun presented a confidential report. Emperor Wu eagerly unfolded the report and read it thoroughly, his expression turning jubilant. "This Xu Ming, excellent, just as I expected from someone I've taken an interest in." Wei Sun flattered him with a smile. According to Xu Ming's instructor, Wang Ming, Xu Ming's physical resilience might rival that of a martial god physic. If all goes well, his minimum future achievement could very well be the peak of the mountain summit realm. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. But Xu Ming is still too young, only 11. He doesn't yet understand matters of love and relationships. However, that's not an issue. Over the next few years, we can address his ties to the Xu family. The Xu and Qin clans have become too arrogant recently. If Xu Ming were to become a prince consort, wouldn't those families flaunt themselves to the heavens? We must find a way to separate Xu Ming from the Xu clan. Your Majesty might not need to worry about that, Wei Sun said, grinning obsequiously. There's another piece of good news I must report. You sly dog, stop beating around the bush and spit it out. The emperor pointed at Wei Sun, laughing and scolding. Wei Sun replied, Your Majesty, when Xu Ming was gravely injured, Xu happened to arrive and attempted to heal him using the Wanjian sect's secret technique, sword qi blood guidance. However, Xu Ming's bloodline was incompatible with Xu's. The emperor immediately rose to his feet. Could it be? Either Xu or Xu Ming has no blood relation to the Xu family. She's awake. In a daze, Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Han sitting by his bedside. Where am I? Xu Ming tried to sit up, but as soon as he moved, it felt like his entire body was being torn apart. The pain was excruciating. Don't move, Han said calmly. You're seriously injured. The fact that you're alive is already a miracle. You're in the government office of Xinping County. How long have I been unconscious? Xu Ming asked. About 3 or 4 days, Han replied. What about Xiong Haiji and the others? Are they still alive? Don't worry, they're all alive. No one died. This mission can be considered relatively successful, Han reassured him. Hearing this, Xu Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. While you were unconscious, a lot happened, Han began, recounting the events of the past few days. We were indeed set up. The original Lord Liu was already dead. His body was found in his residence, with his entire face skinned off. The Liu we encountered was an imposter. The investigators from Wudu suspect that the fake Liu and Shunsheng were working together. As for those people who died around Xinping County, their souls were completely gone. Usually, when someone dies, some traces of their soul remain. But these souls were completely stripped away, as if forcibly removed. It's likely they were used in some unknown ritual. The specifics are still under investigation. In any case, our mission is complete. As for the rest, it's not our concern. The people from Wudu will handle it. Xu Ming nodded. How was the fake Liu discovered? That I don't know. You'd have to ask your sister, Han said coldly. Your sister is quite capable. My sister? What sister? Xu Ming was momentarily stunned. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten your own sister? Your sister is Xu from your Xu family. She came to Xinping County and killed the fake Liu. If it weren't for her, we'd probably all be dead by now after dragging ourselves back to the county office. In your condition, with no defenses against Liu, who was working with Shunsheng, killing us would have been child's play. Hearing this, Xu Ming fell silent for a moment before saying, Xu came. Huh? It's been so long since I've seen her. Is she still here? She's not here anymore. Your sister returned to her sect. If you want to see her, you'll have to go to the Wanjian sect. But it's not that far from here, Han replied. Forget it, Xu Ming shook his head. I won't disturb her training. She's tried to reduce her ties with the Xu family, and if I go to see her, it might disrupt her cultivation. As her younger brother, that would make me pretty unworthy. Han's lips parted slightly, and she almost said, You and Xu aren't actually blood-related. Even if you go to see her, it won't affect any karmic ties. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it. This was family business, potentially even a family scandal. It wasn't her place to bring it up. Did she get hurt? Xu Ming asked. Killing the fake Liu couldn't have been easy for her, right? Han sneered. I carried you all the way here, and you're worried about whether she got hurt? What about me? Xu Ming froze for a second before grinning. All right, brother, did you get hurt? No. Han stood up, kicking the edge of Xu Ming's bed before turning to leave the room. And neither did she. In a small village near Xinping County, court-appointed cultivators and warriors were investigating the aftermath of the attack. Local county soldiers, following instructions, were handling the corpses, ensuring the dead were given proper burials. As one of the key survivors of the incident and the least injured, Guang-In naturally accompanied the investigation. Though he couldn't provide much help, his presence was a gesture of respect toward the Blood Azure squad, a promise that their injuries and sacrifices would not go unaddressed. Guang-In wandered through the devastated village. The lingering bloodstains on the ground and the sight of decaying, dismembered limbs deepened the furrow in his brow. As he walked, he came across a courtyard. By the entrance sat a small stool, beside which lay an unfinished embroidery piece, the needle and thread still attached. In Guangyin's mind, He envisioned a woman sitting by the gate, calmly embroidering as she waited for her family to return. This must have once been a peaceful, harmonious village. But now, it was entirely destroyed. Entering the courtyard, Guang-In pushed open the door, only to be met with a sudden attack. A kitchen knife swung toward him. He dodged to the side and swiftly countered, slapping the knife out of his attacker's hand and grabbing their wrist. "Let me go! Let me go!" It was a girl with braided hair, barely 11 years old, standing a head shorter than him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Guang-In asked. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the girl retorted, her red eyes brimming with tears. "I'm from Wudu," Guang-In explained, softening his tone. "We're here to investigate the magical beast attacks on the villages around Xinping County. I'm from this village. This is my home." As she spoke, tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground, as if all her strength had left her. "Why did you come so late? My mother is dead. My brother is dead. Everyone in the village is dead. There's only me left. Child, where are your parents?" Guang-In asked gently. "My parents were eaten by magical beasts," the girl sobbed. "I ran away by myself. I ran away. Now I'm all alone. I'm all alone." Looking at the girl's despair, Guang-In saw a reflection of his younger self. A few years ago, he too had been left utterly alone, wandering aimlessly without knowing where to go. Back then, a man had learned of his plight, his parents killed by magical beasts, and directed him to join the military camp of Wu Kingdom, eventually leading him to the Blood Azure Battalion. "I'm sorry. We came too late." The 14-year-old Guang-In knelt down, his demeanor like that of an older brother. He extended his hand to the girl. "If you don't mind, would you come with me? I'm alone too. My parents were killed by magical beasts 2 years ago. But even though we're both alone, one person plus another person makes two. Isn't that better than just one?" Half a month after the battle at Mount Shunan, thanks to meticulous care, Xu Ming had mostly recovered. The bandages had been removed, and he was feeling much more refreshed. Otherwise, these past few days would have been unbearable, even when it came to something as basic as going to the bathroom. It was such a hassle to unwrap the bandages every time. After the fight with Shun Sheng, Xu Ming not only gained 500 points each in stamina, vitality, and fist force, but also received an extraordinary reward: the Dao Pattern Eye. Dao Pattern Eye, engraved with the patterns of the Great Dao. This ability allows you to copy an opponent's spells. The complexity of the spells you can replicate depends on your comprehension and cultivation level. You can see the flow of an opponent's spiritual energy and martial true chi, gain 360-degree vision, and slow down and analyze an enemy's movements. The Dao Pattern Eye can evolve. Upon evolution, it unlocks new functionalities and unique spells. Looking at the Dao Pattern Eye, Xu Ming couldn't help but think of a Sharingan. Could it evolve to the point where he could summon a Susanoo? Or maybe cast a few Amaterasu flames for fun? Honestly, Xu Ming was pretty excited about the possibilities. Xu Ming decided to test out the Dao Pattern Eye. When he activated it, a mysterious rune appeared in his eyes, indescribable yet perfectly harmonious with a natural world, as if the Dao itself had casually sketched it. The Dao Pattern Eye could only last for 3 minutes. Afterward, Xu Ming was drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy completely drained, and his eyes couldn't open for a full 5 minutes as they kept tearing up. Xu Ming realized that to extend the duration of the Dao Pattern Eye, he needed to raise both his Qi Cultivator and Martial Artist levels. Improving his Qi Cultivator level would naturally enhance the quality and quantity of his spiritual energy. Advancing as a martial artist would strengthen his body, including the durability of his eyes. It was said that upon reaching the Sea Observation Realm, a Qi cultivator's spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative transformation. As for martial artists, if they reached the Golden Body Realm, their eyes would be as tough as diamonds. By then, Xu Ming estimated the Dao Pattern Eye could probably last for an hour. Speaking of the Golden Body Realm, Xu Ming suddenly wondered, if a woman reached that stage, what would happen? Would her entire body become unyielding. Unable to help himself, Xu Ming glanced at Wu Yanhan. "What are you looking at?" Wu Yanhan immediately felt annoyed, as if Xu Ming's gaze deserved a punch. "Nothing." Xu Ming quickly turned his head away. Having just recovered, he didn't want to pick a fight with Wu Yanhan. 3 days later, as Xu Ming had mostly healed, the group decided it was time to return to report back to Azure Battalion. However, this time, Guang-in brought along a little girl. The girl's name was Hu Tao, a simple, pleasant name that was easy to remember. Although Guang-in, at only 14, had taken in an 11-year-old girl, none of them objected. Hu Tao's background was clean, and she could easily find a place in Azure Battalion, perhaps helping out in the canteen. If not, Guang-in could always buy a courtyard for her in the southern part of the city near the 1st Army camp. With Guang-yin's high salary, he could send money to Hu Tao to support her. She would be able to live independently. Besides, the families of Azure Battalion members were allowed to place a Azure plaque at their doors, deterring troublemakers. Especially in the imperial capital, the heart of the kingdom, safety was practically guaranteed. As long as Hu Tao didn't starve, living alone wouldn't be an issue. Because they had to travel on foot and Hu Tao was too slow, the group of 5 took turns carrying her as they headed toward Wudu. Hu Tao had never ridden a horse before, but she felt that these older brothers running at full speed were even faster than horses. After returning to Wudu, the 5 of them went to the 1st Army camp to report their mission success. Each of them earned 5 military merits. Military merits served as the universal currency of the Wu Kingdom Army. They could be exchanged for silver, spirit stones, pills, weapons, and even noble titles. What's more, even if you left Azure Battalion, your military merits remain valid. The only restriction was that they couldn't be transferred to others. Seeing Xu Ming and the others return, Wang Meng was thrilled. He had heard about the events in Xinping County and found it incredible that not a single one of the 5 had died. It was nothing short of a miracle. Xiong Haiji, Li Han, and Guangyin all felt that they owed their survival to Xu Ming. If not for Xu Ming taking down Shun Sheng, and that inexplicable incident where the hopping zombie had suddenly wandered off, the 3 of them would have been drained of their blood and turned into husks. The 3 offered to use their 5 military merits to get something for Xu Ming, but he declined. In moments like that, we're in it together. What's this talk of owing anything? Xu Ming said. He firmly believed that if the roles were reversed and he was in danger, they would have risked their lives to save him too. It reminded him of the camaraderie he had seen in his previous life on the Blue Star, brotherhood forged in battle. However, Guangyin wasn't so lucky. Wang Meng gave him a fierce scolding. "Are you out of your mind? Thinking about women at your age? You actually brought back an 11-year-old girl. What's this, planning to take a child bride?" Guangyin was left speechless under Wang Meng's tirade. In the end, Guangyin used 2 of his military merits to secure Hu Tao a job. She started working with the aunties in the canteen, assisting as a little chef. Hu Tao quickly settled into her new role. Her canteen became a popular spot, constantly packed with people. It wasn't because Hu Tao was especially beautiful. She could only be described as slightly above average among ordinary people. But in the army, where females were rare, any girl became the group's treasure. Previously, the queen of the canteen had been the aunties. Now, it was a little girl. Who wouldn't love that? Xu Ming and his group soon returned to their regular training schedule. While they still undertook missions every 2 months, they found them laughably easy compared to the first one. Often, Xu Ming would finish the fight with a single punch, or Wu Yanhan with a single kick. Even Guangyin, whom they used to think of as the weakest, was proving himself to be much stronger. For instance, when they faced a Tier 3 magical beast, Xiong Haiji and Li Han could handle it, but it would take them a full quarter hour of back and forth. Guangyin, however, could dominate the fight from start to finish, defeating it in half that time. Moreover, Guangyin's fighting style was strikingly steady and composed. Compared to Xu Ming's and Wu Yanhan's overwhelming, almost unreasonable force, Guangyin's techniques carried a calm, methodical precision. It was only then that they realized Guang-yin hadn't passed the entrance exam by selling his, but to the examiner. This kid was genuinely talented. He'd just been too timid before. 2 years passed. It had been 3 years since Xu Ming joined Blood-Azure Battalion. At the age of 13, Xu Ming, alongside the 16-year-old Wu Yanhan, broke through to the heroic Soul Realm. This was a cause for celebration. But on that very day, Wang Ming came in with surprising news. Xu Ming, you've been reassigned to the Imperial Palace. His Majesty himself has given the order. Report in 3 days. Damn, getting our hands on this much wine wasn't easy, grumbled Xiong. No kidding, Li Han added. I spent 1 whole military merit just to get 10 jars of osmanthus brew from drunken Immortal Tavern. Think 10 jars are enough? Should I use my merits to get some more? It's not about the merits, Xiong sighed. If we take too much, Wang Ming won't be able to turn a blind eye anymore. Late at night, in Camp 484, Xiong and Li Han cursed under their breath as they carried jar after jar of wine into the tent. Li Han carefully placed the jars down and set up bowls for the wine, while Wang Yin took out several meal boxes. Inside were roast duck, beggar's chicken, braised pork knuckle, and other delicious dishes to pair with the alcohol. As they opened a jar of wine, the fragrant aroma of osmanthus mixed with the rich scent of the food, filling the tent. Li Han wiped his mouth, already salivating. Where's Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan? Guang Yin shook his head. No idea. Xiong waved dismissively. Isn't it obvious? Wu Yanhan's probably gone to that mountain spring to bathe again. He never uses the barracks bathhouse. As for Xu Ming, he's definitely off, secretly training, but he should be back soon. Li Han plopped down on a cot. That kid Xu Ming has so much talent and still works so hard. How's anyone supposed to keep up? Come on, let's not compare ourselves to a genius, Xiong chuckled. Back when I was studying at the Jixing Academy, the kid beat me up. The 3 of us were 2 or 3 years older than him, and we still couldn't take him down together. Couldn't take who down? Just as they were joking around, Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan walked into the tent together. Oh, you 2 came back together? Li Han smirked. Don't tell me you went off to make some shady deal. Wu Yanhan's brows furrowed, and she stepped forward, ready to kick him. Li Han scrambled to his feet. Brother Wu, I'm kidding. I swear I'm kidding. If you kick me, I'll be begging for my life on my knees. All right, quit running your mouth, Xu Ming said, pulling Wu Yanhan back. What's with all this food and wine? What are you guys up to? Li Han scratched his nose. We're sending you off in style. You're leaving for the palace tomorrow. Of course we need to celebrate properly. Saying that, Li Han tossed a jar of wine towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming caught it, sniffed the aroma, and said, Osmanthus brew from drunken Immortal Tavern? Han nodded proudly. You've got a sharp nose, young Master Xu. But honestly, Xu Ming said, drinking inside the tent is kind of boring. Let's move this outside. Xiong thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. All right, let's take it outside. If we get caught, so be it. Worst case, we get punished tomorrow. Damn it, Li Han cursed. Brother Su's leaving tomorrow. We're the ones who'll get punished. Despite his complaints, he didn't object and helped carry the table, food, and wine outside. The 5 of them found a small hill and climbed to its peak. There, under the open sky, they drank and enjoyed the view of the first army camp below. The night sky was unusually beautiful, the moon bright and the stars abundant, like a shimmering Milky Way draped across the heavens. Brother Xu, Li Han said, taking a sip of wine. I heard you're going to take part in our country's civil service exam next year. Xu Ming nodded. I probably will. You sure about that? Xiong teased. The scholars have been studying for years, burning the midnight oil. I haven't seen you crack open a single book these past few years. Xu Ming chuckled. You only asked if I'm going. I never said I'd pass. Guang Yin, face flushed from the wine, took a sip and said earnestly, Brother Xu, you're incredible. You're already a master in martial arts, and now you're aiming for the civil exams. If you make it to the top, would that make you Wu Kingdom's first ever master of both the civil and martial arts? Of course, Xiong exclaimed, gulping down his wine. Damn those civil officials who call us brutes. We martial artists can become scholars too. Brother Xu, Do you think you'll ever come back to busier battalion? Li Han asked, biting into a chicken leg and looking over at Xu Ming. The others turned to look at him as well. Not sure. I'll see how things go, Xu Ming replied, taking a sip of his wine. Then he glanced around at them. What about you guys? What are your plans for the future? Xu chuckled, drinking deeply, his eyes shining with hope for the days to come. My father's the Minister of War. Naturally, I plan to make my mark in busier battalion, earn my merits through strength, and eventually be granted a noble title or even become a high-ranking official. Li Han grinned. I probably won't stick with busier battalion forever. Once I rack up enough merits, I'll trade them for a modest official position, find myself a wife, and raise a bunch of healthy kids. Guanyin scratched his head awkwardly. I don't really know. I'll probably just stay in the army. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go. After the three finished, all four pairs of eyes turned to Wu Yanhan. Quietly drinking her wine without a word, Wu Yanhan blinked, her beautiful eyes cold and unyielding. What? She asked. What about you? What's your plan for the future? Xu Ming asked. Setting down her wine jar, Wu Yanhan lifted her sleeve to wipe her mouth. No plan. Busier battalion doesn't have much left to teach me. Every day is just training. In a while, I'll probably leave and wander the world. Well, I didn't expect tonight's farewell to Brother Su to turn into a farewell for you as well, Li Han said with a sigh. Ah, but there's no banquet that doesn't end. Come on, let's drink to it. Li Han raised his wine jar, and the others followed suit. Even Wu Yanhan, cold as she was, raised her jar. With a clink of jars, everyone took a deep swig. I'll come back to visit you guys someday, Xu Ming said as he set down his jar. Until then, don't go dying on me. Don't worry. Even if you die, we won't, Haiji said, taking a long drink. But you better watch yourself. Serving the emperor is no joke. I know, Xu Ming nodded. The five drank until midnight, finishing off all 10 jars of wine before staggering back to the barracks. The wine from Drunken Immortal Tavern was no ordinary brew. It truly left them a bit tipsy, all except Wu Yanhan, who remained as clear-headed as ever. Haiji, Li Han, and Guanyin walked ahead, arms draped over each other for support. Wu Yanhan walked in the middle, while Xu Ming trailed behind. The distance between Xu Ming and Wu Yanhan grew, separating them from the others. Wu Yanhan, watching her silhouette against the moonlight, Xu Ming recalled the scene he had witnessed years ago by the riverbank. His voice called out to her. What is it? Wu Yanhan turned to face him. Is Wu Yanhan your real name? Xu Ming asked, his tone slightly slurred from the alcohol. Wu Yanhan froze for a moment, clearly not expecting the question. If it's inconvenient to answer, forget it, Xu Ming said, waving his hand and walking forward. Just pretend I didn't ask. Wu Yanhan. Wu as in Wugwa, Wu Kingdom, Yin as in smoke, and Han as in cold. That's my real name. It was halfway through the morning hours. In the imperial study, Emperor Wu paced back and forth. His expression was one of impatience, resembling an eager old lecher waiting for a peerless beauty to step out of her bath. Earlier, during the morning court session, Eunuch Wei had already noticed the emperor's restlessness, as if he wished for the proceedings to end as soon as possible. To Eunuch Wei, seeing the emperor in such a state was rare. Last time he had shown such anticipation was when Mr. Shao returned from the White Deer Academy. However, Eunuch Wei found it understandable. To the emperor, Xu Ming wasn't just a prodigious talent skilled in both literature and martial arts. More importantly, he was young. Moreover, although the laws of Wu had recently been amended, Xu Ming's status as a concubine-born son likely meant he had a strained relationship with the Xu family. On top of that, there were rumors suggesting that Xu Ming and Xu Xuanu weren't even blood-related siblings, possibly meaning Xu Ming bore no bloodline connection to the Xu family. This made it all the better. Someone like him, raised by the emperor's side from a young age, would surely grow to be loyal, a perfect confidant. And that wasn't all. To this day, the emperor had only fathered a single princess. Due to prior circumstances, having another child seemed nearly impossible. If Xu Ming were to become the imperial son-in-law and have children with the princess, the royal lineage would finally have a stable foundation. Your Majesty, Xu Ming of the blood-As battalion requests an audience. Finally, a maid entered the study and knelt in salute. Bring him in. He's finally here. He's kept us waiting, Emperor Wu exclaimed eagerly. After receiving the maid's report, the emperor had waited long enough. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid stood, hurriedly left the study, and soon returned with Xu Ming. Xu Ming of the blood-As battalion greets Your Majesty. Xu Ming cupped his fists in salute. According to Wu Kingdom law, officials, degree holders, and military personnel were not required to kneel before the emperor. A formal salute sufficed. The emperor sized up the young man before him, growing increasingly satisfied with what he saw. For years, the emperor had heard of Xu Ming's name, but today marked their first meeting. Upon seeing him, Xu Ming truly lived up to his reputation, a man of extraordinary talent. Not only did Xu Ming exude a scholar's elegance, but he also carried the resilience of a warrior. As the Confucians often said, one who can ride into battle and kill the enemy, yet also govern the nation upon dismounting. Xu Ming was precisely such a person. How fortunate the Xu family was to have produced such a remarkable son. Rise, the emperor said. Though his earlier expression was brimming with anticipation, he now appeared composed, his face betraying no hint of favoritism. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xu Ming straightened and stood tall. Xu Jiren, your reputation has spread far and wide, the emperor remarked with a smile. Especially after you joined the army. Many civil officials have expressed regret, repeatedly submitting memorials to us, urging you to focus on your studies instead of military pursuits, claiming it to be a waste of talent. Xu Ming smiled faintly. Our Wu kingdom was built on martial strength and governed with literary wisdom. While literature must not be neglected, neither should martial arts be abandoned. Ming has chosen to pursue both. Oh, the emperor's interest was piqued. You say literature must not be neglected. Does that mean you're confident about next year's metropolitan exams? Confidence is scarce, but participation is what counts, Xu Ming replied truthfully. Ha ha, you're quite the honest one, aren't you? The emperor laughed heartily. In truth, he held little expectation for Xu Ming's success in the exams. He knew how grueling the blood-As battalion's training was, leaving Xu Ming with hardly any time to study. Very well, you may go for now. Rest well today and return tomorrow. Wei Sun takes Xu Ming to his quarters. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Sun, smiling warmly, stepped forward. Jiren Su, this way, please. Ming takes his leave. Xu Ming cupped his fists and retreated. The imperial palace of Wu was divided into the outer palace and the inner palace. The outer palace housed the imperial guard and locations like the Hall of Listening Seas for morning court and the imperial study. It was accessible to male officials. The inner palace, as the name implied, was the harem, where the emperor's family resided. Only women and eunuchs were allowed entry. At this moment, Xu Ming wasn't entirely sure of his own role. He hadn't been enlisted into the Imperial Guard, nor was he given any official position. In fact, he didn't even know why the emperor had summoned him to the palace. Was it because the imperial exams were coming next year, and the emperor wanted him to focus on his studies? Or was it because of his widespread reputation as a poet, and the emperor had finally grown too curious to resist meeting him? Whatever. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in, Xu Ming muttered to himself, shaking his head to dismiss his overthinking. The emperor's intentions were hard to fathom, so there was no point dwelling on it. This will be your residence from now on, Xu Jiren, Wei Sun said as he led Xu Ming to a courtyard that appeared to be newly constructed. Thank you, Eunuch Wei, Xu Ming replied, discreetly slipping a banknote into Wei Sun's hand. Wei Sun paused for a moment but didn't refuse. Instead, he tucked the note into his sleeve with a brighter smile. Xu Jiren, just rest well for now. While in the palace, do only what is within your abilities. That's all that's required. Xu Ming froze for a moment before bowing respectfully. Thank you for the advice, Eunuch Wei. Wei Sun's words, do what is within your abilities, carried a deeper implication. The emperor harbors no ill will toward you. Just behave, and all will be well. Well then, I won't disturb your rest any further. Take care, eunuch Wei. After turning to leave, Wei Sun walked a few paces away from Xu Ming's courtyard before stopping and glancing back. He touched the banknote in his sleeve and murmured to himself, "A 13-year-old boy. How can he act so mature?" In the imperial study, Wei Sun returned to the emperor. "How is it? Is Xu Ming satisfied with his residence?" the emperor asked. Wei Sun smiled. "Your Majesty, you had that courtyard specially built for Xu Jiren. How could he not be satisfied?" The emperor stood, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced. "Wei Sun, what do you think about giving Xu Ming a jade token, allowing him free access to the inner palace?" Hearing this, Wei Sun was startled. "Your Majesty, you greatly value Xu Jiren and wish to show your trust and esteem for him. You also wish to match him with the princess. However, I fear this might not be appropriate. While Xu Jiren is only 13 now, he'll turn 14 next year. According to the laws of Wu, men and women can marry at 14. You're right. It is a bit hasty," the emperor said, calming down. "It wouldn't do well for his reputation." With a sigh, the emperor added, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. What about my precious daughter? She hasn't returned yet." Wei Sun hesitated, looking troubled. The emperor frowned. "Speak, Your Majesty. The princess said she intends to travel the world for a year. She plans to return when the imperial exams take place next year." Early in the morning, Xu Ming was practicing the heaven-opening fist. Although he was no longer part of the Blood Azura battalion, the habit of waking early had been ingrained in him. "Xu Jiren is certainly self-disciplined," came a voice as Xu Ming finished his set and washed his face. It was Wei Sun, standing in the courtyard. "Eunuch Wei," Xu Ming greeted with a cupped fist. "Xu Jiren, His Majesty has summoned you." "Please wait a moment, Eunuch Wei. I'll take a quick bath and change into fresh clothes before meeting the emperor." "Very well." After a bath, Wei Sun led Xu Ming toward the inner palace. "Eunuch Wei, isn't this the way to the inner palace?" Xu Ming asked. "Yes, it is. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Xu Ming hesitated. Wei Sun chuckled. "If His Majesty calls for you, that makes it the most appropriate. Just follow me, Xu Jiren, and don't keep the emperor waiting." "Xu Ming." As they entered the inner palace, Xu Ming felt as if he had stepped into another world. The place was filled with lush gardens, pavilions, artificial lakes, and rockeries. Palace maids bustled about, and apart from them, only eunuchs could be seen. It was a stark contrast to the austere and solemn atmosphere of the outer palace. Xu Ming kept his gaze straight ahead, careful not to glance around randomly. He didn't want to accidentally see something or someone he shouldn't and invite trouble. "Your Majesty, Xu Jiren has arrived," Wei Sun announced after an incense stick's worth of time as they reached the Hall of Cultivated Tranquility. "Your subject greets His Majesty and Her Majesty, the Empress," Xu Ming said with a cupped fist. The emperor was having breakfast with a woman, palace maids serving them silently. The woman wore a deep red palace dress embroidered with a golden phoenix, its wings poised as if ready to take flight. The tassels on her gown shimmered like a crimson sunset flowing across the jade steps of the palace. Her hair was styled in an elaborate updo adorned with gold pins, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. Her features were exquisite, as though crafted by the hands of heaven itself. Her brows were like distant mountains, her gaze soft yet alluring, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, brimming with hidden tenderness. Her high nose bridge added depth to her face, while her lips, as delicate as peach blossoms, carried an air of reserved charm. When she smiled, it was like spring flowers blooming, radiant and captivating. Her slender fingers, fair as jade, were adorned with a light pink polish, enhancing her graceful demeanor. Only the Empress of Wu, adorned with a phoenix on her robes, could possess such magnificence. Even in the army, Xu Ming had heard of the Empress's fame. Xiao Ku, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Wu. Despite being an ordinary mortal with no tempered physique, She ranked 93rd on the beauty ranking. No need for such formality. Come, take a seat and eat, the emperor called out to Xu Ming. Xu Ming hesitated, unsure of what to do. The emperor chuckled. What's the matter? Do you suspect that I've poisoned the food and intend to harm you? Shall I test it for you first? Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare. I'm simply overwhelmed by the honor, Xu Ming replied, looking slightly flustered. This is the inner palace. There's no need for such strict decorum here, Shauka said with a soft smile, her voice as melodious as silver bells. Xu Ming, come and eat. Yes. Since both the emperor and empress had spoken, Xu Ming had no choice but to sit at the table. A palace maid served him a bowl of pearl and jade congee. Xu Ming, you may not know this, but you're quite famous in the inner palace, the emperor said with a laugh. That poem you gave to Zhu Cixi back then, almost every concubine and maid here knows it by heart. They often recite it and lament the passage of autumn, even Kur. Your Majesty, Shauka chided softly, her tone tinged with playfulness. I'm not some immortal who can remain forever youthful. Am I not allowed to feel a little wistful about my fading beauty? Fine, the emperor replied indulgently, his tone filled with affection for the empress. Xu Ming, seated at the side, maintained a polite smile, careful not to interject. After breakfast, the emperor took Xu Ming to the imperial study. While the emperor reviewed memorials, Xu Ming stood quietly by his side. The emperor occasionally asked Xu Ming's opinion on certain policies, vented about the petty schemes and infighting among officials, or even directly criticized them. Sometimes, while reading a memorial, the emperor would lose his temper, throw the document onto the ground, and curse loudly. At such moments, Xu Ming would bow his head in silence, while Wei Sun gently coaxed, Your Majesty, please calm down. Although there was no morning court session today, the emperor didn't take a break. From dawn until noon, he worked tirelessly, resembling a workaholic. The emperor's reputation among the common people was stellar, and such a reputation was often not something that could be fabricated. After finishing a memorial, the emperor would hand it to Xu Ming and ask, Do you think there's anything wrong with how I've handled this? Xu Ming, not daring to say outright, Your decision is flawed, would always start with, Your Majesty is wise, before carefully presenting his own opinion. The emperor wasn't overly serious about these discussions. He was merely curious. However, Xu Ming's insights were often unique and thought-provoking. For example, on a smaller scale, Xu Ming suggested promoting the habit of drinking boiled water during plague seasons. He explained that high temperatures could kill the source of the plague. On a larger scale, he proposed establishing state-owned enterprises to nationalize the management of grain, salt, and iron. The latter idea, though potentially bolstering state coffers significantly and curbing famine profiteering during crises, was fraught with complications. It would infringe upon the interests of far too many people. Even now, Xiao Mochi's single whip law was facing relentless impeachment. Pursuing such a policy would only stir up more trouble. Change needed to be incremental. Trying to swallow too much at once would lead to disaster. At noon, palace maids served lunch in the imperial study. The emperor invited Xu Ming to dine with him, and Xu Ming, unable to refuse, reluctantly joined. After lunch, the emperor resumed reviewing memorials without taking even a short rest. This Xiong Wentian, you must be familiar with him. He's the father of Xiong Haiji and serves as the Minister of War. He's loyal and steadfast, but far too rigid in his approach and disdainful of civil officials. However, you, with your dual expertise in both civil and military fields, will likely find it easier to work with him. He's someone worth forging a strong connection with. This Huang Lu, the attendant of the Secretariat, is an extremely meticulous and annoying person. He overthinks everything and often gets caught up in trivial details. That said, any task you assign to him will be completed flawlessly, without a single error. And this Chang Sanqian, the left chancellor, once a promising youth, he's now a seasoned bureaucrat. His abilities are passable, but he's greedy and lecherous. A bit of surface-level courtesy will suffice to keep him in check. In the afternoon, as the emperor continued reviewing memorials, he casually provided Xu Ming with a detailed overview of various officials' personalities and traits. Xu Ming listened with trepidation, occasionally stealing glances at Wei Sun. Wei Sun merely smiled and nodded in reassurance. It was then that Xu Ming truly realized the emperor hadn't summoned him because of his fame as a celebrity. The emperor genuinely intended to groom him as a trusted confidant and a core member of his inner circle. A countryside manor in Wudu. In the courtyard, a few chickens pecked incessantly at scattered grains of rice. A dog wandered around lazily, lifting its leg to urinate at the edge of the vegetable garden whenever the urge struck. Old Zhang, your moves these days are getting humbler and humbler. This place doesn't match your status at all, said a voice, half joking. An elderly man sat across from a young man, playing a game of chess. The elder was none other than Zhang Lu, one of the most esteemed figures in the Wu Kingdom. The younger man, however, was the controversial favored minister, Xiao Mo, currently under siege from all sides by the imperial court. The chessboard was carved directly onto the stone table by Zhang Lu himself. The chess pieces were handmade by Xiao Mo in his idle moments. What status? Zhang Lu chuckled as he placed a white piece on the board. Just an old commoner with a bit of cultivation to his name. Besides, at my age, what use is a grand estate? I get lost wandering through the halls. He then glanced up and asked, I hear the emperor's been scheming to make you prime minister lately? Xiao Mo shook his head. Minister Fong isn't too keen on the idea. Zhang Lu laughed. And why do you think that is? I wouldn't know, Xiao Mo replied. But it's not about power, that much I'm sure. Huh? Zhang Lu pointed at him and scolded with a laugh. So, you want to be prime minister for the power? Xiao Mo simply smiled without responding. Your current role as Grand Secretariat doesn't give you enough authority? Zhang Lu asked, raising a brow. Not enough, Xiao Mo replied, placing another piece on the board. Far from it. Even with the emperor's support, it's still a struggle. I used to think it was an exaggeration, but it's true. An official one rank higher can make all the difference in the world. Or maybe you just want to crush others beneath you, Zhang Lu retorted with a sidelong glance. Xiao Mo smiled again, offering no rebuttal. Well, unless you agree to Minister Fong's condition, he won't step down for you, Zhang Lu mused, stroking his beard. Xiao Mo shook his head. I respect Minister Fong, and I share his vision. But the task he has in mind, it's far more difficult than my reforms. Practically impossible. Then you'll just have to endure, Zhang Lu remarked, taking a sip of tea. At least Fong Ling hasn't actively come after you yet. That alone should make you grateful. After a pause, Zhang Lu changed the subject. I heard the emperor has brought that lad, Xu Ming, closer into his inner circle. Xiao Mo nodded for the first time. Xu Ming, talented in both literature and martial arts, with extraordinary natural gifts, yet only a concubine's son and still so young. The emperor has only one daughter. Everyone knows what His Majesty has in mind. And how are the officials reacting? Zhang Lu asked. Most are supportive, Xiao Mo replied. Not surprising. Xu Ming gained fame with his poem Butterfly Love, a gift to Xu, winning the admiration of literary officials. He then joined the Blood Azura battalion, achieving the heroic soul realm at 13, a rarity in the world. The military officials adore him. The emperor may be in his prime, but he can no longer father children. If Xu Ming were to marry the princess and have children, they'd immediately become potential heirs, securing the dynasty's future. If only it were that straightforward, Xiao Mo sighed. The question is whether Xu Ming would even accept such a marriage if decreed. And if he does, Zhang Lu added, both the Xu and Qin family clans won't have an easy time. Indeed, Xiao Mo agreed. With their ancestral legacies and flourishing talents, the Xu and Qin clans already hold considerable influence in the court. If Xu Ming becomes the emperor's son-in-law, and his children are poised to inherit the throne, the clan's power would become unmatched. The emperor is surely aware of this. He'll find a way to weaken the Xu and Qin clans or sever Xu Ming's ties with them entirely. After all, Xu Ming is only a concubine's son, and his bond with the Xu family isn't particularly deep to begin with. Zhang Laosher took a sip of tea. Let's set that aside for now. The rootless secret realm, isn't it about to open soon? There's been an unexpected issue with the rootless secret realm. Its opening has been postponed by 2.5 years, Xiao replied. And according to predictions from Tianji City, this might very well be the last time it opens. When a secret realm collapses, it often brings the greatest opportunities, Zhang Laosher said with a smile. I imagine many dynasties and sects are already eager to take part. They are, Xiao said, adjusting his sleeves. But this time, they'll need to think carefully. The rootless secret realm is reaching the end of its life, and the laws within it are sure to be in chaos. In the past, protective talismans could be crafted according to the realm's rules. If someone faced a fatal blow, the talisman would eject them from the realm. But next time will be different. It'll be real combat. If you die, you die. There won't be a second chance. The greater the danger, the greater the chaos, and the greater the opportunities, Zhang Laosher, old, remarked with a sigh. We're already on the cusp of a great era. The world is about to undergo a massive reshuffling. If you don't fight for your place, there's only extinction. After a moment of silence, Zhang Laosher asked, by the way, who's hosting the next imperial examination? Still the Minister of Rights, that young lad Wang. Minister Wang will unfortunately fall ill in 7 months, Xiao replied with a knowing smile. The Emperor has instructed me to take charge. Ha ha! The Emperor's really pulling out all the stops for you, Zhang Laosher chuckled. The next imperial examination will be quite the event. It's a harvest year since the lifting of restrictions on the imperial exams, bound to produce a wealth of talent. And as the host, you'll be their mentor. So, Zhang Laosher, of all the promising candidates making a name for themselves, which ones do you think are worth paying attention to? The ones worth noting? You already know them, a pair of brothers, Zhang Laosher said with a glance at Xiao Xiao paused, then smiled. True. Zhang Laosher's eyes gleamed with rare anticipation. To be honest, the brothers Xu Ming and Xu Pengda. One is like a dragon who'll stir the Wu kingdom and even the entire world into chaos. The other is diligent, like an old ox. Once he becomes an official, he'll patch up all the messes left behind by people like you. Xiao mused aloud. Becoming a mender is no easy task. Indeed, it's difficult, but that little chubby one can handle it, Zhang Laosher said, stroking his beard. By the way, have you heard about this? Xu has gone to White Deer Academy. She recently came of age, and the monarchs of Liang and Wei have both proposed marriage to her family, offering her the title of crown princess. And then, Xiao intrigued by such a tale, leaned forward slightly. That young lady laid out a path of fine tea leaves at her doorstep, then placed jasmine stamens on top of the tea leaves, Zhang Laosher said, stroking his beard. Ming sounds the same as Ming, he added with a knowing smile. Unknowingly, Xu Ming had already been in the imperial palace for a year. During this time, he stayed by Emperor Wu's side every day. Apart from attending morning court sessions, Xu Ming would assist Emperor Wu while he reviewed memorials. For all 3 meals of the day, Xu Ming dined alongside Emperor Wu. When Emperor Wu went hunting, Xu Ming rode on horseback at his side. In their leisure time, Emperor Wu attempted to teach Xu Ming military strategy, but Xu Ming declined, saying, "It's enough to understand principles and strategies. There's no need to study ancient military doctrines." When Xu Ming refused, Emperor Wu jokingly berated him, though he didn't press the matter further. Even when sitting on the dragon carriage, Emperor Wu insisted Xu Ming ride with him. Xu Ming was certain that Emperor Wu intended to groom him as a trusted confidant. However, the greater the favor, the more cautious Xu Ming became. Serving an emperor was like walking on thin ice. One should never trust that an emperor's favor would remain unwavering. Xu Ming's careful demeanor did not go unnoticed by Emperor Wu, who grew even more satisfied with him. If Xu Ming had become arrogant from favor, Emperor Wu might not have abandoned him entirely, but would likely have taught him a lesson to correct his behavior. Now, Emperor Wu felt relieved of such trouble. The news of Xu Ming's favor could not be hidden from the court. Some believed that the emperor merely appreciated talent. After all, Xu Ming was both scholarly and skilled in martial arts, young and impressionable. Raising him by the emperor's side would undoubtedly make him a loyal confidant in the future. Others speculated that Emperor Wu intended to make Xu Ming the consort of the princess. Since the emperor was unable to bear children, Xu Ming and the princess's offspring could be future heirs to the throne. As for whether they could have heirs, if not on the first attempt, try again. With a 50% chance, 7 or 8 children later, one would surely be a boy. After all, the emperor was still young and could afford to wait. Raising a grandson as a son, there's little difference. Regardless of whether Xu Ming became the princess's consort, his eventual importance was a foregone conclusion. The emperor was merely waiting for Xu Ming to take the metropolitan and palace exams to see what ranking he could achieve. If Xu Ming performed modestly, he could be polished for a year or two, gaining experience before being heavily utilized. If Xu Ming excelled, the emperor would undoubtedly reward him greatly. Xu Ming's future would be bright, making him a rising star. In recent days, officials of all ranks have been visiting the Xu family residence or seeking connections through the Qin family to build a relationship with the Xu family. Xu Guogong, Duke, Xu Shuya, Xu Ming's father Xu Zheng, and Qin Guogong Duke, Qin Rahai, have been riding high, frequently attending banquets and being showered with flattery to the point of arrogance. The Xu family basked in their newfound prestige, with a sense of when one man ascends, all around him rise too. Even Xu Wang, the 6th young master of the Xu family, born to the second wife, 5 years younger than Xu Ming and 9 years old, got into a dispute with the 3rd son of the Jingzhao-yin, chief of the capital prefecture. He struck the boy, injuring his head, yet still acted brazenly. Shockingly, the Jingzhao-yin didn't dare utter a word of protest and even brought his son to apologize. When Wang Feng heard of this incident, she was furious and took up the matriarch's cane, intending to punish Xu Wang. However, she was stopped by others, and her blows never landed. Even the family matriarch dismissed the matter, saying, "Let it go, let it go. It's just children squabbling, nothing serious." Wang Feng, enraged, threw down the cane and didn't leave her quarters for 10 days. When Zhao Wenshan heard about this, he was alarmed and hurried to the Xu residence. Speaking plainly to the matriarch and Xu Zheng, he said, "Although 5th young master Xu Ming is talented in both literature and martial arts and favored by the emperor, the treatment he received from the Xu and Qin families before his rise is something the matriarch and master Xu should not forget. Now that he is being nurtured by the emperor, the 5th young master Xu Ming is destined to receive significant attention from His Majesty in the future. However, our Xu and Qin households are already powerful. Would His Majesty allow someone he has personally nurtured to be burdened by us? Would he permit the Xu and Qin households to rise even further because of Xu Ming, upsetting the balance of power? The recent incident where the 6th young master clashed with the Jingzhao Yin's 3rd son. Based on my understanding, the 6th young master was clearly at fault. The Jingzhao Yin is known for his upright nature and fearlessness in the face of authority. Like Xiao Mo Qi, he is also a confidant of His Majesty. For him to swallow his pride in this matter, does this not strike the matriarch and Master Xu Zheng as odd? Furthermore, our Wu Kingdom has strict laws prohibiting private banquets of more than 10 officials. Yet Master Xu Zheng hosted a banquet for 20 people at the Chunfeng Tower, an outright violation of the law. Has the censorate not filed an impeachment? Would His Majesty truly be unaware? This is His Majesty giving our Xu and Qin households one last bit of face while simultaneously preparing a blade, one He will not hesitate to turn against us if necessary. To destroy a man, first let him go mad. Even a 5-year-old child understands this principle. Does the matriarch and master Xu Zheng truly not see this? Hearing Zhao Wenshan's words, both Xu Zheng and the matriarch were indeed startled. However, they brushed it off, saying things like, "Wen Shan, you're overthinking it. We have imperial decrees of protection, and no matter what, Xu Ming is part of our Su family. He will always speak on our behalf." Looking at their nonchalant expressions, Zhao and Shan could only sigh heavily and say, "In the end, the bird will flee the forest, leaving behind nothing but desolation." With that, he flicked his sleeves and stormed out. As for this incident, Xu Ming, still within the palace, remained completely unaware. Confined to the palace and interacting only with Emperor Wu, Xu Ming had no idea what the court officials thought of him. 2 months before the metropolitan examination, Xu Ming sought an audience with Emperor Wu. "Your Majesty, in 2 months, I will sit for the metropolitan exam. I humbly request to leave the palace temporarily for 2 months to focus on my studies." Although Xu Ming held no official position and spent his days following Emperor Wu, it was a significant drain on his time. Xu Ming wasn't confident enough to skip studying and still rank as a Jinshi. Moreover, this upcoming examination had an unprecedented number of candidates since the founding of Wu Kingdom. This request was also a strategic move to avoid suspicion. In 10 days, various officials would gather in the imperial study to draft the examination questions alongside Emperor Wu. As a candidate, Xu Ming knew he couldn't remain in the palace during this time. Approved. Emperor Wu nodded. "You should indeed avoid suspicion during this period. There's a residence in the eastern part of the city. It's not too large, not too small. I'll assign 2 palace maids to assist you. Focus on your studies." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After expressing his gratitude, Xu Ming was personally escorted out of the palace by Wei Sun to the designated residence in the eastern city. True to Emperor Wu's description, the residence was modest, a simple 2-courtyard house. However, its decor was elegant and tasteful. From that point on, Xu Ming devoted more time each day to his studies, reducing the time spent on martial arts practice. While Xu Ming wasn't overly concerned about achieving high academic honors, he was curious about the potential rewards for ranking as a Jinshi, or even within the top tier. Meanwhile, as the metropolitan examination approached, the capital of Wudu grew increasingly lively. Typically, such exams attracted little attention from the common folk. But this time was different. This year's examination was not only the largest since Wu Kingdom's founding, but it was also of significant interest to neighboring states such as Qi, Liang, and even the northern tribes of Beimang. There were 2 key reasons. First, this was the first examination held since the imperial exams were fully open to all eligible candidates, resulting in unprecedented participation. Second, Xu Ming was taking part. The boy genius who, for years ago, composed the famous couplet, "The mirror bids farewell to youthful beauty as the flowers fade upon the trees," and topped the provincial examination at just 10 years old. Was he destined to fade into obscurity, or would he once again shine brightly? Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome. Of course, many were skeptical of Xu Ming's chances. After all, he had spent 3 to 4 years in military training. Rigorous training as part of Wu Kingdom's infamous blood butchers. How much time could he possibly have devoted to studying? Even for someone as gifted as Xu Ming, passing the metropolitan examination and advancing to the palace exam to earn the title of Tong Jinshi Chushin, entry-level Jinshi, would already be a significant achievement. Xu Ming had a vague sense of how the outside world perceived him. He figured they weren't wrong. After all, cramming for 2 months at the last minute didn't exactly guarantee success. He might not even pass the metropolitan exam. All Xu Ming hoped for was to give it his best. That was all. On another note, he wondered how Su Xiaoping was doing. It had been 4 years since they last met. At 16, Su Xiaoping was now a young man. Was he still the same as before? What about his mother and the big white goose? His mother, who never sought power or influence, should be fine. But had the big white goose taken human form yet? Would it be a muscular woman if it had? Xu Ming considered visiting the Su household. However, the thought of dealing with his grandmother and father, not to mention the possibility of being dragged into endless banquets to meet high-ranking officials, made him groan inwardly. Forget it. Only 2 months left. I'll visit after the exams, Xu Ming muttered, shaking his head as he turned back to his books. The metropolitan exam in Wu Kingdom was quite open-ended. There were no closed tests, memorization drills, or other time-wasting exercises. Instead, the exam covered the four major fields of scholar, agriculture, crafts, and commerce, with 20 essay questions for each field. There were no standard answers. It was all about your insights and opinions. The exam lasted 4 days. Xu Ming's reading habits were eclectic given his photographic memory. He read anything and everything, hoping to pick up some unusual attributes along the way. Still, he hadn't gotten around to buying little Liu Bei, so he had no idea what attributes it might grant. I'll get it after the exams. For now, I need to stay focused, he decided. Pre-exam distractions were a big no-no. Su Gongzi, young master, a maid entered the room. These maids were former palace attendants, well-trained and meticulous. What is it? Xu Ming asked. There's a young gentleman outside who claims to be your friend. The maid replied respectfully. My friend? Got it, Xu Ming said, setting down his book and leaving the room. As he stepped out into the courtyard, he spotted a figure sitting at a nearby wine stall. A young man, dressed in men's clothing, but so strikingly beautiful that he outshone most women. Xu Ming chuckled, walked over, and called to the waiter, 2 jars of red pine wine, 2 pounds of spiced beef, and a plate of fried peanuts. Right away, sir, the waiter responded cheerfully. Xu Ming sat across from the young man, who glanced at him with those sharp, almost predatory eyes. You've grown quite a bit, the young man remarked. Of course, Xu Ming replied, pouring himself a cup of wine. At this age, men tend to grow quickly. Fast enough to marry, perhaps. Wu Yanhan teased, her tone light, but with a hint of mischief. That a bit too fast, Xu Ming shook his head. Too fast. Wu Yanhan's lips curved into a smile, her bold demeanor tinged with a feminine allure. Surely, if you make the imperial honor roll this time, you'll be marrying that girl, Xu from Qi Kingdom, won't you? Cough, cough. Xu Ming choked on his wine. Why are you bringing her up all of a sudden? You don't know. Wu Yanhan's gaze lingered on Xu Ming. Know what? Xu Ming looked puzzled. Wu Yanhan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing Xu Ming for a moment before she shook her head and took a sip of wine. Nothing. Strange, Xu Ming muttered, taking a bite of spiced beef. Deep down, though, he felt a little guilty. Could it be that the childhood promise he made with Xu had been leaked? No, that didn't make sense. No one would take the innocent words of 2 children seriously. They were just kids back then. What could they possibly understand? Where have you been this past year? Xu Ming asked, pouring Wu Yan a drink. Traveling, Wu Yanhan replied nonchalantly. Wandering the Jianghu, challenging a few sects, killing some cultivators. Xu Ming nodded. What's your current level? Heroic Soul Realm, Wu Yanhan said without hesitation. Advancing to the Heroic Soul Realm in just a year. No one can match you, Xu Ming said with a genuine smile, feeling happy for his friend. Wu Yanhan shot him a glance. If you hadn't gone off to that damned palace, you could have matched me. T/and wasn't he already in the Heroic Soul Realm? Not that fast, Xu Ming shook his head. He wasn't being modest. Despite having his unique cheat, Xu Ming was a dual cultivator of both body and energy. The further he advanced, the slower his progress became. This was precisely why most cultivators, despite having the option to pursue the path of a martial artist, rarely advanced beyond the Mercury realm. It required too much time and effort, leaving them spread too thin. What about you? Planning to return to the Blood Azura Battalion? Xu Ming asked. Even though leaving the Blood Azura Battalion usually meant you couldn't return, she was clearly an exception, given her connections. No, I'm heading home, Wu Yanhan said, taking a sip of her wine. If I don't go back soon, my father will lose his mind. T/N. It's actually the way she was going to address the Emperor, Royal Father, in Chinese. Fair enough, Xu Ming said with a chuckle. Though she had the martial god physic, she was, after all, still a girl. Wu Yanhan blinked and looked at Xu Ming. Did you know? There's a rumor in the capital that after the exams, you'll become the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom. Huh? What? Xu Ming froze for a moment. He genuinely didn't know. His understanding of royal affairs was limited. He never asked about them, and no one had told him anything. Having spent a year in the palace, Xu Ming had been exceptionally cautious, avoiding questions or information he shouldn't be involved in. He didn't even know how many children the emperor had. Speaking of which, did the emperor have children? Xu Ming had never seen any during his time in the palace. Who knows? Wu Yanhan said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But if the emperor decrees a marriage, would you agree or not? Xu Ming thought for a moment. Is she pretty? Wu Yanhan snorted coldly. Prettier than that Xu. Unrelated persons, clear the way. Unrelated persons, clear the way. On Xuanwu Street in Wudu, the Blood Azura battalion members cleared the entire street. Merchants had to pack up, and commoners weren't allowed to gather and watch the commotion. Today was the day of the Wu Kingdom's imperial examination. In a side courtyard of the Su family estate, a 16-year-old young man, now fully grown, slowly opened his eyes as he lay on the bed. The young man was tall for his age, standing around 1.72 meters, but he was also quite stout, weighing approximately 160 pounds. He got out of bed and changed into a Confucian-style blue robe. Walking out of his room, he fetched some water, wet a towel to wash his face, and used fine salt to brush his teeth before rinsing his mouth. There were no maids in the young man's courtyard. His mother forbade it. Not that he needed them. He glanced at the timepiece in the courtyard. It was almost time. After tidying his robe, he left the courtyard and headed to his mother's side residence. Mother, the young man greeted, bowing respectfully. Wang Feng, who had been up for a while, turned to look at her now-grown son and nodded. How did you sleep last night? Su Panda gave a simple, honest smile. I slept very well. That's good, Wang Feng said coolly as she gestured to the table, where a food box sat her day. I couldn't sleep well last night, so I made some pastries. Take them as your breakfast. Thank you, Mother. Su Panda opened the food box and saw it was filled to the brim with pastries. Mother, this seems like quite a lot. Is it? Wang Feng cast a light glance at it. Take them with you. If you see your younger brother outside the examination hall, let him have some too. Don't let them go to waste. But Mother, food isn't allowed inside the examination hall, Su Panda said, feeling a bit troubled. Then forget it, Wang Feng said softly, lowering her eyes. You'd better go now. Be prepared early. Yes, Mother. Su Panda stuffed a few pastries into his mouth, drank a couple of cups of warm tea, and rubbed his belly when he was full. Mother, I'll take my leave now. Go, Wang Feng said with a nod. Su Panda bowed deeply before turning to leave the courtyard. As Wang Feng watched her son walk farther and farther away, her expression grew distant. Memories of him going to the academy again and again over the past 8 years played out repeatedly in her mind. Panda. Just as Su Panda was about to leave the courtyard, Wang Feng called out softly. Yes, Mother. Su Panda turned back. It's all right if you don't do well on the exam, Wang Feng said calmly. Su Panda froze for a moment, then smiled brightly and bowed deeply once more. At Wudu's Qingxi Tower, an affordable inn known for subsidizing scholars, a young scholar in a patched blue robe slowly descended the stairs. The scholar's robe was pieced together with fabrics of different colors, giving it a shabby appearance, but it was immaculately clean. He descended the stairs slowly, placing one foot carefully on each step before moving the other foot to the same step, repeating the process with a noticeable limp. Following him was a little girl holding a book. She wore plain clothes, her hair braided into a small pigtail. Her freckled face wasn't particularly pretty, but it wasn't unpleasant either. The scholar hobbled out of the inn, and the little girl followed him, clutching the book. Boss, how much for your buns? The scholar asked as he approached a bun stall. The stall owner glanced at the scholar and the little girl. How many do you need? Just one. 2 meat buns, wrapped separately. Please, the scholar interrupted, smiling kindly as he cut the little girl off. 2 copper coins, the stall owner replied, wrapping each bun in oil paper and handing them over. Thank you, the scholar said as he took the buns, handing one to the little girl. It's all right, eat up. The little girl hesitated for a moment before taking the bun. Thank you, brother Yu. You're welcome. The scholar, named Yu Pingyan, smiled and gently patted the girl's head. The duo, one tall and one small, walked toward Xuanwu Street, eating their buns along the way. Each carried a gourd at their waist, one large and one small, filled with water to quench their thirst. Brother Yu, how many days will your exam take? The braided girl asked. 4 days. After 4 days, will you become the top scholar? The girl looked up at Yu Pingyan with excitement. It's not that easy, Yu Pingyan replied with a smile. But Brother Yu is amazing, the little girl pouted. Yu Pingyan ruffled her hair. I'm just a bookworm. No, Brother Yu is really amazing. All right, Yu Pingyan said, chuckling. Xu Ming arrived at Xuanwu Street. The street was eerily quiet, with only the blood azure guards in their crimson iron armor and the examinees who had come for the imperial exam. Looking at the guards clad in blood-red armor, Xu Ming couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He wondered if Xiong Haiji and the others were among them. Those guys didn't even come to see me off, Xu Ming muttered with a chuckle. He understood, though, as his comrades in arms, they couldn't come to send him off since he was now an examinee. Any association would raise suspicions of favoritism. Quickening his pace, Xu Ming walked straight ahead. At the end of Xuanwu Street was the Ministry of Rights Examination Hall. One by one, the examinees handed over their jade identification tokens and entered the hall. Not far from the hall, in a nearby tea house, a man sipped his tea while watching Xu Ming approach the examination gates. Beside the man was a woman. She wore a flowing court dress, as light and ethereal as drifting clouds. The hem was adorned with white cloud patterns delicately outlined in gold thread, and a jade belt cinched her waist. Her cascading hair, as smooth as a waterfall, was loosely gathered with a jade hairpin, with a few strands softly framing her face, adding a touch of charm. Her face was radiant like the morning sun, soft yet dazzling. Her eyebrows exuded elegance and nobility, and her eyes sparkled like stars embedded in a midnight sky, deep, brilliant, and seemingly capable of perceiving all. A straight nose and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms completed her graceful features, the slight curve of her smile as gentle as spring breezes rippling across a serene lake. Standing beside the man and woman was a eunuch with a constant, polite smile. Eunuch Wei Sun. Did you come back just to watch him take the exam? The man asked with a smile, glancing at his daughter. It's just a coincidence, the young woman replied as she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. With the books he's read over the years, what could he possibly achieve? You never know. The man shook his head with a smile, took another sip of tea, and looked toward the examination gates where Xu Ming was registering. That boy, Xu Ming, is a fine match for you. You've spent 2 or 3 years together, so you should know his character well. Let me say it again. If you give me a royal grandson, I'll stop meddling in your affairs. Yanan, what do you think? Entering the Ministry of Rights Examination Hall, Xu Ming carried his examination badge along with his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to his designated cubicle. The cubicle was tiny, 5 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 8 feet high. Inside, it contained only a desk, a bed, a lamp, and a covered chamber pot. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving oneself all had to be done within this confined space. The only consolation was that the chamber pot had a tightly sealing lid and was regularly emptied by designated staff. With the ringing of the bell, the imperial examination officially began. Test papers were distributed to each examinee in order, and when it came time to collect them, they would be retrieved in reverse order. Only after the next bell rang were the candidates allowed to open their papers and begin reading and writing their answers. The examination comprised 4 subjects: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, with each subject consisting of 20 questions. The exam spanned 4 full days. During these 4 days, examinees not only had to craft perfect answers to the questions, but also meticulously transcribe their responses onto clean sheets, ensuring not a single character was misspelled and the handwriting was immaculate. The neatness of one's exam papers greatly influenced the examiner's first impression. Moreover, for those who succeeded in becoming tribute scholars, their papers would eventually be presented to the emperor himself. Thus, the imperial examination was not merely a test of intellect, but also one of endurance and diligence. Of course, for someone like Xu Ming, a martial artist, such physical exertion was hardly worth mentioning. When mealtime arrived, the examination hall provided food to all candidates. The meals were thoroughly inspected by the chief examiner and deputy examiners using spiritual energy, ensuring that nothing illicit had been added. Xu Ming found solace in the fact that the food provided was quite delicious, with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. However, he couldn't help but think it still paled in comparison to the meals at busier battalion's place. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the examination hall, and the candidates lit their lamps one after another. From a tall building overlooking the hall, Xiao Machi stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the entire area. Every night, Xiao Machi would stand there and watch, fearing that a fire might break out somewhere. One morning, his gaze fell on a particular cubicle, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This kid still has so much energy. Inside that cubicle, candidate Xu Ming was already awake and practicing his martial arts, while most of the other candidates were still fast asleep. On the first day, most candidates felt that time was abundant and worked at a leisurely pace. By the second day, the majority had settled into their rhythm. On the third day, some began to realize that time was running short and hurried to catch up. By the fourth day, some were sweating nervously, while others casually napped after lunch. As night fell, those who had finished their work waited for the next morning to submit their papers, while those who hadn't worked tirelessly through the night to complete their transcriptions. Finally, after 4 days, the bell rang again, signaling the end of the examination. All candidates put down their brushes, regardless of their progress. The sound of that final bell brought a collective sense of relief to everyone present. Xu Ming felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of finishing the college entrance exams in his previous life. But unlike modern exams, where one could rip up their books, fold paper planes to throw off rooftops, or discuss answers with friends before heading home for a celebratory feast, the imperial examination offered no such reprieve. After the exam, all candidates were required to remain in their cubicles, unable to leave. This confinement lasted about 10 days. During this time, the examiners would grade the papers, and inspectors would visit each cubicle to ensure no cheating occurred. To be fair, aside from something as severe as leaking the exam questions, a crime punishable by death, minor infractions like smuggling and a few old book excerpts had little impact on the outcome. After all, every single question was an essay question. Most examinees, after finally loosening the taut string of tension, collapsed onto their beds for a deep sleep. Xu Ming, however, continued practicing his martial arts, maintaining his discipline. Of course, there were quite a few candidates who couldn't sleep at all, haunted by the looming announcement of results in 10 days. For those who failed, their next chance would come in 4 years. But how many 4 years does one have in a lifetime? In the Ministry of Right's rear courtyard, the grading of the exam papers was overseen by Xiao Machi and carried out by a team of 101 officials, with busier battalion members guarding the area. Each of the 4 subjects, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, was assigned 25 examiners. Each candidate's paper had to be graded by 3 different examiners. The grading system was based on scores, and any paper that sparked disagreement among the examiners would be brought to Xiaoku for the final decision. This year's imperial examination saw a record-breaking 6,000 candidates, the highest in Wu Kingdom's history since its founding. However, only 400 candidates would be admitted, making for an enormous workload for the examiners. At first, the examiners were patient, taking their time to thoroughly review each paper. But as they progressed, fatigue and frustration began to set in, and their grading pace quickened. If your handwriting was poor, you could be in serious trouble. By the 9th day, the candidates had gone 13 days without bathing. Flies buzzed around the cubicles, turning them into what could only be described as pigsties. The only difference was that 400 of these pigs would eventually rise to prominence. In the Ministry of Right's rear courtyard, As the last examiner finished grading the final paper, he collapsed into his chair, utterly exhausted. My lord, there were a total of 6,251 candidates, resulting in 25,004 papers. We have completed grading all of them. Here are the top 600 papers based on total scores across the 4 subjects. Please review them, said the deputy examiner as he pushed a cart carrying neatly arranged papers. The candidates' names had already been unsealed. Well done, Xiao replied as he began examining the papers one by one. Starting with the 600th ranked paper, he worked his way upward, his eyes lighting up as he read. When he reached the top 10, Xiao flipped through those papers repeatedly, unable to put them down. He was utterly enamored, becoming more and more impressed with each one he read. Each of the top 10 papers was extraordinary. Individually, any of them could have won the title of provincial champion in most of the past 250 years of imperial examinations. The essays were nothing short of masterpieces. And now, all these exceptional talents had appeared in the same examination. A legendary cohort, all arriving at the same time, Xiao murmured, placing the final paper down and exhaling deeply. No issues. Publish the results. Yes, sir. That same morning, the results were announced. One by one, the examiners called out the names of the successful candidates. With each name spoken, another candidate ascended to the rank of tribute scholar. Some burst into joyous laughter, others wept in bitter disappointment. A total of 400 tribute scholars were selected. These scholars were immediately taken for bathing and given new clothes before being ushered into the palace to meet the emperor for the final imperial examination. Dong, dong, dong. 3 days later, as the tribute scholars emerged from the imperial palace, the busier battalion members were already present in the capital city. Before them stood officials holding the golden honor roll, ready to announce the final results. Brother Li is back. Brother Li, Brother Li. Brother Li, what goodies did you bring us this time? As soon as Li Han stepped into the courtyard, a group of little boys and girls rushed toward him. Hee, don't fight, don't grab. There's enough for everyone. Xiaohua, help me hand these out to the kids. There's food and clothes for everyone, Li Han said cheerfully. Yay, new clothes to wear, thank you, Brother Li. A little girl jumped up in joy, clapping her hands. Brother Li, when I grow up, I want to join the army too. I want to be like you and join the busier to earn lots and lots of money. A little boy ran up with a face full of anticipation. I want to join the army too. Me too, with one boy taking the lead. The courtyard quickly filled with similar cries. You little fools, what's so great about joining the army? It's dangerous and exhausting, Li Han said, playfully patting one boy on the head. Besides, you can't join the army just for the money. There are plenty of ways to earn money. Joining the army isn't the only one. If everyone in Wu Kingdom's military joined only for money, the country would be doomed sooner or later. All right, go pick out your new clothes. Off you go. Driven off by Li Han, the children reluctantly left, a little disheartened. To them, being a soldier meant free food and housing, plus money to send home. It seemed like the perfect job. But once they got their new clothes, their spirits quickly lifted again. You don't need to bring so much stuff every time you come back. From the kitchen came a young woman named Yi. Dressed in an apron, the clear-featured girl exuded an air of gentleness, though her single ponytail draped over one shoulder gave off a faint sense of danger. It's no trouble at all. The kids are happy, Li Han said with a grin. Yi seemed about to say more, but simply shook her head. Lunch is almost ready. Let's eat first. Li Han nodded. All right. The older children carried out the meal buckets and dishes, serving food to the younger ones. Lunch wasn't extravagant, but it was far from plain. There was meat, vegetables, and even egg drop soup. After lunch, the younger kids helped wash the dishes, while the older ones left to work or learn a trade. In the afternoon, as the children returned to their small beds for a nap, the courtyard suddenly grew quiet, an unusual stillness. Yi and Li Han sat in the courtyard. Yi glanced at him. You really don't need to bring so much back each time. Military achievements aren't easy to earn, especially for someone like you, a martial practitioner. I've heard that the materials for body refinement and your weapons and armor are very expensive. You've been using your military merits to exchange for money all these years. Just look at yourself. Your clothes are patched up in so many places. It's no big deal, Sister Yi. I don't spend anything on food or lodging in the busier battalion, Li Han said with a hearty laugh. Besides, the body refining herbs they provide are more than enough. As for clothes, we mostly wear uniforms in the busier battalion and rarely need casual wear. Yi shook her head. You can't fool me with that. I may not know much about military life, but how can any army, even the busier, provide everything you need? Especially as your level progresses, the resources you require will only grow more expensive. A lot of it must come from your own military merits, right? As for the family, you don't need to worry so much. Many of the kids in the courtyard have grown up and can earn their own keep. You've reached a point where you should aim higher for yourself. It's time to start thinking about your own future. Li Han lowered his head. He wanted to say something, but Yi had already changed the subject. By the way, today isn't a holiday or festival. What brings you back? Li Han scratched his head, looking rather proud. One of my brothers is taking the imperial examination. Today is the day the results are posted, so a few of us from the camp decided to come out together. Someone from the military camp taking the imperial examination? Did he pass as a Jiren? Yi asked in surprise. He didn't just pass as a Jiren. My brother. Sister Yi, brotherly, it's so lively outside. The results are out. The top scorer has been announced. Just as Li Han was about to introduce his brother, a child ran in excitedly. Sister Yi, let's go take a look. Li Han quickly stood up, looking eager. All right, Yi replied with a light laugh, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Li Han noticed the bracelet on Yi's left wrist and paused for a moment before his smile grew even brighter. In the residence of the Minister of War, Xiong Wentian looked at his son. Haiji, why are you back today? Master, what are you saying? Isn't it normal for Haiji to come back because he misses us and wants to visit? Lady Xiong said with a smile. Xiong Wentian snorted coldly. The busier battalion has strict regulations, and leaves are rare throughout the year. If you're leaving the camp for no good reason, do you take this as a joke? Master, how can you say that? How is this a joke? Our son, father, mother. Xiong Haiji interrupted his mother. This time, I left camp because of an important matter. A brother of mine is taking the imperial examination, and today is the day the results are announced. Once we've seen the results, I'll head back. In a courtyard in Wudu, Guang-in and Hu Tao, having been granted a short leave from the busier battalion, had temporarily left the military. They purchased a two-wing courtyard. Not too expensive, but not cheap either. After cleaning up, Guang-in and Hu Tao made the place their home. That morning, Guang-in woke up early and began pacing back and forth in the courtyard, frequently checking the time. He had never felt time pass so slowly. Brother Guang. Just as Guang-in grew increasingly anxious, Hu Tao rushed into the courtyard. Brother Guang, the results are out. At the Su residence, two young and elegant women sat together. In front of them stood a large white goose. Compared to 4 years ago, the goose had grown taller, its neck longer and more graceful. Its snowy feathers glistened, and its eyes were strikingly expressive. It even had long lashes, and upon closer inspection, an almost refined and delicate appearance. Yet despite its elegant looks, the goose flapped noisily around the courtyard, somewhat at odds with its graceful exterior. What's wrong? Wang Feng asked Chinsuya. Ming'er will be back today. Why do you look so nervous? Aren't you happy? Of course, I'm happy to see Ming'er. Chinsuya smiled and shook her head. It's just that I haven't seen Ming'er in 4 years. These past 4 years are when children grow the fastest. I don't even know what he looks like anymore, or if he'll recognize me as his mother. I haven't been able to do much for him. Ming'er is so outstanding, and I'm afraid of holding him back. Wang Feng smiled gently. What nonsense are you saying? No matter how much he's changed, he's still your child. How could he not recognize his own mother? Besides, letting him pursue his dreams back then was the greatest support you could give him. Chen Suya smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sister Wang, for your kind words. You really underestimate yourself, Wang Feng said with a chuckle. The hardest thing in life is knowing what you should and shouldn't do. You've done well. Wang Feng let out a sigh. When Xu Ming's reputation spread across Wu Kingdom, and he ranked 50th on the Qingyun list, you remain the same as always, quietly embroidering here in Xiaochen Courtyard, neither vying nor scheming, surpassing countless women in grace. But do you know how arrogant the Xu family became when Xu Ming was summoned to the palace and gained favor with his majesty? The Xu family is bound to bring trouble upon themselves. Chen Suya was startled. Sister, you mustn't say such things. Wang Feng chuckled, her voice calm, yet commanding. I am the mistress of the Xu family. What can I say? Chen Suya. Enough. Let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Wang Feng changed the subject. The results should be out soon. Let's go take a look. All right. Chen Suya stood up. Just as the two stepped out of the courtyard, Chun Yin came running, panting heavily. Madam, fifth madam, someone from the palace is here. If someone's here, they're here. What's the fuss about? Are all the men in the Xu family dead? Can't they handle receiving an imperial decree? Wang Feng said coldly. Chun Suya and Chun Yin. Madam, it's not an imperial decree. The Minister of Rights has come to congratulate us. Young Master, Xu has passed. When Xu Ming walked out of the palace, he still hadn't seen Xu Pongda. It couldn't be helped. Upon entering the palace, the 400 examinees were split into 5 batches to enter in turns, and Xu Ming hadn't seen Xu Pongda in his batch. After his interview, Xu Ming was taken to the Ministry of Rights examination hall. When he exited the hall, he was greeted by a massive crowd, tightly surrounding the area. Finding Xu Pongda in that chaos was impossible. Stewards from various officials and wealthy merchants approached anyone they could, trying to strike up conversations and praise their daughter's virtues. Since the results hadn't been posted yet, and no one knew who ranked highest, everyone was being relatively reserved. Otherwise, many of these 400 scholars might have been forcibly carried off by eager matchmakers. Xu Ming, like the others, pushed through the crowd and headed toward the nearest bulletin board. Blood-Azura! Blood-Azura is here! At the sound of this shout, the crowd parted. An official holding the results list approached the bulletin board, escorted by 10 Blood-Azura soldiers. Before posting the main results, the list of scores for all 400 examinees was put up first. Everyone immediately ignored the names of the other 399 and looked directly at the top. Hui Yuan, Xu Ming. Seeing this name, everyone doubted their eyes. Xu Ming? The Xu Ming who spent 3 years in the Blood-Azura battalion had topped the provincial exam? For a moment, many were in disbelief, wondering if there had been a mistake in grading or if favoritism had played a role. But soon, those thoughts were dismissed. The exams were anonymous, with names sealed until all 4 subjects were graded. Moreover, the test papers of all 400 examinees would be made public for scrutiny. The imperial court would never treat the provincial exams as a joke or insult the intelligence of the nation. Wait, does this mean Xu Ming has now achieved double yuan? Someone exclaimed. If he also tops the palace exam, wouldn't that mean... Achieving triple yuan isn't that simple, another interrupted. The palace exam is judged by His Majesty, the 6 ministers, the Chancellor, and the Grand Secretary together. But I've heard His Majesty favors Xu Ming, someone else said. What does that matter? A scholar said with a smile. During the palace exam, all candidates take a silencing pill, making their voices identical. The policy responses are delivered behind a screen, with examinees identified only by numbers. Even if His Majesty wanted to favor Xu Ming, it would be impossible. Enough talk. The main results are being posted. This announcement drew everyone's attention back to the official, who began putting up the final rankings. The gold list comprised 3 sections. The official first posted the results for the 3rd class, Tong Jinshi, with a total of 202 candidates. Seeing their names on the 3rd class list, many let out sighs of relief, though some couldn't help but regret. Had they failed this time, might they have had a chance at a higher rank, such as the second class, for years later. Now that they had passed, they could no longer retake the exam. Next came the second class, Shura, with a total of 194 candidates. I'm second in the second class. Ha ha ha. Second place in the second class, a man shouted excitedly. Who's second in the second class? An older man asked sharply. It's me. Bind him up. Tie him up. Eh. Before the man could react, 4 or 5 people rushed over and tied him up with a red sash like a crab before carrying him off. I'm 83rd. Ha ha ha. Bind him too. Which one is Wang Chuanlu? Who's calling me? Wang Chuanlu. My master's daughter is 16 years old, beautiful, well-read, and virtuous. Please meet her. As soon as the second-class results were posted, matchmaking chaos ensued, with many candidates practically abducted on the spot. The official responsible for posting the results could only shake his head with a smile. Once the commotion died down, he picked up the final results list. At the same time, near every bulletin board across the capital, the crowd fell silent. The first class, Shura, comprised only 3 candidates. All eyes scanned the list from the bottom to the top. Tanhua, Yu Ping'an, Bang Yin, Su Panda, Zhuang Yuan, Xu Ming. Xu Ming? Zhuang Yuan. Xu Ming was just a teenager, wasn't he? 14-year-old Xu Ming had truly achieved the triple yuan. Brother Yu, your name. Shu. In the crowd, a little girl with braided hair jumped with excitement upon spotting Brother Yu's name. Before she could finish, the young man gently covered her mouth. Yu Ping'an smiled warmly and patted the little girl's head. Let's go. Oh. As everyone remained in shock, Yu Ping'an glanced at the Zhuang Yuan's name, then quietly limped away, leading the little girl through the crowd. Brother Yu, why are you the Tanhua? The little girl asked. Because the Bang Yin and Zhuang Yuan are more outstanding than I am, Yu Ping'an replied with a smile. But in my heart, Brother Yu is the best, she pouted. Yu Ping'an nodded, pinching her nose lightly. As long as you think so, then Brother Yu is better than the Zhuang Yin. Elsewhere in the crowd, a chubby boy stared at the name, Xu Ming, listed as the Zhuang Yuan. Who said you weren't capable? Third brother. When you pass the imperial exams and achieve high office, the title you earn will be worth far more to Ant than the title of Duke Su. He remembered his 5th brother saying to him long ago. The chubby boy smiled contentedly, rubbed his belly, and squeezed through the crowd. 5th brother, I didn't sit for the provincial exam this year. I wanted to wait and take it alongside you. Outside the crowd, Xu Ming gazed at the familiar name beneath his own on the Zhuang Yuan list. His 3rd brother's words from years ago echoed in his ears, and he smiled faintly before turning to leave. Xu Ming. Hangda. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Xu Ming saw Li Han and his companions waving at him, while Su Panda heard his father, Su Zheng, calling out to him. On the golden viewing platform that year, 2 young men stood side by side. Their brows bore striking resemblance as they turned to look at each other, sharing a knowing smile. The streets of Wudu were lined with people on both sides. At the head of the procession was Xu Ming, followed by Su Panda, and a step behind him was Yu Ping'an. A total of 400 successful candidates for the imperial examination paraded down the streets, adorned with large red flowers, riding red horses, and dressed in custom-made ceremonial attire from Wudu. This was a tradition of Wudu. Once the honor roll was announced, the 400 successful candidates had to parade through half the capital city before entering the imperial palace for a grand banquet. The banquet was personally hosted by Emperor Wu. For many, this might be the only chance in their lifetime to share a meal with the emperor. Seated on the horse, decorated with red flowers, Xu Ming noticed women in the crowd tossing flower branches at him. However, Xu Ming didn't dare catch any of them. In Wudu, if a man caught a woman's flower branch and placed it in his hair, it signified his acceptance of her as his bride. To be honest, Xu Ming really wanted to head home. He hadn't seen his mother in a long time. But this parade and banquet were traditions he couldn't avoid. In the imperial palace, a total of 400 newly appointed scholars were seated. The seating arrangement placed the Zhuang Yuan, first-ranked scholar, in the first position on the left, followed by the Bang Yin, second-ranked scholar, on the far right, with the Tanhua, third-ranked scholar, sitting beside Xu Ming. The top 3 scholars of the first rank and the fourth-rank scholar of the second rank occupied the front row, while the others were seated according to their rankings. At the forefront of the seating area was, naturally, the throne of the martial emperor. Xu Ming glanced to the side, casting a look at the Tanhua, Yu Ping'an. Noticing Xu Ming's gaze, Yu Ping'an returned a gentle smile. Earlier, when entering the palace, Xu Ming had observed that this Tanhua appeared to have some difficulty walking. However, that wasn't what truly caught Xu Ming's attention. A physical disability was of little concern. After all, Yu Ping'an would serve as a civil official, not a military one. What intrigued Xu Ming more was the unfathomable aura surrounding Yu Ping'an. Always wearing a gentle smile, Yu Ping'an exuded a calmness that set him apart from the other scholars, whose expressions brimmed with ambition. To him, it seemed as if this event was merely a casual banquet in the capital, a minor episode in which he happened to secure the rank of Tanhua. Such tranquility wasn't feigned but stemmed from an inner composure, as though he possessed an innate sense of propriety, a steadiness that enabled him to remain unaffected by external joys or sorrows. Yu Ping'an smiled and said, "Before the street procession, I had the honor of reading your exam paper, Zhuangyuan. That proposal for the Tuan decree truly impressed me." Xu Ming replied, "Your insights on commerce and your proposals for innovation were equally remarkable. Yu Tanhua, may I ask if your family is in business?" "Yes," Yu Ping'an nodded. "My family trades in textiles. I am not the legitimate heir, so my opportunity to participate in the exam was largely thanks to you, Zhuangyuan." Xu Ming smiled faintly. "What does this have to do with me? The credit should go to those officials who advocated for reform. Without them, I too would have been unable to participate in the examination." "That's not entirely true." Yu Ping'an shook his head. "Had you not made such an impression during the poetry banquet, providing a solid justification for reform, the public outcry in your favor might never have occurred. Without that momentum, the reform would have been far more challenging to implement." Yu Ping'an glanced around the room. Among the scholars here today, 3/10 are sons of merchants, courtesans, or other individuals previously barred from the imperial examinations. Every one of them, as well as those who will take part in future exams, owes you a debt of gratitude, Zhuangyuan. Xu Ming sighed softly. "If that's the case, I fear my life in the court won't be easy. When someone gains significant influence, who feels the most uneasy? Naturally, it is the emperor." Even before entering the court, Xu Ming had already accumulated so many favors. It was inconceivable that the emperor wouldn't take note. "Not necessarily," Yu Ping'an said with a knowing look. "I have a method that could turn this into an advantage. Not only would His Majesty not distrust you, but he might even support you further." Xu Ming immediately understood what Yu Ping'an was hinting at: marrying the princess. By doing so, any children born from such a union would become part of the imperial family, effectively neutralizing any perceived threat posed by Xu Ming's influence. "Yu Tanhua, let's not jest," Xu Ming replied, swiftly changing the subject. Yu Ping'an merely smiled, saying no more. At that moment, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out. "His Majesty has arrived." Conversation ceased instantly. All 400 scholars rose to their feet, bowing deeply. "Your students greet your Majesty." Emperor Wu walked down the central aisle between the rows of scholars, turning to face them once he reached the front. "Be at ease, gentlemen. Please be seated." "Thank you, your Majesty." The 400 scholars resumed their seats. Many of them discreetly stole glances at the martial emperor, not daring to meet his gaze directly, yet unable to resist admiring his majestic presence. Among the common folk, Emperor Wu was widely regarded as a wise and virtuous ruler, commanding immense respect. However, Yu Ping'an was different. He calmly observed the emperor, his gaze steady and composed. Beyond the natural reverence, there was no trace of fear or unease in his eyes. His demeanor exuded openness and sincerity. Before long, palace maids stepped forward with dishes and wine, placing them before each person. Throughout the banquet, the emperor presented himself as approachable, engaging in lighthearted conversations with the scholars about their families and daily lives, steering clear of court politics. Gradually, the attendees relaxed, growing less tense as they interacted with the emperor. This amiable atmosphere deepened their respect for him and fostered a sense of loyalty, a desire to serve him with utmost dedication. At one point, the emperor invited the scholars to share their views on the current state of the Wu kingdom and the international situation, framing it as a casual discussion without any concern for right or wrong answers. Eager to make an impression, many spoke eloquently, aiming to establish a favorable image before the emperor. Xu Ming.I've, however, remained silent, quietly listening to the discussions without interjecting. The banquet lasted for an entire hour. Afterward, the 400 scholars departed from the palace. As for official appointments, the assignments would be announced in half a month. Those who were not immediately assigned positions would typically be sent to the Hamlin Academy for further studies. Officially, this was described as refining their knowledge, but in less flattering terms, it meant waiting until positions became available. That said, the Hamlin Academy offered decent perks. Each scholar held at least a nominal rank of 6th grade official, receiving a respectable salary despite having no real authority. When Xu Ming and Xu Panda returned to the Xu residence, a lively celebration was already underway. Firecrackers crackled noisily, and the occasion was marked with grandeur. Many relatives, friends, and even officials from the imperial court came to offer their congratulations to the Xu and Qin families. Xu Ming and Xu Panda had no choice but to put on their best manners and entertain the guests. Eventually, when Xu Ming found a moment to himself, he retreated to the courtyard with his mother and the large white goose. For years had passed, and though his mother had not changed much, Xu Ming had grown from a boy into a young man. In the Wu kingdom, this was the age when one was expected to start a family and establish a career. Reuniting after 4 years, Xu Ming and the Tianxian goose sparred once more. This time, Xu Ming won decisively. The Tianxian goose, naturally disgruntled, doubled down on its training. Xu Ming chuckled, saying nothing. The goose had indeed grown significantly stronger, but it also seemed to have let itself go a bit. It now looked plump and well-fed, so much so that it might not even fit in a single pot if someone tried to cook it. Xu Ming suddenly felt a pang of concern. What if, upon transforming into its human form, the Tianxian goose became a 200-pound young woman? The thought unsettled him. Just as Xu Ming was contemplating how to tease the Tianxian goose into taking its training more seriously, the maid, Chunyan, rushed into the courtyard. Young Master Xu, a decree. The imperial decree has arrived. Please, come quickly to receive it. When Xu Ming arrived at the courtyard, all the commoners present knelt to receive the imperial decree, leaving only the officials standing. Wei Sun, who stood at the forefront, noticed Xu Ming's arrival and chuckled. Zhuangyuan Lang, top scholar, please step forward to receive the decree. Wei Sun's demeanor towards Xu Ming was notably respectful, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Previously, Wei Sun had maintained a reserved attitude towards Xu Ming, observing from a distance. But now, he was firmly aligned with Xu Ming. After all, Xu Ming's future son was almost certain to become Wei Sun's future master, assuming he lived long enough to see that day. Xu Ming is ready to receive the decree. Xu Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Wei Sun nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and unfolded the golden imperial decree. His sharp, high-pitched voice echoed across the courtyard. Imperial edict. We have heard that in heaven and earth, yin and yang complement each other, and men and women are meant to unite. This is the way of the great Tao. Today, our beloved daughter, Princess Zhao Wan, has reached the age of marriage. She is virtuous, graceful, talented, and a source of great pride to us. We have also heard of Xu Ming of the Xu family, a man of outstanding talent, impeccable virtue, and unparalleled accomplishments in both the literary and martial arts. His poetic renown spreads across the land. After comparing their birth charts and consulting the esteemed master of Tianji City, It has been determined that Xu Ming and Princess Zhao are a match made in heaven. This pleases us greatly, and we wish to unite them in marriage to demonstrate our benevolence and secure the foundation of the kingdom. Thus, we hereby decree that Xu Ming of the Xu family shall marry our beloved daughter, Princess Wu Yanhan. May they be joined in matrimony, live long and harmonious lives, and bring forth prosperous descendants to uphold their family's honor and contribute to the nation's glory. When Wei Sun finished reading, all eyes turned to Xu Ming, filled with envy and admiration. Should Xu Ming become the imperial son-in-law, and given that the emperor had only one daughter, it was almost certain that Xu Ming's future son would ascend the throne. At that time, Xu Ming's status would be unparalleled, beyond what words like second only to one, above all others could capture. While many had already anticipated Xu Ming's appointment as the imperial son-in-law, it was still awe-inspiring to witness it come to fruition. Xu Shuya, Xu Zheng, and Qin Rahai were overjoyed. It's here. The decree has finally arrived. They had long heard rumors of the emperor's intention to marry the princess to Xu Ming. After all, the princess was no longer young, and the absence of a designated heir was undoubtedly a pressing concern for the emperor. Now, with Xu Ming as the imperial son-in-law and his offspring likely to inherit the throne, the influence of the Xu and Qin families would rise to unimaginable heights. The secondary wives of the Xu family also cast envious glances at Xia. This Xia truly raised an extraordinary son. Even so, they eagerly supported Xu Ming's rise as the imperial son-in-law, as it might bring additional titles and privileges to the Xu family. However, those with more foresight, such as Wang Feng, Madame Qin, and Zhao Wenshan, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease on behalf of the Xu and Qin families. Did these people truly believe the emperor was some benevolent fool? The emperor would never allow the Xu and Qin families to climb too high. Given the recklessness of most Xu and Qin family members, the best-case scenario was that they'd embarrass the royal family. In the worst case, their arrogance and indulgence could lead to chaos within the court. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, it was almost certain that before Xu Ming and the princess were wed, the Xu and Qin families would face a thorough reckoning. Now, all the Xu and Qin families could hope for was that the emperor would show leniency, reducing their noble ranks and dispersing their power without annihilating them entirely. Meanwhile, as Xu Ming's mother, Xia, didn't appear particularly overjoyed at her son becoming the imperial son-in-law and rising to one of the most exalted positions in the land. Xia looked at Xu Ming with calm eyes filled with concern. Becoming the imperial son-in-law, especially as the spouse of the kingdom's only princess, with their future child almost certain to ascend the throne, was an unmatched honor. But everything had two sides. If Xu Ming became the imperial son-in-law, he would be tied to the royal family, and life as a royal child was far from easy. Xia would rather Xu Ming marry an ordinary girl and live a simple, happy life. But with the imperial decree issued, her Minger no longer had a choice. Refusing the decree would mean defying imperial orders. In Wu Kingdom, apart from emergencies such as military commands taking precedence over imperial orders, defying an imperial decree was a capital offense. At the banquet, everyone was watching Xu Ming, waiting for him to accept the decree. But Xu Ming remained bent in a bow, silent. In his mind, Wei Sun's words were still echoing. Who was this princess? Her name was Wu Yanhan? Didn't you plan to marry that girl, Xu Ci, after you made it onto the golden roll? How did she come up in this conversation? Oh, nothing. Just so you know, after you took the imperial exams, rumors spread in the capital that you might become the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom. What? Is that even possible? Who knows? But if the emperor bestows a marriage decree, will you accept it? Well, is she pretty? She's prettier than that Xu Ci. Xu Ming couldn't help but recall the words Wu Yanhan had spoken to him. He had always known Wu Yanhan wasn't ordinary and had suspected she might be of royal descent, given her surname Wu. But he never imagined she was the princess of Wu Kingdom. At most, he thought she was some noble's child sent to train in the military. After all, who would expect the emperor to send his only child to the military camp? And not just any princess, Wu Kingdom's sole princess with a martial god physique. Xu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. Looking back, it seemed his entry into the Blood Azura battalion and the 484th camp and his interactions with Wu Yanhan had all been orchestrated by the emperor. Did Xu Ming harbor resentment toward the emperor for this? Not really. Entrusting his most precious daughter to Xu Ming was the emperor's highest form of trust and even akin to handing him half the kingdom. Of course, it wasn't entirely voluntary on the emperor's part. Having only one child left him little choice. But had Wu Yanhan known all this? Did she know she was to be betrothed from the start? Or had she also been observing her future husband during their time in the camp? Zhuang Yuan Lang, accept the decree. Wei Sun smiled at Xu Ming, who had yet to respond. He could understand Xu Ming's days. No matter how talented or mature this Zhuang Yuan Lang was for his age, receiving such an honor on the same day as his exam triumph, being named imperial son-in-law on the day he topped the golden roll, was enough to make anyone feel like they were dreaming. Truly, Xu Ming was blessed. To have the two greatest joys in life, academic success and marriage, coincide on the same day was extraordinary. Ming-er, quickly accept the decree. Ming-er accepted. Next to Xu Ming, Xu Shuya and his father were even more anxious than Xu Ming. If they dared to touch the decree, they might have already snatched it up and stuffed it into Xu Ming's hands. Xu Ming took a deep breath, straightened up, and looked at Wei Sun. He then bowed deeply and said, "Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree. Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree." Xu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to echo throughout the courtyard. In an instant, everyone froze where they stood, staring at Xu Ming in disbelief. Some even thought they must have misheard. Did Xu Ming reject the emperor's decree for marriage? No. How could you dare? This is a marriage decree from the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Ming-er, what nonsense are you saying? The elderly matriarch of the Xu family anxiously struck the ground repeatedly with her cane. Ming-er, do you even know what you're doing? Xu Shi's face turned stern. Ming. Xu Zheng raised a trembling finger to point at Xu Ming, stammering as he struggled to speak. This event was simply too shocking for them. None of them could have imagined that Xu Ming would reject the imperial decree of marriage. After all, while it was true that very few had ever seen Princess Zhaowen in person due to her life in the palace, did it really matter? Even if she was supposedly hideous, so what? Once the candles are blown out, aren't all women the same? Besides, the emperor is so handsome, and Princess Zhaowen's late mother was once the most beautiful woman in Wu Kingdom, ranked as the 30th most beautiful mortal in the renowned beauty list. How ugly could the princess possibly be with such lineage? Surely not very. And yet you turned her down? Ming-er, Chun Xia, kneeling on the ground to receive the decree, gently tugged at her son's sleeve, her face full of worry. Chun Xia had always hoped her child would marry someone he truly loved. But this was outright defiance of an imperial decree. If defied, Ming-er could lose his head. Top scholar, what did you just say? Wei Sun, the eunuch delivering the decree, doubted his own ears. Surely not. Even Wei Sun couldn't fathom a reason for refusal. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the top scholar be full of gratitude and bow repeatedly to thank the emperor? How could he refuse? Could it be because of Qin Xingwan? But Qin Xingwan was already a member of the Immortal sect, destined to live for millennia. What could she possibly have to do with you, the top scholar? To her, you're nothing more than a fleeting wave in the river of her life. Lord Eunuch, our Ming-er is still young and thoughtless. Please, take a seat first. Chunyan, what are you standing there for? Hurry and serve Lord Eunuch some tea. Xu Shuya was the first to recover, quickly pulling Wei Sun to a seat and trying to smooth things over. As for the others still kneeling on the ground, they hesitated, unsure whether to remain kneeling or to rise now that the top scholar had rejected the imperial decree. Su Zheng hurried forward, intent on giving his son a stern lecture. Though Su Zheng had never really cared for Xu Ming, he had plenty of sons, after all, and why would he pay much attention to a mere illegitimate child? He was still Xu Ming's father, wasn't he? Ming'er, listen, you can't do this. Quickly tell Lord Eunuch you were confused, or you'll lose your head. Su Zheng struggled to piece together a coherent reprimand, stammering as he went. He had intended to assert his fatherly authority, but as he approached Xu Ming, the aura of strength and the imposing presence radiating from the young man made Su Zheng falter. Young man, you really ought to reconsider this. For ordinary people, this is the kind of thing they wouldn't dare dream of. Qin Rahai, the father of Qin Qingwan, also stepped forward to advise him kindly. In truth, Qin Rahai believed Xu Ming hadn't let go of his daughter. If his daughter hadn't joined the Tianxin sect, hadn't been born with an innate sacred body, then, given Xu Ming's current status, Qin Rahai would have fully supported the marriage. But things are different now. Xu Ming, even though you're the top scholar, even though you've achieved first place in all 3 imperial examinations, even though your poetic talent is renowned across the land, you are, ultimately, just a mortal. Qingwan may not even visit us a few more times before she severs all ties to the mortal world. As her father, I've already resigned myself to treating her as though she's no longer my daughter. So why are you still holding on so deeply? Zhao and Shan stepped forward and asked, Xu Ming, have you truly thought this through? This is defiance of an imperial decree. As a top scholar, Xu Ming wouldn't be executed for rejecting the marriage decree. After all, the emperor couldn't justify such an action to the people. Otherwise, if word spread that the emperor of Wu executed the top scholar for rejecting a marriage decree, the empire's reputation would be in tatters. Still, Xu Ming was defying an imperial order, and in front of so many witnesses. I bestowed my only daughter upon you on the day you achieved top honors, and you dared to refuse? Do I, as emperor, have no dignity? Clearly, the emperor would need an explanation for this. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Ming spoke calmly. I will give His Majesty a proper explanation. Xu Ming bowed respectfully to Wei Sun. Lord Eunuch, may I trouble you to wait for a moment? I wish to write a memorial to the emperor. Wei Sun opened his mouth, then slowly closed it, letting out a long sigh. Of course, I can wait here for the top scholar, but I implore you to think this over carefully. Thank you, Lord Eunuch. Xu Ming straightened and turned to Zhao Wenshan. Uncle, do you happen to have any memorial papers on you? The reason Xu Ming asked Zhao Wenshan was not to slight the Xu family, but because Su Zheng and Qin Rahai held insignificant posts, too low-ranked to carry such papers. They would have to request them from the Ministry of Rights. Although Su Shuya, as the Duke of Su, held a high enough rank, his seniority made it somewhat inappropriate for Xu Ming to request it directly. I don't have any with me, but there are some at my residence, Zhao Wenshan replied with a troubled expression, glancing at Su Shuya. Su Shuya hesitated for a moment before nodding. I have memorial papers. Many thanks, my lord. Xu Ming bowed again. With a sigh, Su Shuya led Xu Ming to his study. Su Pongda and Zhao Wenshan followed, while the others, though curious to see what Xu Ming would write, stayed behind to console Wei Sun. I'll grind the ink for you, fifth brother. Su Pongda rolled up his sleeves, his chubby hands meticulously working the inkstone. Although Su Pongda felt it was a pity for his fifth brother to refuse the marriage, he respected Xu Ming's decision no matter what. Thank you, third brother. Xu Ming nodded, taking up the brush. Zhao Wenshan spread out the paper for him. Back in the courtyard, Su Zheng and the others hurriedly tried to mollify Wei Sun. Lord Eunuch, please don't be angry. Ming'er is still young and ignorant. That's right, Lord Eunuch. Even though he's the top scholar, Ming'er still has a youthful impulsiveness. Rest assured, Lord Eunuch, we will talk sense into him. They discreetly tried to slip silver notes into Wei Sun's hands, but Wei Sun, who might have accepted them under other circumstances, quietly pushed them back this time. Sigh, this top scholar of ours really is. Just as Wei Sun was about to grumble, he suddenly stood up in shock. Above the Xu residence, an aura of literary destiny began to coalesce. A gentle breeze, tinged with the essence of scholarly brilliance, swept toward the study. The fragrance of ink and the aura of literary fortune spread outward, filling the air for 10 miles. "Thank you for waiting," Xu Ming said as he walked into the courtyard and handed the memorial, now encased in an aura of literary brilliance, to Wei Sun. Glancing at the scroll, Wei Sun respectfully accepted it with both hands. "I shall return to report, then." "Many thanks, Eunuch Wei," Xu Ming replied with a smile. Wei Sun gave Xu Ming a complex look before leading the palace attendants out of the Xu residence. Xu Shia, realizing the gravity of the moment, hurried forward to personally escort the group out. "Your Majesty." Wei Sun bowed deeply in the imperial study. "What's the matter?" Did that rascal Xu Ming burst with joy upon learning he was granted a marriage? Emperor Wu asked with a chuckle, his eyes still fixed on the memorials he was reviewing at his desk. "Your Majesty, the top scholar, declined the marriage," Wei Sun said softly. "What?" The emperor's head shot up, his brush jerking in surprise and splattering ink across the memorial in front of him. Sure enough, in Wei Sun's hands was a document, a formal memorial. The emperor's brows furrowed. What reason did that rascal give? "Your Majesty, here is the memorial written by the top scholar," Wei Sun said as he stepped forward to present it. "Bring it here." The emperor nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Sun approached and handed over the scroll. Unrolling the document, Emperor Wu began reading to see what exactly Xu Ming had to say. Standing nervously to the side, Wei Sun braced himself for the emperor's anger. But to his surprise, the emperor's lips curled into a faint smile as he read. "What is going on?" Wei Sun thought to himself, curious about what was written in the memorial. "Wei Sun," Emperor Wu said as he placed the memorial down and looked up. "Your servant is here." Wei Sun quickly bowed his head. "During tomorrow's morning court, present this memorial for all the officials to read," the emperor said with a smile. This rascal truly leaves one at a loss for words. "Good morning, Lord Xiao." "Good morning, Lord He." "Congratulations, Lord Xiao." Lord He clasped his hands in a gesture of celebration. "Congratulations? What for?" Xiao Machi responded with a smile. Lord He explained, "Xu Ming and Xu Pongda were both your students, weren't they? Back in the Xing Academy, you were the one who enlightened them. Now, one has become the top scholar, and the other the second-ranked. Isn't that worth celebrating?" Xiao Machi shook his head lightly. "Xu Ming and Xu Pongda have achieved what they have today entirely through their own efforts. My early teachings were hardly significant." Lordy chuckled. "That may be so, but the bond between you runs deep." Xiao Machi understood the implication in Lord He's words, but maintained his calm smile. "I only hope that they serve as honest officials and remain true to themselves. If we can enjoy a few cups of tea together in the future, that would be the greatest joy." Lord He paused for a moment, then nodded. "Lord Xiao speaks the truth." "After you, Lord Xiao." "After you, Lord He." The two entered the palace together. Inside the hall of heaven and earth, the officials gradually gathered. "Did you hear? His Majesty granted a marriage to Xu Ming yesterday." "How could I not? I was at the Xu residence when the top scholar declined the emperor's offer with my own eyes. They say Xu Ming wrote a memorial to the throne that resonated deeply with both civil and martial paths. I'm also curious about what exactly he wrote in that memorial. Regardless of its contents, rejecting the royal marriage will undoubtedly offend His Majesty's honor." The court buzzed with hushed conversations about the events at the Xu residence the previous day. Unsurprisingly, news of the incident had already begun to spread across the capital. If the reasoning in Xu Ming's memorial lacked justification, it could lead to serious trouble. Listening to the discussions, Xiao Machi remained composed. Though Xiao Machi had hoped Xu Ming would marry the princess and strengthen the royal lineage by producing imperial heirs, Xu Ming's refusal only made Xiao Machi regard him even more highly. Xu Ming must have his own reasons for refusing. At the very least, it showed he was not the type to compromise for power. His Majesty arrives. At the sharp call of Eunuch Wei, the officials instantly fell silent. We humbly welcome your Majesty, the officials chorused. Rise, my loyal subjects. Emperor Wu adjusted his sleeves. Before today's court session, there is a memorial that I would like all of you to review. Meanwhile, Xu Ming had already risen and was practicing his heaven-opening fist in the courtyard. Having grown up, Xu Ming now adhered to the principle of male adults avoiding their mothers and had moved out of the family courtyard to live with Xu Pengda. Fifth brother, you're up early, Xu Pengda said as he stepped out of his room and saw his younger brother practicing in the courtyard. Xu Pengda glanced at the time. It was barely past dawn. I got used to this in the Blood Azura battalion. Xu Ming replied as he finished a set of movements. Why don't you sleep a bit longer, third brother? Xu Pengda laughed heartily. I've long been accustomed to waking up early to read. Don't mind me, fifth brother. Continue with your training. Xu Ming nodded and resumed his practice. Xu Pengda took a book and sat in the courtyard to read, though his gaze frequently drifted towards Xu Ming. After burning a stick of incense, Xu Ming finished his morning routine, took a deep breath to calm the martial energy coursing through him, and noticed Xu Pengda staring. With a smile, he asked, Third brother, is something on your mind? You've been looking at me this whole time. It's nothing much, Xu Pengda chuckled. I was just wondering if the reason you gave in your memorial for declining the marriage was really the whole truth. Xu Ming smiled, not hiding anything. Not entirely. Xu Pengda's curiosity was instantly piqued, and a hint of gossip gleamed in his eyes. Could it be that you're waiting for Qin Xingwan? Xu Ming froze for a moment, then shook his head. No. If not Qin Xingwan, then it must be Zhu Cixi from Qi Kingdom? Miss Zhu. Xu Pengda continued his guesses. Xu Ming looked puzzled. Why would you bring up Miss Zhu, third brother? Didn't you write a poem titled Longing as a birthday gift for her? I even sent it to her for you, Xu Pengda said matter-of-factly. You sent that poem, Longing? Xu Ming asked, startled. Of course, Xu Pengda nodded. Didn't you ask me to send something over? I saw the poem on your desk and figured it was meant for her, so I included it. Xu Ming didn't know what to say. That poem, Longing, surely it wouldn't cause any trouble, right? Especially with someone like Zhu Cixi, a literary prodigy. Such a poem might leave a significant impression. You really like Zhu Cixi, don't you, fifth brother? Xu Pengda took Xu Ming's silence as confirmation and exclaimed in surprise, Fifth brother, you need to think this through. You and Zhu Cixi would face a lot of difficulties. As the top scholar of Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming had earned the emperor's favor and was destined to become a leader of the literary circle. It was impossible for him to marry into Qi Kingdom. On the other hand, Zhu Cixi, a once-in-a-millennium literary genius, was a prized talent of Qi Kingdom. They would never allow her to marry out, no matter how one looked at it. Xu Ming and Zhu Cixi seemed destined for heartbreak. Third brother, you're overthinking it. Xu Ming chuckled. I don't have feelings for Zhu Cixi. Xu Ming's decision to decline the marriage had nothing to do with either Qin Xingwan or Zhu Cixi. Xingwan had likely forgotten it by now. As for Zhu Cixi, it was even more impossible for her to elope with him. Such a move would have the entire Qi Kingdom hunting him down. While Xu Ming did feel a certain fondness for Wu Yanhan, they had spent a lot of time together, and she was indeed beautiful. He didn't think he was ready to settle down. In 2 years, when the beauty rankings were updated, Wu Yanhan would surely make the list. But deep down, Xu Ming knew he wouldn't stay in Wu Kingdom forever. Wu Kingdom, though one of the 10 great human dynasties, still felt too small in the grand scheme of the world. Xu Ming wanted to explore. He wanted to see the immortal sects outside, to witness how warriors from other lands unleash their power, to visit the thousands of demon kingdoms in the southern territories, to face the barbarian tribes of the northern desolation, to seek the truth behind the path of immortality. If he became the princess's consort, leaving would become nearly impossible. He would have to wait until they had children, specifically a son, before even considering it. And who knew how many years that would take? Once he had a child, would he even still want to leave? Third brother, actually have my own. Fifth young master. Fifth young master. Before Xu Ming could finish his sentence, Chun Yin rushed into the courtyard. Fifth young master, quickly, to the front hall. The princess has arrived. In the imperial court, everyone held a sheet of paper in their hands. The paper contained the content of Xu Ming's memorial. After reading through Xu Ming's eloquent and impassioned several thousand-word petition, the gathered officials couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was as if the entire hall had grown colder. This document, a petition to annul the engagement, stirred the hearts of all who read it. A vivid image of someone unwilling to be bound by family obligations, determined to achieve great deeds unencumbered, leapt off the page. Why am I annulling the engagement? I am doing this for the nation. How could I abandon the greater good for the sake of a small family? Besides, should something happen to me, what then? Wouldn't Her Highness the Princess be left widowed? Let the engagement remain for now. When I conquer the northern wilderness and slay the countless demons, I shall return with a 10-mile-long bridal procession to wed the princess. Within Xu Ming's words, one could sense a blend of a scholar's refinement and a general's passion, a kind of romanticism unique to those two roles combined. Is this truly the writing of a 14-year-old? This is the epitome of a Confucian general. Lying at night, I hear the winds and rain. In my dreams, I ride my iron steed across frozen rivers. The military officials, upon reading this verse, couldn't help but clench their fists around the paper. We soldiers may be ineloquent, unable to express our feelings, but this Xu Ming has written exactly what we've always wanted to say and do. How magnificent this verse is! It even rekindled the battlefield spirit of many court-appointed military officials. The court may feel stagnant, but how much more invigorating it is to achieve glory on the frontier. What do you all think? Should this marriage be granted or not? Emperor Wu appeared troubled as he surveyed the court. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Felicitations, Your Majesty. At this moment, Imperial Censor Wang Chongqing stepped forward, bowing to Emperor Wu with an expression of excitement. Felicitations? Emperor Wu chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wang Iching, what joy could there be in this for me? T/N. Iching equals beloved minister/trusted minister. Emperors generally use this term to address their ministers. Straightening his posture, Wang Chongqing spoke with delight. Your Majesty's affection for the top scholar is known throughout the land, as is your regard for his talents. How could the top scholar, a man of great wisdom, fail to discern that complying with Your Majesty's wishes would ensure a meteoric rise? How could he not know that, despite never meeting the princess, the consort Yun, as an ordinary woman, is ranked among the 30 most beautiful in the land? If consort Yun is such, could the princess be any less? How could he not understand the honor of marrying the princess? Yet, he remains unswayed by Your Majesty's favor or the princess's beauty, focusing solely on driving the barbarians from the north and vanquishing demons in the south. To gain such a loyal subject is a blessing for Wu, a blessing for Your Majesty. When Wang Chongqing finished, many in the court turned to look at him. This damn Wang Chongqing. He criticizes everyone at every turn, biting like a mad dog. Yet now he's the one lavishing praise? But it was obvious to all that while Emperor Wu's expression appeared troubled, he was inwardly quite pleased. Why? Because Xu Ming's refusal to marry elevated him to a higher moral plane. It demonstrated that Xu Ming would not be easily swayed by power. And that integrity was precisely what the emperor valued most in Xu Ming. Your Majesty, I too offer my congratulations. Minister of Personnel Ma and stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Wu turned to him, asking, Ma Iching, what joy is there for me now? Your servant congratulates Your Majesty on creating a tale of everlasting camaraderie between ruler and subject. Ma's voice rang clear through the hall. Oh, Emperor Wu sat up, feigning curiosity. How so, Ma Iching? Man straightened and replied. In the past, the Liang Emperor invited Chun Mi to serve the court, But Chunmi wrote a letter of repentance, requesting to care for his aging mother. The Liang emperor consented, and this became a tale passed down through the ages. Similarly, the Wei emperor bestowed a title upon General Tang Wei, who then inscribed a 10-character plea on a beam with his sword, expressing his wish to pursue the Wei. The Wei emperor granted his request. 10 years later, when the Wei faced a crisis, Tang Wei wielded his sword and shattered enemy ranks. Your Majesty's situation is no different. And today, the top scholars petition to annul the engagement, untainted by the desire for beauty or power, driven purely by a heart devoted to the nation, is a testament to his integrity and righteousness, stirring the very essence of literary and moral virtue. If your Majesty were to grant this request, then when the top scholar achieves his great deeds and earns his rightful glory, returning to marry the princess, wouldn't this, too, become a story celebrated through the ages? As Ma-An's words settled, many officials in the court secretly sighed. Damn it, he said exactly what I was going to say. Emperor Wu nodded. What do my dear ministers think? Should this marriage be granted or not? The deputy secretary of the Secretariat immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, this petition clearly reveals the top scholar's aspirations. It would be wise for your Majesty to grant his request. I second this. I second this. The civil and military officials all echoed in agreement. The straightforward military officials truly wanted the emperor to approve Xu Ming's petition. They didn't want such a promising young man to be tied down in the capital. But the learned civil officials, well-versed in court dynamics, all understood one thing. The emperor had already decided to approve Xu Ming's request. He merely needed a graceful way to do so. How could they not provide him with that opportunity? Very well. Emperor Wu nodded again. Since all of you have spoken so, it would indeed appear inappropriate for me to refuse his request. Someone draft the decree. The main hall of the Xu residence. The master of the Xu family and his principal wife sat to the side in silence, not daring to utter a word. In the two main seats at the front of the hall sat the elderly matriarch of the Xu family and an extraordinary young woman. The matriarch's face beamed with joy, her wrinkles bunching together. The young woman wore a white, floor-length gown embroidered with pink floral patterns. Draped over her arms was a light purple veil of gauzy silk, trailing over a yard in length. Her slender waist was cinched with a purple belt inlaid with jade, and her jet-black hair was tied with a pale lavender ribbon. A few elegant strands fell over her shoulders, making her porcelain-like skin appear even fairer. Her face was free of makeup, yet she radiated a fresh and striking beauty that captivated everyone in the room. How could such a beautiful girl exist in this world? Beside the young woman stood two palace maids, one cradling a long sword, the other holding a jade zither. Wang Feng, observing this noble and exquisite young woman, couldn't help but sigh. What a stunning young lady. Why is Ming'er unwilling? Then again, she does seem rather cold. From start to finish, she hadn't smiled even once. Matriarch, Your Highness, the fifth young master has arrived, a maid announced as she entered the hall. In an instant, the long sword flew from the palace maid's arms. Before anyone could react, the icy princess was already gripping the sword, thrusting it toward Xu Ming's throat. When Xu Ming had just stepped into the main hall, Xu Pengda hadn't yet reacted before seeing a cold glint flash past his chubby face. By the time Xu Pengda regained his composure, a long sword was already pointed at the throat of his fifth brother. The sharp tip of the sword hovered barely half an inch away from his brother's neck. It seemed that with just a slight push forward, blood would surely splatter. Everyone in the main hall was taken aback. Why had this stunningly beautiful princess suddenly drawn her sword without warning? True, Xu Ming's act of breaking off the engagement did leave her a little humiliated. But still, couldn't they sit down and discuss it calmly first? On the side, Chun Suya's face turned pale. She wanted to step forward, but Wang Feng held her wrist, stopping her. Wang Feng shook her head and glanced meaningfully at Chun Suya. Following Wang Feng's gaze, Chun Suya noticed something peculiar. There was something off about the way the princess was looking at Xu Ming. Xia, skilled at reading people like Wang Feng, observed that though the princess's eyes were filled with anger, they didn't seem to harbor much hatred. Such speed, precision, and decisiveness. Who would have thought the princess's swordsmanship is this exceptional? Xu Ming remarked calmly, looking at the girl in front of him with a faint smile. You've disgraced me in front of the entire world. Give me an explanation, or this sword might just pierce through your throat, Wu Yanhan said coldly. Xu Ming glanced around the hall. I will give the princess an explanation. But may I request that the princess take a walk with me in the courtyard? If my explanation doesn't satisfy you, you can kill me on the spot, and I will have no complaints. Wu Yanhan's sharp, phoenix-shaped eyes locked onto Xu Ming's, as though her gaze was as piercing as her sword, trying to lay him bare. Yet Xu Ming did not shy away from her stare. Oomph. Wu Yanhan snorted coldly and flicked her sword. The blade traced a perfect arc through the air, landing neatly in the scabbard held by a nearby maid. Without another word, Wu Yanhan strode out the door. Xu Ming cupped his hands in a polite gesture to the others in the hall, then turned and followed her outside. The two walked side by side through the Xu family's garden. No one else was around. The frosty expression on Wu Yanhan's face had softened, replaced by a faint smile. There is no need for you to come here. My letter breaking off the engagement should have been enough. His Majesty likely won't punish me, Xu Ming said to the young woman beside him. To outsiders, it appeared that Wu Yanhan had drawn her sword out of rage at being rejected. But Xu Ming knew her personality all too well. She was worried about him and had come to the Xu residence to demand justice. Her dramatic display served multiple purposes. First, by acting arrogant and unreasonable, she made others think the top scholar was right to break off the engagement. This princess is terrifying. If they married, wouldn't he be completely henpecked? This way, public opinion would favor Xu Ming. Second, it gave her father, the emperor, an excuse to de-escalate the situation. Father, I've already made a scene and even threatened Xu Ming with a sword. You can step in to mediate and let the whole engagement matter drop. Wu Yanhan chuckled coldly. I was just worried you'd get yourself killed. Otherwise, how could I repay the favor I owe you? Su Shuya, Su Zheng, and Qin Rahai were overjoyed. It's here. The decree has finally arrived. They had long heard rumors of the emperor's intention to marry the princess to Xu Ming. After all, the princess was no longer young, and the absence of a designated heir was undoubtedly a pressing concern for the emperor. Now, with Xu Ming as the imperial son-in-law and his offspring likely to inherit the throne, the influence of the Xu and Qin families would rise to unimaginable heights. The secondary wives of the Xu family also cast envious glances at Xia. This Xia truly raised an extraordinary son. Even so, they eagerly supported Xu Ming's rise as the imperial son-in-law, as it might bring additional titles and privileges to the Xu family. However, those with more foresight, such as Wang Feng, Madame Qin, and Zhao Wenshan, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease on behalf of the Xu and Qin families. Did these people truly believe the emperor was some benevolent fool? The emperor would never allow the Xu and Qin families to climb too high. Given the recklessness of most Xu and Qin family members, the best-case scenario was that they'd embarrass the royal family. In the worst case, their arrogance and indulgence could lead to chaos within the court. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, it was almost certain that before Xu Ming and the princess were wed, the Xu and Qin families would face a thorough reckoning. Now, all the Xu and Qin families could hope for was that the emperor would show leniency, reducing their noble ranks and dispersing their power without annihilating them entirely. Meanwhile, as Xu Ming's mother, Xia, didn't appear particularly overjoyed at her son becoming the imperial son-in-law and rising to one of the most exalted positions in the land. Xia looked at Xu Ming with calm eyes filled with concern. Becoming the imperial son-in-law, especially as the spouse of the kingdom's only princess, with their future child almost certain to ascend the throne, was an unmatched honor. But everything had two sides. If Xu Ming became the imperial son-in-law, he would be tied to the royal family, and life as a royal child was far from easy. Chen Xiao would rather Xu Ming marry an ordinary girl and live a simple, happy life. But with the imperial decree issued, her Ming'er no longer had a choice. Refusing the decree would mean defying imperial orders. In Wu Kingdom, apart from emergencies such as military commands taking precedence over imperial orders, defying an imperial decree was a capital offense. At the banquet, everyone was watching Xu Ming, waiting for him to accept the decree. But Xu Ming remained bent in a bow, silent. In his mind, Wei Sun's words were still echoing. Who was this princess? Her name was Wei Yanhan? Didn't you plan to marry that girl, Xu after you made it onto the golden roll? How did she come up in this conversation? Oh, nothing. Just so you know, after you took the imperial exams, rumors spread in the capital that you might become the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom. What? Is that even possible? Who knows? But if the emperor bestows a marriage decree, will you accept it? Well, is she pretty? She's prettier than that Xu. Xu Ming couldn't help but recall the words Wu Yanhan had spoken to him. He had always known Wu Yanhan wasn't ordinary and had suspected she might be of royal descent, given her surname Wu. But he never imagined she was the princess of Wu Kingdom. At most, he thought she was some noble's child sent to train in the military. After all, who would expect the emperor to send his only child to the military camp? And not just any princess, Wu Kingdom's sole princess with a martial god physique. Xu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. Looking back, it seemed his entry into the Blood Azura battalion and the 484th camp and his interactions with Wu Yanhan had all been orchestrated by the emperor. Did Xu Ming harbor resentment toward the emperor for this? Not really. Entrusting his most precious daughter to Xu Ming was the emperor's highest form of trust and even akin to handing him half the kingdom. Of course, it wasn't entirely voluntary on the emperor's part. Having only one child left him little choice. But had Wu Yanhan known all this? Did she know she was to be betrothed from the start? Or had she also been observing her future husband during their time in the camp? Zhuang Yuan Lang, accept the decree. Wei Sun smiled at Xu Ming, who had yet to respond. He could understand Xu Ming's days. No matter how talented or mature this Zhuang Yuan Lang was for his age, receiving such an honor on the same day as his exam triumph, being named imperial son-in-law on the day he topped the golden roll, was enough to make anyone feel like they were dreaming. Truly, Xu Ming was blessed. To have the two greatest joys in life, academic success and marriage, coincide on the same day was extraordinary. Ming'er, quickly accept the decree. Ming'er accepted. Next to Xu Ming, Xu Shuya and his father were even more anxious than Xu Ming. If they dared to touch the decree, they might have already snatched it up and stuffed it into Xu Ming's hands. Xu Ming took a deep breath, straightened up, and looked at Wei Sun. He then bowed deeply and said, "Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree. Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree." Xu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to echo throughout the courtyard. In an instant, everyone froze where they stood, staring at Xu Ming in disbelief. Some even thought they must have misheard. Did Xu Ming reject the emperor's decree for marriage? No. How could you dare? This is a marriage decree from the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Ming'er, what nonsense are you saying? The elderly matriarch of the Xu family anxiously struck the ground repeatedly with her cane. Ming'er, do you even know what you're doing? Xu Shuya's face turned stern. Ming. Xu Zheng raised a trembling finger to point at Xu Ming, stammering as he struggled to speak. This event was simply too shocking for them. None of them could have imagined that Xu Ming would reject the imperial decree of marriage. After all, while it was true that very few had ever seen Princess Zhaoan in person due to her life in the palace, did it really matter? Even if she was supposedly hideous, so what? Once the candles are blown out, aren't all women the same? Besides, the emperor is so handsome, and Princess Zhaoan's late mother was once the most beautiful woman in Wu Kingdom, ranked as the 30th most beautiful mortal in the renowned beauty list. How ugly could the princess possibly be with such lineage? Surely not very. And yet you turned her down? Ming'er, Xia, kneeling on the ground to receive the decree, gently tugged at her son's sleeve, her face full of worry. Xia had always hoped her child would marry someone he truly loved. But this was outright defiance of an imperial decree. If defied, Ming'er could lose his head. No one could discern her true thoughts. Then, as she reached marriageable age, the girl finally revealed her heart. One day, envoys from Wei and Liang kingdoms arrived at Bailu Academy, each seeking to propose marriage on behalf of their crown princes. The girl did not appear. Instead, when the envoys reached her courtyard, they found the ground covered with fragrant tea leaves, adorned with petals of jasmine flowers. Jasmine symbolizes loyalty and devotion. An unwavering heart laid atop the tea leaves. The word for tea also shares a homophone with Ming. In that moment, everyone understood the girl's intention. Her heart had long been pledged to someone. Though she never explicitly stated it, most could already guess. The spoke of. It was highly likely that the author of the poem Beauty Bids Farewell to the Mirror, Flowers Bid Farewell to the Tree, Xu Ming, was the one Zhu Cixi had fallen for. Many were surprised by Zhu Cixi's affection for Xu Ming, but at the same time, they found it reasonable. After all, if someone gifted you such a poem, how could you not be moved? After that, the number of kingdoms proposing marriage to Zhu Cixi lessened considerably. However, they didn't give up entirely. They still hoped their young nobles could get close to her. To many, the idea of Zhu Cixi and Xu Ming being together was utterly impossible. Zhu Cixi couldn't marry outside her kingdom. As for Xu Ming, who had achieved the rare feat of topping the imperial examinations in all 3 levels and had a bright future in Wu Kingdom, he was even less likely to marry into Qi Kingdom. Among those in the academy from Qi Kingdom, the 3 royal princes were especially persistent. They frequently sent gifts to Zhu Cixi, even though she always returned them. Undeterred, they continued their efforts, trying their best to win her favor. Qi Kingdom had yet to determine its crown prince, and these 3 princes were all vying for the position. To them, Zhu Cixi wasn't just a beautiful and exceptionally talented woman with an innate literary soul. Her father was Marquis Uni, Qi Kingdom's foremost Confucian general. Marrying Zhu Cixi meant securing the unwavering support of Marquis Uni, a tempting prospect for any of the princes. As for Xu Ming, the princes barely considered him a threat. True, that poem was impressive, but it was a thing of the past. Moreover, the relationship between Xu Ming and Zhu Cixi seemed impossible from any perspective. As time passed, they believed that the poem's influence on Zhu Cixi would fade. As she matured, she would eventually realize that her connection with Xu Ming was no more than friendship, and she would let go of the idea. When that time came, it would be their chance. Cixi. Outside a courtyard in Bailu Academy, a young girl called out eagerly. After a moment, a maiden holding a book walked out of the courtyard. She wore a black and white brocade dress, embroidered with delicate white plum blossoms at the hem. A white brocade sash encircled her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Her jet-black hair was styled into a simple yet elegant rui bun, adorned with nothing but a white jade hairpin shaped like a plum blossom. Though her attire was minimalist, it exuded an air of freshness and sophistication. Her face, lightly dusted with makeup, was framed by a subtle palace-style gown in pale blue, embroidered with cloud-like patterns and flying geese. A freshly picked white plum blossom was slanted in her hair, complemented by a single green jade hairpin adorned with dangling silver tassels and beads. As she walked, the hairpins swayed gently, adding a touch of liveliness to her elegant demeanor. Compared to her childish appearance 4 or 5 years ago, the maiden had now blossomed into full beauty. Her flowing black dress hinted at the youthful allure of her figure. Her almond-shaped face carried a natural purity unique to her age. She was poised, gentle, and refined, a young woman who seemed born to embody grace and elegance. She resembled a black lotus, pure and dignified. "What is it, Wei Wei?" Xu Cece smiled as she stepped out of the courtyard. Cece, the teacher is calling us to class, said the girl, Xiaowei, as she took Xu Cece's soft, delicate hand. Class. Xu Cece blinked in surprise. Isn't today a rest day? Why is there a lesson? I heard the Academy has received a remarkable new literary piece. The teacher couldn't wait and wants to discuss it with us right away. As she spoke, Xiaowei suddenly smirked, glancing at Zhu Cece with a mischievous glint. Cece, can you guess who wrote this remarkable piece? Who made it? Zhu Cece asked curiously. Well, just as Xiaowei was about to answer, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. I'm not telling you yet. You'll find out soon enough anyway. You little brat, leaving a story halfway. You're asking to lose your tongue. Zhu Cece reached out to tickle the girl under her arms. Stop. I won't say it, I just won't. Seizing an opportunity, Xiaowei escaped from Zhu Cece's clutches and ran toward the academy. Brat, don't let me catch you. Zhu Cece laughed as she chased after her. The two girls playfully ran toward the academy, their laughter echoing in the air. As Zhu Cece neared the study hall, she quickly dropped her lively demeanor. With hands neatly folded in front, she became poised and graceful, exuding an air of elegance befitting the scholarly atmosphere. Before the hall, under a willow tree by the inkwell, sat the renowned scholar Wang, an elder of Bailu Academy. Before him were a dozen students, all princes and nobles from the various royal courts of the world. Elder Wang was responsible for teaching these elite science. Though Zhu Cece was the personal disciple of Bailu Academy's headmaster, she never let her status exempt her from attending such lessons. In fact, Zhu Cece greatly enjoyed listening to lectures from different teachers. Each teacher had their own unique interpretations of Confucian classics, and Zhu Cece believed that by gathering diverse perspectives, she could deepen her understanding. Every lesson brought her new insights. The young princes and noble heirs by the inkwell brightened upon seeing Zhu Cece. Girls truly change as they grow, they thought. Every time they went a few days without seeing her, Zhu Cece seemed even more stunning, her figure even more graceful. Teacher. Zhu Cece and Xiaowei walked to the willow tree and respectfully bowed to Elder Wang. Elder Wang nodded. Find a spot on the grass to sit. The weather is lovely today, so we'll have our lesson here instead of in the hall. It's too stuffy inside. Yes, teacher. Zhu Cece and Xiao Wei found a place to sit. With great tact, Xiao Wei positioned herself between Zhu Cece and a nearby prince, subtly shielding her dearest friend. Today was supposed to be a day off, Elder Wang began, but I recently came across an excellent piece of writing. I couldn't resist calling you all here for an additional lecture. I hope you won't mind. You're too kind, teacher, the group responded quickly. Elder Wang was the head scholar of Bailu Academy, a figure of immense stature. The only reason he was teaching this group of young nobles was sheer coincidence. It happened to be his turn to instruct worldly royals, and they were fortunate enough to be in his class. Many people would give anything to hear him lecture, and now that he was offering extra lessons, how could anyone complain? Although, truth be told, a few of them weren't exactly thrilled about the extra class. May I ask, teacher, what masterpiece inspired such joy in you? The eldest prince of Qi, seated at the front, eagerly asked, trying to make his presence known. The others also looked at Elder Wang with curiosity. What kind of writing could excite him so much that he couldn't wait to share it? Ha ha! Elder Wang chuckled, stroking his beard. To be precise, it's a memorial to the throne, written by a minister of the Wu Kingdom for their emperor. A memorial? The group grew even more intrigued. Memorials from ministers to rulers were rare to begin with, and even fewer had been preserved as timeless classics. To this day, only a handful had achieved such status. Elder Wang nodded slightly. This person should be no stranger to all of you, as one of his poems is far too famous. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing briefly on Zhu Cece. This person is none other than the current top scholar of the Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming. The article in question is a memorial he wrote to the emperor titled Memorial of Rejection of Marriage. Xu Ming, Xu Ming became the top scholar? How old is Xu Ming? Wait, wasn't Xu Ming already the provincial examination champion before? Did Xu Ming actually achieve the rare feat of being the provincial, metropolitan, and palace examination champion all at once? I heard Xu Ming joined the Shura battalion. When did he have time to study? Don't tell me the Wu Kingdom scholars are so mediocre that even someone like Xu Ming, after wasting 4 years in the Shura battalion, could become the top scholar. The crowd erupted into discussion. It wasn't that they looked down on Xu Ming. Rather, they looked down on the scholars of the Wu Kingdom. For someone like Xu Ming, who had supposedly neglected his studies for years, to become the top scholar, it seemed the Wu Kingdom's intellectuals must indeed be lacking. Still, every so often, a genius seemed to emerge from the Wu Kingdom. Right now it was Xu Ming. Before him, it had been Xiao Machi. On the other hand, Zhu Cixi was momentarily stunned upon hearing that Xu Ming had written a widely celebrated piece. She thought she had misheard. Sitting beside her, Xiao Wei gently poked Zhu Cixi's waist and covered her mouth with her hand, whispering, "Cixi, now you know who it is, right? Turns out it's your special someone, and he's written yet another masterpiece." Zhu Cixi's delicate, fair cheeks flushed with a tinge of red. Embarrassed, she swatted Xiao Wei's mischievous hand away. "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Wei grinned even more. "What? He's not your special someone? You keep talking, and I'll—" Zhu Cixi's voice faltered as her embarrassment deepened. Still, deep down, a ripple of joy spread through her like a bubbling stream. To have written something even Elder Wang praised so highly, what an achievement. But then, Zhu Cixi quickly caught onto something. Memorial of rejection of marriage? Rejection of marriage? She unconsciously clenched her delicate fists under her sleeves, her soft lips tightening. Could it be that Xu Ming had been betrothed to someone? The same thought occurred to the rest of the group, who, after their initial surprise, started piecing it together. A memorial of rejection? That meant there had to have been a betrothal in the first place. Xu Ming rejected a marriage? Whose marriage did he reject? Noticing their curiosity, Elder Wang smiled and began to explain the context behind the article. Not long ago, Xu Ming participated in the Wu Kingdom's metropolitan examination, emerging as the metropolitan examination champion. He then achieved first place in the palace examination, becoming the youngest triple champion in Wu Kingdom's history. In light of his accomplishments, the Wu Emperor decided to betroth his only daughter, Princess Zhaowen, to Xu Ming. This memorial is Xu Ming's response to that decree. Take a look for yourselves. With a wave of Elder Wang's hand, sheets of paper filled with elegant calligraphy floated into everyone's laps. Curious, the group immediately began reading. The very first sentence left most of them dumbfounded. "Your servant Xu Ming respectfully submits. Humbly receiving your imperial decree to wed me to Princess Zhaowen. Such an honor exceeds my station and surpasses any conceivable grace bestowed by the throne." At first, they assumed he had rejected the marriage proposal of some noble or princely family's daughter. But no, he had rejected a royal marriage to the princess of the Wu Kingdom. If memory served, the Wu Kingdom only had one princess. How could he dare to do this? Madness. Xu Ming must be crazy. Everyone present knew that Wu Kingdom had only one princess. The current emperor of Wu was in his prime, and barring any unexpected circumstances, he could easily reign for another 3 or 4 decades. During that time, the emperor could raise his grandchildren as heirs, with even his great-grandchildren coming of age by then. In other words, Xu Ming's child would undoubtedly become the future ruler of Wu Kingdom. This meant Xu Ming's future status would be that of the Empress Dowager. No one could comprehend why Xu Ming would reject such an opportunity. Could it be that the appearance of the Wu Kingdom princess is a princess from another kingdom raised the question hesitantly. Although she left her sentence unfinished, everyone knew what she was implying. "That's unlikely," said a prince from Liang Kingdom, shaking his head. The princess's mother ranked 30th on the beauty list, and she was just a mortal. After her, no other mortal has achieved such a high ranking. As for the Emperor of Wu, he continued, My mother once mentioned seeing him in his youth. He was known as a strikingly handsome man. With parents like these, how unattractive could their child possibly be? Then why did Xu Ming? The crowd stared once again at the opening lines of Xu Ming's letter of rejection, utterly baffled. They all wanted to say Xu Ming was a fool. If it were them, they would have accepted the proposal immediately. Although Wu Kingdom's literary achievements were not particularly impressive, its military strength was among the top 3 in the human realms. As they lamented Xu Ming's seemingly foolish decision to reject the emperor's marriage proposal, they continued reading. For the emperor of Wu to bestow his only daughter in marriage, rejecting the proposal required a valid reason, one strong enough to preserve the imperial family's dignity. Otherwise, where would the emperor's honor go? Zhu Cixi, who was also present, grew increasingly anxious as she read. Could it be? Did Xu Ming mention me in this letter? She thought back to their childhood, when she and Xu Ming had made a private vow of lifelong commitment. She had never forgotten it. Could it be that Xu Ming hadn't forgotten either? Xu Ming, you'd better not mention me in your letter of rejection. If Xu Ming named her in the letter, it would spell disaster. Rejecting the only princess of Wu Kingdom for a girl from Qi Kingdom would be a direct slap in the emperor's face. Not only would it leave the emperor without an honorable way out, but it would also be akin to tearing down the very path of reconciliation. No matter how talented Xu Ming was, even as a top scholar, his fate would be grim. Su Shuya, Su Zheng, and Qin Rahai were overjoyed. It's here. The decree has finally arrived. They had long heard rumors of the emperor's intention to marry the princess to Xu Ming. After all, the princess was no longer young, and the absence of a designated heir was undoubtedly a pressing concern for the emperor. Now, with Xu Ming as the imperial son-in-law and his offspring likely to inherit the throne, the influence of the Xu and Qin families would rise to unimaginable heights. The secondary wives of the Xu family also cast envious glances at Xia. This Xia truly raised an extraordinary son. Even so, they eagerly supported Xu Ming's rise as the imperial son-in-law, as it might bring additional titles and privileges to the Xu family. However, those with more foresight, such as Wang Feng, Madame Qin, and Zhao Wenshan, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease on behalf of the Xu and Qin families. Did these people truly believe the emperor was some benevolent fool? The emperor would never allow the Xu and Qin families to climb too high. Given the recklessness of most Xu and Qin family members, the best-case scenario was that they'd embarrass the royal family. In the worst case, their arrogance and indulgence could lead to chaos within the court. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, it was almost certain that before Xu Ming and the princess were wed, the Xu and Qin families would face a thorough reckoning. Now, all the Xu and Qin families could hope for was that the emperor would show leniency, reducing their noble ranks and dispersing their power without annihilating them entirely. Meanwhile, as Xu Ming's mother, Xia, didn't appear particularly overjoyed at her son becoming the imperial son-in-law and rising to one of the most exalted positions in the land. Xia looked at Xu Ming with calm eyes filled with concern. Becoming the imperial son-in-law, especially as the spouse of the kingdom's only princess, with their future child almost certain to ascend the throne, was an unmatched honor. But everything had two sides. If Xu Ming became the imperial son-in-law, he would be tied to the royal family, and life as a royal child was far from easy. Xia would rather Xu Ming marry an ordinary girl and live a simple, happy life. But with the imperial decree issued, her Minger no longer had a choice. Refusing the decree would mean defying imperial orders. In Wu Kingdom, apart from emergencies such as military commands taking precedence over imperial orders, defying an imperial decree was a capital offense. At the banquet, everyone was watching Xu Ming, waiting for him to accept the decree. But Xu Ming remained bent in a bow, silent. In his mind, Wei Sun's words were still echoing. Who was this princess? Her name was Wei Yanhan? Didn't you plan to marry that girl, Zhu Cixi, after you made it onto the golden roll? How did she come up in this conversation? Oh, nothing. Just so you know, After you took the imperial exams, rumors spread in the capital that you might become the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom. What? Is that even possible? Who knows? But if the emperor bestows a marriage decree, will you accept it? Well, is she pretty? She's prettier than that Xu Ci. Xu Ming couldn't help but recall the words Wu Yanhan had spoken to him. He had always known Wu Yanhan wasn't ordinary and had suspected she might be of royal descent, given her surname Wu. But he never imagined she was the princess of Wu Kingdom. At most, he thought she was some noble's child sent to train in the military. After all, who would expect the emperor to send his only child to the military camp? And not just any princess, Wu Kingdom's sole princess with a martial god physique. Xu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. Looking back, it seemed his entry into the Blood Azura battalion and the 484th camp and his interactions with Wu Yanhan had all been orchestrated by the emperor. Did Xu Ming harbor resentment toward the emperor for this? Not really. Entrusting his most precious daughter to Xu Ming was the emperor's highest form of trust and even akin to handing him half the kingdom. Of course, it wasn't entirely voluntary on the emperor's part. Having only one child left him little choice. But had Wu Yanhan known all this? Did she know she was to be betrothed from the start? Or had she also been observing her future husband during their time in the camp? Zhuang Yuan Lang, accept the decree. Wei Sun smiled at Xu Ming, who had yet to respond. He could understand Xu Ming's days. No matter how talented or mature this Zhuang Yuan Lang was for his age, receiving such an honor on the same day as his exam triumph, being named imperial son-in-law on the day he topped the golden roll, was enough to make anyone feel like they were dreaming. Truly, Xu Ming was blessed. To have the two greatest joys in life, academic success and marriage, coincide on the same day was extraordinary. Ming-er, quickly accept the decree. Ming-er accepted. Next to Xu Ming, Xu Shuya and his father were even more anxious than Xu Ming. If they dared to touch the decree, they might have already snatched it up and stuffed it into Xu Ming's hands. Xu Ming took a deep breath, straightened up, and looked at Wei Sun. He then bowed deeply and said, "Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree. Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree." Xu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to echo throughout the courtyard. In an instant, everyone froze where they stood, staring at Xu Ming in disbelief. Some even thought they must have misheard. Did Xu Ming reject the emperor's decree for marriage? No. How could you dare? This is a marriage decree from the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Ming-er, what nonsense are you saying? The elderly matriarch of the Xu family anxiously struck the ground repeatedly with her cane. Ming-er, do you even know what you're doing? Xu Shi's face turned stern. Ming. Xu Zheng raised a trembling finger to point at Xu Ming, stammering as he struggled to speak. This event was simply too shocking for them. None of them could have imagined that Xu Ming would reject the imperial decree of marriage. After all, while it was true that very few had ever seen Princess Zhaowen in person due to her life in the palace, did it really matter? Even if she was supposedly hideous, so what? Once the candles are blown out, aren't all women the same? Besides, the emperor is so handsome, and Princess Zhaowen's late mother was once the most beautiful woman in Wu Kingdom, ranked as the 30th most beautiful mortal in the renowned beauty list. How ugly could the princess possibly be with such lineage? Surely not very. And yet you turned her down? Ming-er, Chun Xia, kneeling on the ground to receive the decree, gently tugged at her son's sleeve, her face full of worry. Chun Xia had always hoped her child would marry someone he truly loved. But this was outright defiance of an imperial decree. If defied, Ming-er could lose his head. Zhu Cixi shook her head firmly, declining. Sister Nan, it seems this trip of yours will be in vain. Even though she was refused, Nan Wenma's expression remained serene, her smile unwavering. She didn't appear offended by the rejection, as if she had anticipated this response from the girl in front of her. Why decline? Is it because of that Xu Ming? Zhu Cixi's cheeks turned slightly red as she nodded shyly, her gaze lowering. Her demeanor carried the pure innocence and bashfulness unique to her age. Nan Wenma shook her head with a sigh. I'd rather you refused the Xu family on the grounds of focusing on your studies than because of that Xu Ming. Xu Cece asked curiously, does Sister Nan have a poor opinion of Xu Ming? Nan Wenma shook her head again. Not at all. I love the poem and the letter of rejection he wrote. Xu Ming indeed has great talent and is both skilled in literature and martial arts. For many women, he would be an ideal match. But for you, Cece, he's not suitable. Nan Wenma reached out and gently stroked Xu Cece's hair. Cece, if you were an ordinary girl from a common family, and if Xu Ming were also an ordinary man, there might still be some possibility. But your status is too high, and you possess a natural literary spirit. Xu Ming is currently deeply valued by the Wu Emperor. Whether as a scholar or a warrior, everyone praises him highly. With someone like him, how could the Wu Emperor ever let him go? It's impossible for you two to end up together. Xu Cece pouted slightly, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. Sister Nan, there's no need for you to keep saying this. So many others have told me the same thing. Besides, Sister Nan, when you were studying at the academy, didn't you also like that Xiaomachi? You little rascal, bringing up things I'd rather forget. Nan Wenma reached out and tapped Xu Cece's forehead with her finger. That's precisely why your sister regrets it. Men, ugh, there really aren't many good ones, especially men from Wu Kingdom. They're famously stubborn, like bulls that refuse to change direction no matter how hard you pull. If I had another chance, I'd kick that Xiao fellow straight into that ink pool. Xu Cece's eyes curved with a smile. But Sister Nan, you didn't do that. And a few years ago, when someone came to propose to you, you rejected the marriage. Even when His Majesty arranged it and Uncle locked you up on the day of the wedding, you ran away. Wasn't it because of that Mr. Xiao? I did it for him, Nan Wenma admitted openly. I regret falling for that man, but it's something I can't undo. I've experienced the bitterness of it, and that's why I don't want you to follow the same path. Cece, Nan Wenma took Xu Cece's small hand, looking earnestly into her eyes. You haven't spent much time with Xu Ming yet. Your feelings for him are still rooted in those memories from years ago. As a woman, I naturally understand how you feel. When a talented young man steps into your world and gives you a timeless poem, it's hard not to be moved. Over the years, the purity and beauty of those childhood memories have only grown in your heart. But, Cece, much of that beauty is an illusion brought about by the passage of time. Time can amplify such feelings, but can also erode them, especially for someone like you, walking the path of Confucian cultivation to sainthood. You've already reached the cave mansion realm. Your lifespan will extend to thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Xu Ming, however, cannot cultivate. At most, he'll live 200 years. To you, he'll be nothing more than a fleeting wave in the vast sea of your life. Xu Cece shook her head. Sister Nan, that's not how it works. Even if Xu Ming only has a lifespan of 200 years, so what? Then I'll stay by his side for those 200 years. And when he reincarnates, I'll find him again in his next life and stay with him once more. The Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace has already searched for her husband across 9 lifetimes. Why can't I do the same? You stubborn girl, Nan Wenma said, momentarily at a loss for words. Why are you so headstrong? Xu Cece chuckled softly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with charm. Sister Nan, you want to talk? If we're talking about stubbornness, no one can surpass you. You cheeky girl, always so sharp-tongued, Nan Wenma said as she pinched Xu Cece's cheek gently. Fine, fine. If I can't convince you, so be it. I've said everything I needed to say. Acting as a matchmaker and helping my father secure a favor is enough for me. But, Cece, there's one last thing I want to tell you. Xu Cece nodded. Go ahead, Sister Nan. Nan Wenma looked at Xu Cece seriously. Your feelings for him are one-sided. If, one day, you meet him again and he's forgotten you, what will you do then? Xu Cece clasped her hands in front of her, turning to gaze at the still waters of the ink pool. He won't forget me. He definitely won't forget me. Because we promised. The Xu family's young lady, Xu Cece, had left An Pavilion, leaving behind Nan Wunma, who was already considered an old woman, standing alone by the waterside pavilion. Xu Cece had invited her elder sister, Nan, to visit the peach blossom grove, saying the flowers were in bloom. But Nan Wunma declined with a dismissive, "What's so special about a few peach blossoms?" Watching the younger woman's departing figure fade into the distance, Nan Wunma sighed, a hint of worry flickering across her face. Arranging a marriage proposal on behalf of the Su family was merely to repay her father's favor. Whether it succeeded or not didn't matter to Nan Wunma. In fact, she would much prefer if Cece refused. The Su family's eldest son from Ming-Hai County, while seemingly a good match in terms of status, was too calculating for her taste. He gave her the impression of someone similarly insincere. Cece, with her carefree and leisurely personality, likely wouldn't be well suited for such a marriage. But more than anything, Nan Wunma didn't want this promising younger woman to be weighed down by something as burdensome as love. A few ounces of longing, a few ounces of sorrow. Flowers fall as old acquaintances part ways, she muttered, shaking her head as she watched the girl disappear into the distance. What's the point? Retracting her gaze, Nan Wunma looked down at the moonlit pavilion and, unbidden, a memory surfaced in her mind. A scruffy scholar, nose buried in a book as he walked, falling clumsily into the water. Her lips curved into a smile, and her long lashes cast shadows over her eyes, which shimmered with an unreadable emotion, part nostalgia, part self-mockery. Indeed, what's the point? With another sigh, she pushed the memory aside, banishing that man from her thoughts. Folding her hands behind her back, she strode purposefully down the mountain. Time to report back. She'd done her best as a matchmaker. As she descended, however, her steps faltered, and she stopped abruptly. Not far ahead, a man was crouched over, vigorously digging for bamboo shoots. His posture and effort were almost comical. Nan Wunma glanced left, then right, then broke into a grin, though she didn't dare laugh out loud. Quietly, she approached the man, positioned herself just right, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. "Ah!" The man yelped as he toppled forward onto the grass, getting a mouthful of dirt. "Who was that? Who's so heartless as to kick me out of nowhere?" "Confucius says." The man's grumbling trailed off abruptly as he turned to see his assailant. "Confucius says what?" Nan Wunma asked, smiling as she looked at him. "Oh, sister-in-law, long time no see. What brings you back to the academy?" The scholar exclaimed with a sheepish grin. "I came to find a younger relative," Nan Wunma replied, crossing her arms over her chest. "So, Xiao Lu, you were about to tell me what Confucius says, weren't you?" "Confucius says the best plan for spring is to enjoy bamboo shoots. They're the most delicious." The man, whose full name was Lu Xiaolu, joked with a wide grin. He wiped the dirt off a tender shoot with his scholarly robe. "Sister-in-law, how about taking a few back? These academy bamboo shoots are superb, perfect for stir-frying with some meat." Nan Wunma ignored the term sister-in-law, which the man used so casually. "Xiao Lu, you're supposed to be a gentleman of the academy. But look at you, mud all over, squatting to dig for bamboo shoots. Does this look like the behavior of a gentleman?" "Come on now, sister-in-law, don't say that." Lu Xiaolu wiped the mud from his face sheepishly. "Your husband, Brother Xiao, was considered a paragon of virtue here at the academy. Almost became the youngest dean, too. But even he once stole a chicken from the headmaster." "How dare you bring that up?" Nan Wunma, enraged, picked up a stone and hurled it at him. Lu Xiaolu nimbly dodged. "That idiot got me punished, copying the Book of Rites 100 times. Lu Xiaolu looked aggrieved and muttered under his breath. "But wasn't it you who said you wanted to eat the headmaster's chicken? Brother Xiao only did it for you, and you ate both drumsticks. I only got the tail end. What did you say?" Nan Wunma narrowed her eyes, her voice sharp. "Nothing, nothing at all." Lu Xiaolu quickly shook his head. Nan Wunma let out a couple of cold chuckles. "Xiao Machi left the mountain nearly 10 years ago. Why are you still here? Why not return to Yu Kingdom? Why go back to Yu Kingdom?" Lu Xiaolu spread his hands, a touch of grievance in his tone. My mother redeemed herself from servitude and is living well now. She flat out refuses to let me return. She says if I step foot in Yu Kingdom, she'll beat me out of the house with a cane. Where am I supposed to go then? I thought about going to Wu Kingdom, but your brother Xiao said I just cause him trouble and told me to stay far away from him. As he spoke, Lu Xiaolu tilted his head back and let out a heavy sigh. The world is vast, yet there's nowhere for me to go. Nan Wunma shot him a glance. I heard the first dynasty of the human race, Qin Kingdom, extended an invitation to you. Why didn't you accept it? Qin Kingdom is too big, Lu Xiaolu replied, shrugging. As an outsider working as an official there, wouldn't the local bureaucrats crush me like a bug? He weighed the bamboo shoot in his hand. Besides, White Deer Academy is much more comfortable. Joining the bureaucracy in a dynasty would mean getting entangled with the nation's chi of rivers and mountains, which drains one's vital essence. Once you step into the bureaucracy, it's like falling into a deep abyss. If my vital essence gets depleted before I can escape or advance my cultivation to recover, wouldn't I just drop dead? Look at me now, digging bamboo shoots, fishing, occasionally pretending to read a book. I've already been labeled a gentleman. If I just keep muddling through and outlive all those old codgers, won't I eventually become a revered scholar? Nan Wunma opened her mouth as if to argue, but after thinking it over, she realized Lu Xiaolu wasn't entirely wrong. She shook her head. Your brother Xiao once said your aspirations lay in the court. Lu Xiaolu wiped the bamboo shoot clean. Maybe that was true in the past, but now, who knows? Indecisive, just like a woman, Nan Wunma snorted, resuming her descent down the mountain. Fine, keep digging your bamboo shoots. Sister-in-law, Lu Xiaolu called after her as she walked further away. What? Nan Wunma turned around. Lu Xiaolu smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, don't judge brother Xiao by his stubbornness or apparent indifference. I heard that when he learned of your engagement, he drank himself unconscious that very night. You know better than anyone how difficult the path brother Xiao has chosen is. One wrong step, and he'll plunge into the abyss. To accomplish what he's pursuing requires immense resolve. He just didn't want to drag you down with him. Everything brother Xiao has done, it's all for the sake of his ideals. Huh? Nan Wunma let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, her voice trailing back over her shoulder. For the sake of his ideals? He didn't even have the courage to marry me. How could he ever achieve those lofty dreams? Xiao Machi, just a coward. As the woman in front of him walked farther away, leaving behind the words coward, Lu Xiaolu scratched the back of his head. He wanted to defend his brother Xiao, but even he had to admit that sister-in-law had a point. Still, Lu Xiaolu felt his brother Xiao hadn't done anything wrong either. Turns out dealing with feelings is harder than studying. Brother Xiao really has it rough. He sighed and went back to digging bamboo shoots. After filling half a basket, he decided he had enough and slung the basket over his back, heading home. Back at his courtyard, Lu Xiaolu untied a piece of cured meat hanging from the eaves, chopped some firewood, lit a fire, and set up the stove. He steamed a small pot of rice as well. Although, at his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to eat, Lu Xiaolu, like most cultivators, still kept the habit. After all, eating was something ingrained over decades. How could it be abandoned overnight? Even if his stomach wasn't hungry, skipping a meal would leave his heart feeling empty. Soon, the aroma of stir-fried cured meat with bamboo shoots and freshly steamed rice wafted from the courtyard. Cough, cough. Just as Lu Xiaolu sat down with his bowl of rice, ready to enjoy a delicious lunch, a cough came from outside the courtyard. Lu Xiaolu shuddered and leaped to his feet. Turning around, he saw the old headmaster standing behind him. Bowing deeply, Lu Xiaolu's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his expression somewhat awkward. Headmaster, what brings you here? What wind blew you in today? White Deer Academy's headmaster, Qi Zhongju, smiled faintly. It was the fragrant wind of your cooking that brought me here. You've got some nerve, you know that? The year before last, you stole my cured meat. Last year, you filched my eggs. And this year, you've gone and dug up my bamboo shoots. His gaze swept over the table laden with food. Oh, and it seems you've cooked it all up, too. What? Have you been waiting 3 years for this one meal? Not exactly, Lu Xiaolu chuckled sheepishly. Just a coincidence, really. Care to join me, headmaster? Qi Jingju didn't respond immediately, instead glancing down at the low wooden gate barring his way. Lu Xiaolu quickly got the message and rushed over to open it. Please, headmaster, come in. That's more like it, Qi Jingju said as he walked over and sat at the table. Lu Xiaolu hurried to serve him a bowl of rice. The headmaster tasted the stir-fried bamboo shoots and cured meat, then tried the spicy scrambled eggs, smacking his lips appreciatively. Not bad, not bad. You've got some skill in the kitchen, he remarked. You're too kind, headmaster. As long as you enjoy it, Lu Xiaolu replied, no longer standing on ceremony. He sat down beside the headmaster and began eating as well. They ate in silence, not exchanging a single word. Before long, the dishes had been nearly wiped clean, save for one last piece of cured meat. Both their chopsticks landed on it simultaneously. Qi Jingju glanced at Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his chopsticks. Satisfied, Qi Jingju took the last piece and ate it. He patted his belly contentedly, sipped his tea, and said, Do you know why I came to see you today? Lu Xiaolu looked at him. You didn't just come here to eat, did you, headmaster? Do you think I'm the kind of man who casually visits students' homes for a meal? Qi Jingju rapped Lu Xiaolu on the head with the back of his chopsticks. Lu Xiaolu pouted, mumbling, Well, all the ingredients were yours anyway, so I guess it's your call. What did you say? Qi Jingju asked. Lu Xiaolu quickly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. Qi Jingju picked up a bamboo toothpick and poked at his teeth. There's something I need you to do. Me? Lu Xiaolu pointed at himself. Yes, you. Qi Jingju shot him a sideways glance. I need you to make a trip to the Wu Kingdom. Wu Kingdom? What for? Lu Xiaolu asked in confusion. Su Shuya, Su Zheng, and Qin Rahai were overjoyed. It's here. The decree has finally arrived. They had long heard rumors of the emperor's intention to marry the princess to Xu Ming. After all, the princess was no longer young, and the absence of a designated heir was undoubtedly a pressing concern for the emperor. Now, with Xu Ming as the imperial son-in-law and his offspring likely to inherit the throne, the influence of the Xu and Qin families would rise to unimaginable heights. The secondary wives of the Xu family also cast envious glances at Chen Xia. This Chen Xia truly raised an extraordinary son. Even so, they eagerly supported Xu Ming's rise as the imperial son-in-law, as it might bring additional titles and privileges to the Xu family. However, those with more foresight, such as Wang Feng, Madame Qin, and Zhao Wenshan, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease on behalf of the Xu and Qin families. Did these people truly believe the emperor was some benevolent fool? The emperor would never allow the Xu and Qin families to climb too high. Given the recklessness of most Xu and Qin family members, the best-case scenario was that they'd embarrass the royal family. In the worst case, their arrogance and indulgence could lead to chaos within the court. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, it was almost certain that before Xu Ming and the princess were wed, the Xu and Qin families would face a thorough reckoning. Now, all the Xu and Qin families could hope for was that the emperor would show leniency, reducing their noble ranks and dispersing their power without annihilating them entirely. Meanwhile, as Xu Ming's mother, Chen Xia, didn't appear particularly overjoyed at her son becoming the imperial son-in-law and rising to one of the most exalted positions in the land. Chen Xia looked at Xu Ming with calm eyes filled with concern. Becoming the imperial son-in-law, especially as the spouse of the kingdom's only princess, with their future child almost certain to ascend the throne, was an unmatched honor. But everything had two sides. If Xu Ming became the imperial son-in-law, he would be tied to the royal family, and life as a royal child was far from easy. Chen Xia would rather Xu Ming marry an ordinary girl and live a simple, happy life. But with the imperial decree issued, her Minger no longer had a choice. Refusing the decree would mean defying imperial orders. In Wu Kingdom, apart from emergencies such as military commands taking precedence over imperial orders, defying an imperial decree was a capital offense. At the banquet, everyone was watching Xu Ming, waiting for him to accept the decree. But Xu Ming remained bent in a bow, silent. In his mind, Wei Sun's words were still echoing. Who was this princess? Her name was Wei Yanhan? Didn't you plan to marry that girl, Xu Ci, after you made it onto the golden roll? How did she come up in this conversation? Oh, nothing. Just so you know, after you took the imperial exams, rumors spread in the capital that you might become the imperial son-in-law of Wu Kingdom. What? Is that even possible? Who knows? But if the emperor bestows a marriage decree, will you accept it? Well, is she pretty? She's prettier than that Xu Ci. Xu Ming couldn't help but recall the words Wu Yanhan had spoken to him. He had always known Wu Yanhan wasn't ordinary and had suspected she might be of royal descent, given her surname Wu. But he never imagined she was the princess of Wu Kingdom. At most, he thought she was some noble's child sent to train in the military. After all, who would expect the emperor to send his only child to the military camp? And not just any princess, Wu Kingdom's sole princess with a martial god physique. Xu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. Looking back, it seemed his entry into the Blood Azura battalion and the 484th camp and his interactions with Wu Yanhan had all been orchestrated by the emperor. Did Xu Ming harbor resentment toward the emperor for this? Not really. Entrusting his most precious daughter to Xu Ming was the emperor's highest form of trust and even akin to handing him half the kingdom. Of course, it wasn't entirely voluntary on the emperor's part. Having only one child left him little choice. But had Wu Yanhan known all this? Did she know she was to be betrothed from the start? Or had she also been observing her future husband during their time in the camp? Zhuang Yuan Lang, accept the decree. Wei Sun smiled at Xu Ming, who had yet to respond. He could understand Xu Ming's days. No matter how talented or mature this Zhuang Yuan Lang was for his age, receiving such an honor on the same day as his exam triumph, being named imperial son-in-law on the day he topped the golden roll, was enough to make anyone feel like they were dreaming. Truly, Xu Ming was blessed. To have the two greatest joys in life, academic success and marriage, coincide on the same day was extraordinary. Ming-er, quickly accept the decree. Ming-er accepted. Next to Xu Ming, Xu Shuya and his father were even more anxious than Xu Ming. If they dared to touch the decree, they might have already snatched it up and stuffed it into Xu Ming's hands. Xu Ming took a deep breath, straightened up, and looked at Wei Sun. He then bowed deeply and said, "Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree. Your subject begs forgiveness, but cannot yet accept this decree." Xu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to echo throughout the courtyard. In an instant, everyone froze where they stood, staring at Xu Ming in disbelief. Some even thought they must have misheard. Did Xu Ming reject the emperor's decree for marriage? No. How could you dare? This is a marriage decree from the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Ming-er, what nonsense are you saying? The elderly matriarch of the Xu family anxiously struck the ground repeatedly with her cane. Ming-er, do you even know what you're doing? Xu Shuya's face turned stern. Ming. Xu Zheng raised a trembling finger to point at Xu Ming, stammering as he struggled to speak. This event was simply too shocking for them. None of them could have imagined that Xu Ming would reject the imperial decree of marriage. After all, while it was true that very few had ever seen Princess Zhaoan in person due to her life in the palace, did it really matter? Even if she was supposedly hideous, so what? Once the candles are blown out, aren't all women the same? Besides, the emperor is so handsome, and Princess Zhaoan's late mother was once the most beautiful woman in Wu Kingdom, ranked as the 30th most beautiful mortal in the renowned beauty list. How ugly could the princess possibly be with such lineage? Surely not very. And yet you turned her down? Ming-er, Chun Xia, kneeling on the ground to receive the decree, gently tugged at her son's sleeve, her face full of worry. Chun Xia had always hoped her child would marry someone he truly loved. But this was outright defiance of an imperial decree. If defied, Ming-er could lose his head.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.